The Chanyuan Mountains got its name because it is close to the Chanyuan River. The Chanyuan River runs across the entire Great Chu dynasty like a giant dragon, becoming the most magnificent river in this territory. People's understanding of it is extremely limited. They don't know where its source is, nor where its final end is. In the depths of the lush and deep forests of Chanyuan Mountain, a burly man was holding a longbow in his hand and carrying a dead 100-pound swift sheep on his shoulder. The man's face was filled with an unconcealable smile of joy. A swift sheep was enough to provide meat for his family of 5 for several months to come. When he was immersed in the happiness of returning home with a full load, something strange happened. The man suddenly felt a huge sense of weightlessness, and in an instant, the whole person fell straight down as if falling into a bottomless abyss. Oh no, it's a trap. The strong man in danger stretched out his hands in panic, trying to grab something in the air to stop himself from falling faster and faster. Just as he stretched out his hand, his palm suddenly touched an extremely sharp object. A sharp pain instantly spread throughout his body, causing him to scream involuntarily. Ah! Puff plop before the strong man touched the bottom of the pit. He was pierced by several extremely sharp objects, and then his body fell heavily on the ground. The strong man lying at the bottom of the pit let out a miserable wail. His whole body was pierced by several sharp bamboos, and blood flowed out of the wound. Cough, cough! The swift sheep also hit the strong man's chest heavily, making the strong man feel extremely difficult to breathe. He wanted to shout for help, but couldn't make any sound. He could only stare at the pit entrance with his eyes wide open, waiting for death to come. A light sound of footsteps trampling leaves came from above the pit, which instantly brightened the eyes of the strong man. As long as someone passed by here, there would be help. The strong man cried for help intermittently. Help! Help! Da-da! Don't shout. No one will come to save you even if you scream your throat out. This is a deep mountain forest with few people. A cold voice came from above the pit, which made the strong man's cry for help stagnate, and he looked at a small head exposed from the pit mouth in shock. This was not what shocked the strong man. What shocked the strong man the most was the big stone raised in the other party's hand, which was obviously ready to fall on him. Sir, we have no grudges. Why are you doing this? The strong man looked at the other party with a puzzled look. Mu Changsheng looked at the other party with an indifferent face and threw the big stone in his hand towards the bottom with great effort. I am not good at hunting, but it is still easy to snatch prey from you. As the other party was killed by the big stone, Mu Changsheng showed a look of joy on his face. Another prey was harvested, enough for me to live for another month. A 100-pound swift sheep is enough for Mu Changsheng, who is only 15 years old, to eat well for a month, so he doesn't have to starve for this month. It's time to fish up the spoils. The bloody smell here will attract ferocious predators. Mu Changsheng took out a dry hemp rope and prepared to get the strong man and the swift sheep corpse out of the pit. This trap can still be used. Ding. The side door system is loaded. Suddenly, a cold electronic synthesized sound sounded in Mu Changsheng's mind. System? Mu Changsheng's movements froze suddenly, and he felt that he had auditory hallucinations. I'm here, damn. I didn't expect that after living in this world for so many years, my system finally came. Mu Changsheng threw away the hemp rope in his hand, dancing excitedly, and seemed extremely excited. System, why did you come just now? Do you know how I've been through these years? You have made me suffer. Bullshit. What do you mean I harmed you? It's obviously you who harmed me. That am you, Changsheng, who was complaining bitterly, froze when he heard the system's angry words. I am an ordinary person. How could I harm the powerful system? Mu Changsheng had an expression of disbelief on his face, and obviously did not believe what the system said. After the death of my last host, I was waiting for the next destined host in the endless sea of worlds. But you, who were carried by the turbulence of time and space, bumped into me and brought me into this world. I was not prepared to enter a strange world again. As soon as I entered this world, I was discovered by the heaven of this big world. I was immediately attacked by the origin of this world, which caused serious damage to my origin. I fell asleep for more than 10 years before recovering a trace of energy. The system was obviously very angry about the unprovoked disaster it suffered. Not only did it complain to Mu Changsheng, but it also presented the scene at that time in front of Mu Changsheng. This, how could I have such a great ability to hurt you so badly? Mu Changsheng was extremely shocked when he looked at the scene in front of him. Nothing in the world is absolute, and everything is possible. Mu Changsheng finally figured out the ins and outs of his crossing during the conversation with the system, and the system was also obtained by himself by accident. System, do you have any ability to make me stronger directly? Asshole, I also want to become stronger without any effort. Do you think it's possible? Didn't you just say that nothing is absolute? Mu Changsheng's tone was obviously weaker. I am just an auxiliary system, not a system that can do 999 with one strike. You have to rely on your own efforts to practice. The benefits you get for no reason have a price. Even if you can't see it now, all of this has already been marked with a price in the back, and you can collect it when the fruit is ripe. At that time, you can't resist it. The system's scolding sounded in Mu Changsheng's mind, ruthlessly hitting Mu Changsheng's fantasy. Then what is the price you are willing to pay for helping me? Mu Changsheng asked thoughtfully. It's impossible without a price, but you and I have a mutually beneficial relationship. While helping you become stronger, I can also absorb a trace of the origin of this world to repair my injuries, and even make me stronger. Mu Changsheng suddenly realized, originally, your system entered each world just to steal the origin of the world. Then why don't you just rob it if you are so powerful? Stealing bullshit. This is clearly a win-win situation. The system angrily retorted, feeling very dissatisfied with Mu Changsheng saying that he was a robber. I used the host to absorb a little of the origin of this world to become stronger, but I also cultivate a top strongman for this world. Isn't this mutually beneficial? The more strong people there are in this world, the more powerful this world can be upgraded. Mu Changsheng solved all the doubts in his heart through continuous in-depth communication and discussion with the system. He understood why there are various systems that lead the traversers to travel between different worlds. It turns out that this is actually a delicate balance reached by both parties in the pursuit of becoming stronger. In this infinite dimensional universe, whether it is low-level life, the lofty origin of heaven, or even dimensional life like the system, all of them have an extremely strong and persistent emotion, the desire to become stronger. This desire seems to be an instinct deeply imprinted in the depths of their souls, driving them to keep moving forward, never stopping. The role played by the system is like a bee in the mortal world. They keep running around in various worlds that are as quiet as a pool of stagnant water, bringing traversers full of variables. As these traversers gradually grow and become stronger in the world, the whole world will be promoted and evolved, thus achieving upgrade. As for why the Daoist system was fiercely attacked by the origin of the current world, the reason behind it is quite simple. This world itself has developed quite powerfully and no longer needs creatures from the outside world to intervene. This world has the ability to be self-sufficient and continuously progress. Because of this, when the left path system broke into this world passively rather than intentionally, it naturally triggered a ruthless attack from the origin of heavenly Tao.
Chapter 2. The bug in the system. Can you assist someone with weak spiritual roots like me in cultivating? Mu Changsheng inquired eagerly of the system. In the past, during his days of begging in Luoxia City, every 3 years, cultivators would arrive to select those with spiritual roots, taking the exceptionally gifted individuals back to their sects for careful training. Mu Changsheng, filled with hope, also sought to test his spiritual roots, only to be met with profound disappointment. His aptitude for cultivation was woefully inadequate. Not only did he possess a singular earth spiritual root, but it was also the weakest category, making it exceedingly difficult to enter the chi refinement stage, thus incurring the disdain of the cultivation sections. In this realm, the more spiritual roots one possessed, the greater their cultivation talent. Naturally attracting the attention of various sections, a solitary spiritual root was deemed the worst, so lacking in merit that even dogs would scorn it. Do you doubt my capabilities? No. I simply yearn to cultivate, Mu Changsheng hastily explained. While the orthodox path to cultivation appeared hopeless, I am a system of unorthodox methods. As long as you do not stray too far, there remains a glimmer of hope for achieving immortality in this world. Upon hearing this, Mu Changsheng's face lit up with unbridled joy. Oh, dear system, please teach me. Cultivation was an insatiable desire for him, both in his past life and this one. In his previous existence, a late-night study session led to his untimely demise, resulting in his soul transmigrating into this world of cultivation. Here, cultivation was no longer a fantasy but a tangible reality. However, his limited talent rendered this dream unattainable, forcing him to merely survive in this world. He envied those who could join a sect, attaining immortality, even going so far as to change his name to Mu Tongmu. Unorthodox methods differ from orthodox cultivation, which involves absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The technique I shall impart to you draws upon the essence of mortals' blood and souls through demonic cultivation. Are you willing to proceed? the system solemnly cautioned, hoping Mu Changsheng would make an informed choice. What does it matter if I become a demon or a celestial? As long as I can attain immortality, all else can be forsaken. When I ascend as the greatest demon, surely others will revere me as a celestial. Mu Changsheng's gaze turned icy. He bore no psychological burden at the thought of becoming a demon, provided he could achieve longevity. Your resolve is commendable. You have the makings of a fine demonic cultivator, the system praised. Yet, the laws of this world differ significantly from what you know. Once one becomes a cultivator, they cannot act against ordinary people at will. Otherwise, upon breaking through, you will face inner demons and heavenly tribulations, making your path to cultivation exceedingly arduous. Mu Changsheng's eyes flickered with curiosity. Are you saying that cultivators in this world cannot freely act against ordinary people? Indeed. This information was gleaned while I was under attack by the heavenly Dao. Unfortunately, I cannot assist you in this matter. If I do not directly harm ordinary people but incite them to fight amongst themselves, can I still collect their blood and souls without incurring inner demons or heavenly tribulations? The system fell into silence. After a lengthy pause, it sighed, no wonder you are among the lowest of the moral spectrum in that world. Otherwise, you would not have been cast out to wreak havoc in another realm. Mu Changsheng and Apos' eyes brightened. So, you mean this idea is feasible? Feasible, the system replied with a weary sigh. Then please teach me the methods of cultivation. I can hardly contain my eagerness. The cultivation process requires uninterrupted focus and a tranquil environment. I need a secluded place to instruct you, the system stated. Then let us go to my abode, where it is incredibly serene. Mu Changsheng turned and prepared to dash towards his dwelling. Wait, what is it? He paused, puzzled, awaiting the system's response. Those two corpses are excellent materials for cultivation. It would be a shame to waste them. Mu Changsheng glanced back at the two lifeless bodies in the pit, a look of helplessness crossing his features. But these corpses are too heavy for me to carry. I can help extract the essence from these bodies, but I will require your cooperation. How should I assist? Mu Changsheng queried, intrigued, unable to comprehend why the system, with its immense power, could not simply collect the corpses. I cannot intervene directly in this world. Doing so would provoke the heavenly Dao against me. Hence your cooperation is essential. The system explained the pros and cons. What am I to do? I will control your body to refine these corpses. As long as you do not resist, all will go smoothly. However, if you do resist, I will fail. Then proceed. I will not resist, Mu Changsheng stated firmly, standing still, awaiting the system's command. Without warning, he felt his right arm being manipulated by an unseen force, lifting itself involuntarily. He stared in astonishment as his hand pointed towards the two corpses in the pit. Simultaneously, an indescribable, unprecedented energy surged within him. This energy flowed as if it possessed life, coursing through his meridians and veins, congregating towards his outstretched hand. Faced with such an extraordinary phenomenon, Mu Changsheng was filled with insatiable curiosity and uncertainty. However, recalling the system's prior words, he stifled his intense desire for exploration and instead focused on experiencing the transformation. As time passed, a powerful suction erupted from his palm, akin to a violent whirlwind, engulfing the entire pit. Simultaneously, an almost invisible layer of energy enveloped the two corpses, resembling a transparent veil. Then a chilling spectacle unfolded. The corpses began to undergo astonishing changes. Their pores opened like breached dams, and crimson blood flowed forth uncontrollably. Unlike typical liquids that would spill to the ground, this blood bizarrely coalesced in the air, gradually forming a blood-red sphere the size of a fist. The corpses, losing copious amounts of blood, became unrecognizable. Their once robust flesh rapidly diminished, as if their life force were being siphoned away. Their skin tightened and contorted grotesquely, presenting a horrifying visage. The blood sphere, under the system's guidance, slowly floated towards Mu Changsheng, hovering before him, exuding an eerie, sanguine aroma. What is this? Mu Changsheng inquired, intrigued. This is a blood chi pill, a condensation of the vital essence found within all living beings. I merely assisted in its refinement. In the future, this task will be yours to undertake. Understood. Chapter 3. Devouring the heavens. After completing all these tasks, Mu Changsheng hurried back to his dwelling, carefully avoiding areas that might harbor large predators. Although he was immensely eager to receive guidance from the system and become a true cultivator, he understood the necessity of exercising caution for his own safety. One careless moment could cost him his life, and there would be no second chance to traverse this world. Mu Changsheng's residence was a cave nestled between steep cliffs, requiring him to scale rugged rocks each time he entered or exited. While this was perilously dangerous, it offered a refuge from the attacks of ferocious beasts, ensuring he would not be devoured in his slumber. Upon entering the cave, he navigated through the dim light, eventually halting in the deepest part. System, this place will not be disturbed. Understood. As the system and Apos' voice echoed, Mu Changsheng suddenly felt his surroundings blur. When his vision cleared, he was astonished to find himself in a vast, immaculate hall. This grand chamber was astonishingly spacious, and when he gazed upward, the ceiling seemed to connect with the sky itself. Neatly arranged were towering bookshelves, akin to giant standing sentinel, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. Each shelf was densely lined with countless jade slips that twinkled with a faint luminescence, reminiscent of the brilliant stars scattered across the night sky. As Mu Changsheng surveyed the scene, a profound sense of reverence surged within him. Standing there, he acutely felt his own insignificance. Just as Mu Changsheng was immersed in awe of this scripture repository, an electronic synthesized voice suddenly resonated in his ears. Welcome to the repository of the heterodox system. A collection not limited to esoteric cultivation methods, but also encompassing orthodox practices. The techniques recorded in these jade slips are those that have been backed up by my previous hosts. Mu Changsheng swiftly turned his head to see a small orb radiating a soft white light, floating gracefully in midair. It darted about playfully, exuding a lively spirit. System? Is this your true form? Mu Changsheng gazed at the luminous orb in astonishment. Indeed, this is my essence. Quite impressive, wouldn't you agree? The white orb joyfully flitted around Mu Changsheng, its voice brimming with pride. Why are you so small? Mu Changsheng curiously scrutinized the orb, gesturing with his hands. I had imagined you to be quite large. The system and Oppo's demeanor stiffened, and it promptly materialized before Mu Changsheng, its voice tinged with exasperation. If it weren't Oppo's tea for you, I would not have suffered such grievous injuries. As a result, I am now less than 1% of my former glory. Not only have I endured great harm, but 90% of my treasured cultivation methods and artifacts have also vanished. You owe me compensation. Mu Changsheng lowered his head, unable to meet the furious gaze of the system. This isn't my fault. I'm just an ordinary person. I possess no such power. I don't care. From now on, any rare treasures you acquire must be shared with me, or beware of my wrath. The white orb threatened, hovering ominously above Mu Changsheng's head. Seeing this, Mu Changsheng immediately bowed in submission. System, I was wrong. From now on, I will certainly share whatever I have with you. Now that is more like it. The white orb resumed its lively dance around the hall. Taking a deep breath, Mu Changsheng cautiously inquired, System, will you teach me about cultivation? I shall not go back on my promise. The white orb conjured an arm and waved it toward Mu Changsheng, revealing 3 immaculate jade slips before him. The orb then picked up one slip and began to explain, This is the Blood Sea Divine Art, created by my second host. Mastery of it can lead to immortality. Mu Changsheng gazed at the slip with an eager expression, his greed palpable. System, can I learn this technique? You cannot. This art requires someone with the 5 elements spiritual root to cultivate. Then why present it? Mu Changsheng looked at the system in exasperation. Just for you to see. Mu Changsheng cast a mournful glance at the system, realizing it was merely retaliating for his earlier misfortune. Ahem. The system, noticing Mu Changsheng's gaze, felt the awkwardness and cleared its throat. The white orb collected 2 of the jade slips, leaving one to hover quietly before Mu Changsheng. This is the devouring heaven magic. Even those without spiritual roots can cultivate it, but it demands a substantial amount of vital energy. Otherwise, progress will be futile. The white orb presented this jade slip to Mu Changsheng, who eagerly accepted it, flipping through it with excitement. System, what level can this technique reach? This technique can elevate you to the pinnacle of the tribulation stage. Mu Changsheng curiously regarded the white orb. Why can't it lead to immortality? Attaining immortality requires not only technique, but also great fortune, immense willpower, and the path one forges for oneself. Lacking any of these elements, immortality remains unattainable. So, do not be greedy. Focus on your cultivation first. The white orb advised earnestly. I understand what I must do. Mu Changsheng humbly replied. Furthermore, during your cultivation journey, do not be reckless. My last host offended too many during the foundation and golden core stages, inciting the wrath of half the cultivation world. That individual even sacrificed his life-bound treasure, the 10,000 souls banner, to reach the nascent soul stage, unleashing a wave of slaughter in the cultivation realm, mercilessly killing numerous mortals in the process. Ultimately, he was besieged by dozens of nascent soul cultivators and thousands of golden core cultivators during the tribulation, and after his demise. I paid a great price to escape that world. The system continued to caution Mu Changsheng, hoping he would not emulate the arrogance of his predecessor and meet an early demise. The death of a host was a significant blow to the system, and prolonged imbalance between input and output could render it exceedingly weak. Didn't you assist your host during the siege? Mu Changsheng asked, bewildered. Respect others' destinies and relinquish the urge to help. I will only assist you during the chi refining stage. The rest of the journey must be traversed by you alone. Chapter 4. Spells. Is this what cultivation feels like? It is truly astonishing. Mu Changsheng meticulously experienced the subtle flow of spiritual energy within his body, circulating through his meridians and dantian, filling him with indescribable excitement. That single chi blood pill barely sufficed for him to step into the first layer of chi refining. To grow stronger, he would need to gather more chi blood pills to enhance his power. I understand. I merely find the current experience incredibly miraculous. The thread of spiritual energy flows through my control within my body. This sensation is beyond anything I have ever imagined. Mu Changxing's expression radiated exhilaration as he manipulated the spiritual energy, which flowed through his meridians and dantian. This experience is unimaginable for someone who has never undergone it. As Mu Changxing continued to control it, the scant spiritual energy in his dantian flowed into his palm, forming a faint, pulsating yellow energy sphere. Under his will, the yellow energy orb transformed into various shapes, and Mu Changxing gazed upon it with awe. After selecting a cultivation technique, with the system and Appos as assistants, he utilized the Qi blood pill to open his entire body's meridians and dantian, sparing him decades of arduous cultivation. Mu Changxing's innate talent is remarkably poor. Normally, it would take decades for one to enter the Qi refining stage. Without guidance and assistance, it is exceedingly difficult for an ordinary person to embark on the path of cultivation, let alone someone as talentless as Mu Changxing. He withdrew the waning spiritual energy and curiously inquired, "System, can I cultivate spells? You are currently only slightly stronger than an ordinary person, far from the level of externalizing spiritual power. Thus, it is best to abandon thoughts of cultivating spells." The system coldly interrupted Mu Changxing's thoughts, dousing his enthusiasm with a bucket of cold water. "When will I be able to cultivate spells?" Mu Changxing asked, unwilling to accept the answer. "Only after you have firmly stabilized the first layer of Qi refining can you learn various spells. Even if you were to learn them now, you lack the spiritual energy to cast even one." Upon hearing the system's explanation, Mu Changxing realized a troubling issue. "System, since I cannot learn any spells now, does that mean if I kill a prey, I cannot extract the Qi blood power from it? Must I rely on you to assist me every time?" The system sighed helplessly. "It is an unavoidable circumstance. Once you have solidified the first layer of Qi refining, you can act independently without my assistance." Mu Changxing sighed in resignation, acknowledging the truth. "Finally, I have stabilized the first layer of Qi refining. It has not been an easy feat." Mu Changxing opened his eyes from his cultivation, his tone filled with admiration. "It is inevitable. For the past half-month, you have been absorbing the Qi blood of beasts. The effects of ordinary beasts pale in comparison to those of humans. With the same quantity, human Qi blood is exponentially more effective than that of ordinary beasts. And you might have already entered the second layer of Qi refining." Mu Changxing sighed, "But my strength is too weak. Acting rashly against a human would lead to my swift demise. Although the effects of beast Qi blood are inferior, they are much safer. Indeed, you have not been blinded by momentary gains. There is great potential in your restraint," the system praised. Over the past half-month, Mu Changxing had devoted himself to hunting and cultivation. His appearance had grown increasingly disheveled, his coarse hemp clothing reduced to mere rags, rendering him more pitiable than a beggar in the city. Yet, this was not without merit, as it had allowed him to stabilize his first layer of Qi refining and prevented his cultivation from regressing due to the slow absorption of natural spiritual energy. "System, can I now cultivate spells?" Mu Changxing's face lit up with excitement. "Yes." As the system spoke, Mu Changxing once again entered the scripture pavilion within the system space, where he could freely select from all available spells. Before him appeared a multitude of jade slips, each containing various cultivation methods for spells. Mu Changxing picked up one slip and placed it on his forehead, feeling its essence. Wind Blade Technique requires a wind elemental root for cultivation. Fireball Technique requires a fire elemental root for cultivation. Water Mirage requires a water elemental root for cultivation. The more Mu Changxing examined these jade slips, the darker his expression became. He set them down and turned to the white orb of light, complaining, "System, I cannot cultivate any of these spells. Why present them to me?" The white orb floated before him. "Although you cannot cultivate these spells, you can forge a soul banner, allowing the souls within to cultivate, thus enabling you to use them directly later." Mu Changxing stared at the system in disbelief. "With my current strength, can I forge a soul banner?" "No. You must reach the third layer of Qi refining to forge a soul banner." Mu Changxing's face soured entirely as he glared at the white orb. "I show you these spells merely to inform you that countless spells await your learning. But I cannot learn these spells. Is this not akin to showing a eunuch a beautiful woman? Who says you cannot learn any spells here?" The white orb observed Mu Changxing's dissatisfaction as numerous jade slips vanished under the system's control, leaving him with only 4. Earthquake, Earth Spike Assault, Thick Earth Wall, Earth Escape Technique. "You can still learn these Earth-type spells," the system explained. Mu Changxing accepted the 4 jade slips, contemplating their essence, and realized he could indeed learn them. He then said, "System, I will go learn these 4 spells now." "Wait." The system halted Mu Changxing's movements. "What is it?" The white orb slowly floated before him. "Your elemental root limits your offensive capabilities, but there are still ways to become more powerful. It depends on whether you are willing to invest the effort." "What methods?" Mu Changxing asked, his expression filled with excitement. "Learning formations and crafting techniques. Both of these cultivation arts can make you significantly stronger, but they require an immense amount of time and dedication to learn." "Formations and crafting?" Mu Changxing fell into contemplation. Both formations and crafting demand considerable effort to master, yet they also consume resources at an alarming rate. Speaking of crafting alone, it is not something an ordinary person can endure. Crafting does not guarantee a successful creation each time, and the materials consumed in a single failure can amount to a staggering sum. The complexity of formations is even greater, requiring not only formidable mental strength, but also exceptional talent to unleash their full potential. Chapter 5. Formation and Artifact Refinement. The system observed Mu Changsheng, who stood in silence. Without urging him to make a decision, it quietly hovered before him, awaiting his choice. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Mu Changsheng turned to the white orb with a solemn expression, his voice resolute. System, I shall learn. Excellent, the system responded, pleased that Mu Changsheng had made the correct choice. Before him, 2 jade slips materialized, gently floating towards him. Mu Changsheng extended his hand to receive the slips, placing them against his forehead to sense their contents. Comprehensive Guide to Artifact Refinement and Introduction to Formations. Mu Changsheng was taken aback after skimming through the introductions on the slips. Is it truly this intricate? You may inquire about anything you do not understand at any time. The system reassured him. Another ring appeared in front of the white orb, slowly drifting towards Mu Changsheng. And you can take this. What is this? Mu Changsheng asked, curiosity evident in his gaze as he examined the ring. A spatial ring of spirit artifact grade, with an incredibly vast interior, the system explained. A spatial ring? Upon hearing this, Mu Changsheng excitedly directed his consciousness towards the ring, only to encounter an energy barrier obstructing his probing. Given Mu Changsheng's feeble consciousness, he dared not forcefully breach the barrier and instead cast a pleading glance at the white orb. System, why can my consciousness not penetrate the spatial ring? The spatial ring has yet to recognize its master through blood. It will naturally block your consciousness until you perform the blood recognition and leave your consciousness imprint. After that, the ring will no longer hinder your exploration, the system clarified. Ah, I see, Mu Changsheng remarked, enlightenment dawning upon him. He had often wondered, while reading cultivation novels, why protagonists needed to perform blood recognition on their spatial rings after erasing another's consciousness imprint to access the items within. This ring contains a plethora of formation and refinement materials. Should you require more after using them, you may request them from me, but you must return them afterward. Mu Changsheng stared, dumbfounded, at the white orb. I must return what I use. The white orb appeared exasperated at his response. We operate on a principle of mutual benefit and cooperation. I am not your caretaker or protector. Surely you understand the concept of borrowing and returning? Even guardians do not offer assistance without expectation. Mu Changsheng sincerely apologized. I'm sorry, it seems my thinking was flawed. Get lost, the white orb retorted, visibly irritated by Mu Changsheng's low moral standards. With a wave of its hand, Mu Changsheng was abruptly expelled from the system's library, his consciousness returning to his body. As he opened his eyes, recalling the system's words upon his ejection, Mu Changsheng murmured, is my moral standard truly so low? Reflecting on the myriad of underhanded tactics he had employed to survive in this world, he paused in realization. My moral standards do seem rather low. But I take pride in my actions. There is nothing wrong in doing what it takes to survive. This conviction only solidified his belief in the righteousness of his choices. Scoundrel, he thought. If I weren't a scoundrel, this peculiar system wouldn't even glance my way. The system remained silent. Suddenly, the previously tranquil ground began to tremble violently, leading to a chilling scene. Numerous sharp earth spikes erupted from the ground, swiftly advancing toward the massive, 4-meter-long Chanyuan tiger. Caught off guard by this sudden occurrence, the Chanyuan tiger was momentarily stunned, but being a dominant force in the vicinity, it reacted with remarkable agility. With a thunderous roar, it opened its gaping maw, the sound reverberating through the forest as if to shake the very mountains. Simultaneously, it propelled itself away with its powerful limbs, evading the impending threat. Yet, just as the Chanyuan tiger prepared to land, the ground beneath it seemed to be torn apart by an unseen force, collapsing into a chasm. Countless hard earth blocks and jagged stones surged with tremendous force, bombarding the tiger's abdomen like a torrential downpour. The impact was overwhelming. The Chanyuan tiger's once impervious belly was soon riddled with gaping wounds, crimson blood gushing forth and staining the earth. In agony, the tiger let out a heart-wrenching howl, yet it showed no signs of retreat, desperately attempting to escape the dire situation, striving to leap out of the pit. However, the spikes that had erupted earlier vanished without a trace, only to reappear like phantoms from the very pit it occupied. This time, they struck with greater speed and force, effortlessly piercing through the Chanyuan tiger's body, robbing it of any resistance. With a feeble growl, the fatally wounded tiger's gaze dimmed, its spirit fading. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the ground beside the tiger. Mu Changsheng gazed at the dying beast with exhilaration. With the essence of this tiger, combined with the vitality pills I and Appos, VE collected, I shall surely break through to the second level of Qi refinement. Extending his right hand, Mu Changsheng summoned a formidable force that extracted the tiger and Appos' essence, coalescing it into a small vitality pill before him. As he absorbed the tiger and Appos' life force, he also drew out its soul. The soul of the Chanyuan tiger was faint and translucent, on the verge of dissipating entirely. Mu Changxing first stored the vitality pill, then retrieved a jet-black stone from his spatial ring, enclosing the tiger's soul within it. Observing Mu Changxing's actions, the system cautioned, "This is merely the soul of an ordinary beast. It cannot serve as a qualified soul in the soul banner for combat." "I am aware," Mu Changxing replied, placing the soul stone within his spatial ring. "Then why did you store this tiger's soul in the soul stone?" The system inquired, perplexed. "While this tiger cannot become a suitable ghost, it can nourish human souls, strengthening the ghosts I possess," he explained. "You truly are one to take advantage." Unwilling to waste even the slightest benefit, the system remarked, exasperated. Mu Changxing countered, "This is merely resource conservation. How could one like you, who has never faced hardship, understand the value of resources?" Chapter 6, Qi Refinement Stage 2. As Mu Changxing progressed in his cultivation, dozens of blood essence pills floated before him, continuously drawn into his body. They entered his meridians, transforming into strands of pure spiritual energy, thereby augmenting the already formidable quantity of spiritual energy within him. As more and more blood essence pills were absorbed, the solitary spiritual cloud in his dantian swiftly bifurcated, evolving into two clouds of spiritual energy that gently hovered within. The remaining blood essence pills were likewise absorbed and infused into these two clouds, rendering them even more substantial. With a sudden exhale, Mu Changxing opened his eyes, which gleamed with determination as they pierced through the darkness of the cave's walls. The dim lighting no longer hindered his vision. He could discern the intricate patterns etched into the stone. Having entered the second layer of Qi refinement, he had attained the ability to see as clearly in the dark as in broad daylight. Once his meditation concluded, the system inquired, "You have now reached the second layer of Qi refinement. What are your next intentions?" The blood essence of the ordinary beasts in the Changyuan mountain range no longer holds any value for you, while the formidable demon beasts are beyond your current capabilities. Mu Changxing found himself deep within the Changyuan mountain range, over 100 miles from his original position, where he would soon encounter predatory demon beasts. The weakest among them possessed strength equivalent to that of a human in the Qi refinement stage, which was not a challenge he could currently undertake. Rising from the ground, Mu Changxing approached the cave entrance, gazing toward the location of Luoxia City. "I plan to venture into Luoxia City to gather more blood essence and souls. Once I reach the third layer of Qi refinement, I shall commence the crafting of the 10,000 Souls banner. Do you possess the confidence to forge the 10,000 Souls banner?" The system's voice bore a hint of surprise at Mu Changxing's ambitious decision. With a slight tilt of his chin, Mu Changxing radiated confidence. "After numerous attempts and failures, I now possess a considerable degree of assurance in my ability to forge the 10,000 Souls banner. While I cannot claim a success rate of 100%, I am confident that it stands at least at 70 to 80%. Upon hearing his resolute declaration, the system nodded internally, satisfied with his progress. "I must concede that your aptitude for formations and artifact crafting indeed surpasses that of the average person. Achieving a rudimentary understanding in merely 1 month is truly remarkable. It appears that my decision to teach you these two disciplines of cultivation was indeed wise." Gratitude washed over Mu Changxing and Apos' face as he responded, "Thank you for your unwavering patience in instructing me in the arts of formations and artifact crafting. Without your guidance, mastering these complex disciplines would have been utterly impossible." He recalled the arduous journey he had endured when first grappling with the intricate and profound knowledge. The convoluted structures of formations and the bewildering array of crafting materials had often left him disoriented and overwhelmed. However, thanks to the system's patient explanations, he gradually acquired mastery over these powerful cultivation techniques. Once Mu Changxing truly grasped these arts, he began to appreciate their immense benefits and allure. To echo the words of a sage from times past, this knowledge is indeed exquisite. Firstly, through relentless study and practice, he became adept in artifact crafting, skillfully utilizing a variety of materials and techniques to forge a plethora of formidable treasures, each with unique capabilities. Some artifacts unleashed devastating attacks, while others boasted remarkable defensive or supportive functions, even if he found himself at a disadvantage in pure cultivation and raw strength. Possessing a sufficient quantity of high-quality artifacts endowed him with the confidence to vanquish opponents with overwhelming force. Imagine, facing a formidable foe, Mu Changxing would resemble a mobile treasury, continuously producing astonishing artifacts, unleashing them like a tempest upon his adversary. Such a spectacle was truly awe-inspiring. Conversely, the path of formations filled him with even greater excitement and astonishment. By skillfully manipulating the surrounding terrain and integrating it with his expertise in formations, he could contend with opponents far superior in strength. In specific locales like valleys or perilous peaks, by laying down formations in advance, he could leverage the geographical advantages to ensnare his enemies, launching a fierce counterattack and easily achieving victory against the odds. Furthermore, the utility of formations extended beyond mere offense. They could serve as impenetrable defenses against adversarial assaults or deliver lethal strikes, provided he meticulously planned and arranged the appropriate formations. He could activate them at a moment's notice, facilitating a swift escape from perilous situations. Particularly, with first-tier formations such as the Great Teleportation Array, he needed only to predefine a destination and infuse the necessary energy into the formation plate. When faced with a crisis, a simple press of a button would transport him hundreds of miles away in the blink of an eye. Such an astonishing escape velocity was likely unmatched by any pursuer. Mastering these two extraordinary cultivation techniques ensured that Mu Changxing often found himself in an invulnerable position. This instilled within him a false sense of invincibility, as if there were no place he could not venture and no challenge he could not conquer. It seemed that, should he desire, he could traverse the world at will, unimpeded by any obstacle. Yet, he curbed this impulse, reminding himself that he was still merely a novice in formations. Far from mastering such advanced capabilities, the system replied matter-of-factly, "Your rewards are merely a reflection of your willingness to learn. Without that desire, my teachings would have been in vain." With a light chuckle, Mu Changxing responded, "Ah, how prideful you are." After noticing the system's silence, he remained unfazed and began to prepare for his journey to Luoxia City by employing the Earth Escape technique. Although this technique consumed some of his spiritual energy, it afforded him a safe passage, free from the fear of encountering powerful demon beasts along the way. As he activated the Earth Escape technique, he swiftly descended into the ground, leaving no trace of his departure. Chapter 7. Collecting materials for the Wandering Soul's banner. On this night, in the south of Luoxia City, amidst a forsaken graveyard, Mu Changxing's head slowly emerged from the earth. After cautiously surveying his surroundings and confirming the absence of danger, he finally pulled himself completely from the ground. Exhausted, he collapsed onto the ground, exclaiming, "I'm utterly spent. It took me 2 days and nights to traverse over 100 miles. Perhaps if you hadn't relied on the Earth Escape technique for your journey, you could have made it in just a day and a night," the system mocked. Though the endeavor was taxing, it was not without merit. Looking up at the luminous moon, Mu Changxing felt a tinge of joy in his voice. "What merit? My proficiency in the Earth Escape technique has significantly improved. I can now delve to depths of 100 meters underground. Is that truly worth celebrating?" The system scoffed. "Why wouldn't it be? As a mere second-tier Qi refinement practitioner, I can already reach depths of over 100 meters. Imagine how much deeper I could go once I become more powerful. Transforming into a mere groundhog hardly seems praiseworthy. Ah, you underestimate the Earth Escape technique. When I encounter danger in the future, I could plunge underground for tens of thousands of meters. Who could harm me then?" The system fell silent. Beneath the earth lies a miasma, a dread that cultivators of the orthodox path are loath to confront. The deeper one descends, the more potent the miasma becomes, posing a grave threat to orthodox cultivators. Those without formidable protective artifacts find their cultivation stagnated, requiring immense effort to expel the miasma from their bodies. In severe cases, their foundations may be damaged, leading to death. To navigate the subterranean realm safely, the Earth Escape technique is essential, as it isolates the miasma, allowing practitioners to traverse the depths unharmed. Many orthodox cultivators prefer soaring through the skies on flying swords, deeming it far more majestic and imposing than burrowing underground. As Mu Changxing lay on the ground, he detected faint sounds of footsteps, wheels rolling, and hushed conversation in the distance. In an instant, he melded into the earth, disappearing from sight. A few minutes later, 2 diminutive old men struggled to push a wooden cart towards him. One of the old men scanned the area before whispering to the other, oldly, "Let us just leave the bodies here. No one will know at this hour." "Is that wise? We haven't taken these corpses to a proper burial site. Will we be penalized for leaving them to rot?" The smaller old man hesitated. "Not to worry. I've been in this line of work for many years. I know the ins and outs. These individuals are all alone in the world. No one will care about their burial. And we only need to transport their bodies out of Luoxia City. If they had families, they wouldn't need us to handle the bodies. They would bury them themselves. At night, various carnivorous beasts will help us erase any traces. During the day, we'll leave hardly a trace behind." "Very well," the newly recruited old man conceded, swayed by his companion's confidence. "Come, lend a hand." Together, they laboriously tossed the corpses from the cart onto the ground. After completing their task, the 2 old men hastily returned towards Luoxia City. Once they were gone, Mu Changxing emerged from the earth, approaching the corpses sprawled before him. Each body bore distinct signs of death, some marked by weapon wounds, others by brutal beatings. Taking a deep breath, Mu Changxing extended his hand, unleashing an invisible force that drew the blood from the corpses, which then floated serenely before him. As he extracted the blood essence, he waved his wrist, peeling away the skin and bones from each body. The human skin and bones serve as crucial auxiliary materials for crafting the Wandering Soul's banner. Without them, the quality of the banner would suffer significantly. To forge a lower-tier artifact, the 100 Souls banner, he still required 95 more materials. Storing the auxiliary materials in his spatial ring, Mu Changxing gazed at the gathered blood essence with dissatisfaction, noting its inferior quality, hardly better than that of an ordinary beast. These individuals had been deceased for at least half an hour, so obtaining any blood essence at all was commendable. However, he realized he could not linger in the forsaken graveyard, waiting idly for opportunities. although the materials for crafting the 100 Souls banner were relatively easy to gather. The souls and blood essence would necessitate a venture into Luoxia City to procure. The system interjected, "Are you truly considering acting personally? The rules of this world differ from others. A cultivator striking at mortals could incur the wrath of the heavens." A sinister smile crept across Mu Changxing's face. "Who said I would act personally? Isn't that the case? Then what method do you propose for swiftly gathering the materials necessary for cultivation and artifact forging?" Mu Changxing did not directly answer the system's query, but instead inquired, "How did your previous host handle such situations?" "In the worlds I visited, the rules were not so stringent. Cultivators could engage mortals without fear of heavenly punishment, freely collecting the materials they required as long as they were not discovered by orthodox practitioners." Mu Changxing scoffed, "Cultivation is not merely about fighting and killing. While I cannot directly harm mortals, I can entice their desires for profit, inciting them to turn against one another. This way, I can still acquire the materials I need." Intrigued, the system asked, "What do you intend to do?" "Just watch my maneuvers closely." With that, Mu Changxing melded into the earth once more, hastening towards Luoxia City. At the Iron Wolf Gang's stronghold in the eastern part of Luoxia City, a group of burly men gathered around several large tables, joyfully drinking and watching two women dance on stage. Cheers erupted from the crowd as the dancers performed captivatingly. However, when the performance concluded, the women attempted to leave the stage, only to be met with discontented shouts from the gang members. "Excellent. Another dance. One more." One dancer, her expression troubled, glanced at the gang leader, Tai Yong, and said sweetly, "Leader Tai, our time is up. We must return." Tai Yong's expression darkened as he coldly commanded, "Stay and continue dancing." The two women, eyes wide with fear, hesitantly replied, "Leader Tai, staying overtime incurs additional charges." Furious, Tai Yong slammed his hand on the table. "What? Do you fear that your leader cannot afford it?" No. The women quickly shook their heads, resigned to continue dancing before the Iron Wolf Gang's members. Chapter 8. Endless Nonsense Leader, you are intoxicated. Allow us to escort you to your quarters. As the gathering of the Iron Wolf Gang came to a close, several burly men approached the slumbering Tai Yong, who lay sprawled across the table, and promptly assisted him towards his bedroom. "I am not drunk. Let me go. I can drink more." Tai Yong grumbled in dissatisfaction, attempting to break free from the grasp of his supporters. Yet, in his inebriated state, he was unable to escape their hold and stumbled towards the bedroom. Once they had settled him in and left, Tai Yong abruptly awoke, his eyes wide with anguish as he clutched his chest. What a calamity. That was all my money. He recalled the hundreds of taels he had spent earlier to maintain his facade of grandeur, and a sharp pain twisted in his heart. Though he considered shirking the payment owed to the dancers, those women were backed by the formidable Golden Blade sect, the most powerful faction in Luoxia City, a force far beyond the Iron Wolf Gang's reach. However, in his pursuit to win the hearts of his subordinates, Tai Yong felt compelled to expend vast sums to secure their loyalty. Somewhat cunning, yet not cunning enough, a cold, weathered voice echoed from behind him. "Who?" Tai Yong's heart raced with fear. He swiftly rolled forward, drawing two daggers concealed within his sleeves, and turned to face the source of the voice before he had even regained his balance. Peering into the shadowy corner of his bedroom, he beheld a figure cloaked in black, shrouded in mystery, rendering their features indistinguishable. If the cloaked individual chose to remain silent, Tai Yong would be none the wiser to their presence, even until dawn. With a subtle gesture, the figure beckoned Tai Yong, causing his daggers to slip from his grasp and fly into the hands of the cloaked one. "You think to harm me with such child's play?" The figure, Mu Changxing, toyed with the daggers, disdainfully scoffing. Before Tai Yong's astonished gaze, the daggers transformed into a cloud of iron powder, cascading to the ground. Feeling his legs weaken, Tai Yong fell to his knees before Mu Changxing, bowing his head in trepidation. "Master, it is I who lacks discernment and has offended you. Please, do not take offense." As a martial artist, Tai Yong understood that anyone capable of such feats transcended ordinary existence. The ease with which Mu Changxing had crushed the iron daggers was a demonstration of power reserved for the most formidable beings, far beyond his ability to resist. "Rise," Mu Changxing commanded with a wave of his hand, and Tai Yong found himself standing involuntarily. Mu Changxing approached him slowly, casually seating himself upon Tai Yong's bed. "I have come to present you with a fortuitous opportunity." At these words, Tai Yong's eyes sparkled with interest, his gaze fixed intently upon Mu Changxing. "Master, should you require my assistance, I shall devote myself entirely to your service." "Ah," Mu Changxing sighed softly. "A decade ago, I encountered a formidable dark cultivator intent on sacrificing the entire populace of the Great Chu dynasty to enhance his own strength." "What? Someone seeks to sacrifice the entirety of the Great Chu dynasty?" Tai Yong's expression turned to one of sheer terror. "Humph." Mu Changxing emitted a discontented grunt. Upon hearing this, Tai Yong's face paled. "Master, I beg your pardon. I should not have interrupted your narrative. Nonetheless, that was a matter of 10 years past. Such malevolent beings deserve to be eradicated. I could not stand idly by while the citizens of the Great Chu became fodder for his ascension. Thus, I engaged him in a fierce battle. After 10 days and nights of life and death struggle, I ultimately shattered his spirit, ensuring he could no longer inflict harm. However, this brutal conflict left me grievously wounded, my lifespan now dwindling. In the quiet moments as I awaited my demise, I received an immensely significant message. What news? Tai Yong inquired urgently, sensing that Mu Changsheng had ceased speaking. Rather than rebuke Tai Yong's curiosity, Mu Changsheng continued. A horde of dark cultivators from the extreme north wilderness is preparing to invade our southern region. Should they succeed in defeating our righteous cultivators, the entire southern region may become a slaughterhouse for their kind. Wilderness, dark cultivators, southern region, righteous path. Tai Yong's attention fixated on the unfamiliar names. His expression one of bewilderment. Indeed, the inhabitants of the wilderness are dark cultivators, while we of the southern region are righteous cultivators, quietly safeguarding our domain. The distance between the wilderness and our southern region is vast. Even I, a powerful cultivator, would require months to traverse it. For you mortals, it would be an insurmountable journey in a lifetime. Tai Yong's confusion deepened. If we are so far apart, why would they seek to invade our southern region? Mu Changsheng raised 2 fingers, stating, there are 2 primary reasons for this. Master, what are those reasons? Tai Yong gazed at Mu Changsheng with eager anticipation. The revelations he was encountering far surpassing the entirety of his past experiences, igniting a desire to learn more about this world. The first reason is that the common folk in the wilderness have nearly been entirely sacrificed by those dark cultivators. The remaining populace is insufficient to sustain their further empowerment. Upon hearing this, Tai Yong and Apos' knees buckled once more, and he knelt before Mu Changsheng, his expression one of dread. Master, have they slaughtered nearly all the beings in that realm? Mu Changsheng sighed in resignation. This is precisely why we refer to them as dark cultivators. They have utterly forsaken their humanity. There is nothing they would not do to augment their power. Master, if those terrifying dark cultivators invade our southern region, what shall we ordinary folk do? Tai Yong's fear overwhelmed him, tears streaming down his face as he gazed up at Mu Changsheng, terrified by the implications of his words. Enough. Mu Changsheng admonished Tai Yong sternly. What sort of man cries and wails in such a manner? Moreover, the distance between the wilderness and the southern region is immense. Even if those dark cultivators intend to invade, they would require years to prepare. This time will not only serve as their preparation, but also ours. If we can ready ourselves, we stand a chance to eradicate those accursed dark cultivators and preserve the peace of our southern region. With Mu Changsheng's reprimand, Tai Yong regained his composure. Right. We of the southern region have countless powerful beings like you, Master. Surely we can vanquish those vile dark cultivators. Chapter 9. If the public does not abandon. Upon regaining his senses, Tai Yong curiously inquired, Master Xianshi, you just mentioned that the group of evil cultivators invaded our Tiannan region for 2 reasons. What is the second reason? Sighing helplessly, Mu Changsheng replied, I must bear the blame for this. Had I not slain that formidable demon from the barbarian domain, it is possible that this group of evil cultivators would not have invaded our Tiannan region. Upon hearing this, Tai Yong quickly shook his head in disagreement. Master Xianshi, you cannot take the blame for this. We must thank you for protecting our Daoist dynasty, allowing us common folk to survive. Otherwise, we would have perished at the hands of that evil cultivator long ago. Mu Changsheng praised Tai Yong. Your ability to think this way shows your commendable character. Master Xianshi, the words I speak are from the depths of my heart and do not deserve such praise. Tai Yong replied earnestly as he looked at Mu Changsheng. I have come to seek your assistance out of necessity. To enhance our chances of victory in the Tiannan region, I must venture out in this weakened state to find a remedy for my injuries. It is only fitting that I contribute my last ounce of strength before I depart, to ensure that our region does not fall prey to those wicked cultivators, Mu Changsheng said, his tone laden with melancholic gravity. Tai Yong hesitated before asking, Master Xianshi, have you found a way to heal your injuries? Mu Changsheng's voice grew somber. Though I have discovered a method, it is one that is difficult for me to articulate. Tai Yong's expression turned serious as he gazed at Mu Changsheng. Master Xianshi, I will not hesitate to do whatever is within my power. If it ensures the continued safety of our Tiannan region, I am prepared to bear any cost. You do not understand. This approach is far too extreme, Mu Changsheng lamented. No, Master Xianshi, as long as it ensures the stability of our Tiannan region, I am willing to endure any cost, Tai Yong insisted. With a heavy sigh, Mu Changsheng replied, this course of action is too extreme, akin to the despicable evil cultivators. How can I, as a righteous cultivator, utter such words? In a state of agitation, Tai Yong exclaimed, Master Xianshi, great undertakings require one to overlook trivialities, especially when you are acting for the safety of our Tiannan region. Seeing Tai Yong's earnestness, Mu Changsheng decided to reveal the truth. I obtained a cultivation technique from the evil cultivator I defeated, which allows me to restore my injuries by absorbing the essence of mortals. However, a mere 1 or 2 mortals' essence would not suffice. I require a substantial amount to expedite my recovery. At this, Tai Yong's gaze flickered with a glint of cunning. And inwardly, he scoffed. The old man has finally revealed his true intentions after all that pretense. Regardless of how noble his previous words sounded, it all leads to the same end. He wishes for me to be his scapegoat. As a cultivator, He fears such deeds would tarnish his reputation. If I agree to be his scapegoat, I would be left to face the consequences alone while he remains unharmed in the shadows. I am not so foolish. Mu Changsheng, noticing the flicker in Tai Yong's eyes, sighed. This is indeed a difficult matter. It is not only you who feels troubled. I do not wish to proceed in this manner either. Master Xianshi, it is not that I am unwilling, but rather that this situation is too. Tai Yong glanced at Mu Changsheng with a troubled expression. Enough, enough. Mu Changsheng's outstretched hand froze in place. In that moment of hesitation, Tai Yong caught sight of an aged book in Mu Changsheng's hand. As Tai Yong recognized the title on the cover, Indestructible King of Hellseal, Mu Changsheng swiftly withdrew the book and turned to retreat into the shadows, leaving behind a faint whisper in Tai Yong and Appo's ear. It appears you are not the fated person I seek. It is a shame to part with this cultivation method, which can single-handedly raise a city and grant one a lifespan of 1,000 years, yet I cannot find a worthy practitioner. The echo of Mu Changsheng's words lingered in Tai Yong's mind. Single-handedly raise a city, lifespan of 1,000 years. These brief phrases ignited a fervent desire within Tai Yong, causing his eyes to turn crimson and his breath to quicken. Suddenly, Mu Changsheng felt something gripping his right leg and looked down to find Tai Yong inexplicably on the ground, tightly clutching his thigh. Upon noticing Mu Changsheng's gaze, Tai Yong immediately donned a fawning smile. Master Xianshi, no, esteemed elder. I have never been valued in my life. You are the first to recognize my worth. If you would accept me as your disciple, I wish to honor you as my father, to acknowledge my lineage, and to serve you faithfully. I will fulfill any command you give, even at the cost of my life. Mu Changsheng's expression stiffened. He had not anticipated encountering someone even more shameless than himself. His outstretched hand hung suspended in the air, yet as he met Tai Yong's eager and sincere gaze, he found it difficult to refuse the man's goodwill. Ah, behold, I have encountered someone even more brazen. The moral high and low of humanity truly reflects a chasm greater than that between ants and true dragons. Mu Changsheng ignored the system's mocking voice, hesitating for a moment before gently patting Tai Yong's head. In a stammering voice, Mu Changsheng said, Yonger, you have a good heart. Ah, father, do you agree? Tai Yong lifted his head, his face alight with joy as he looked at Mu Changsheng. Beneath his cloak, Mu Changsheng's expression was both complex and entertaining, though he forced himself to maintain composure. Yonger, since you have made this request, and we share a fateful connection, I have no reason to refuse you. Tai Yong's face radiated pure excitement. Wonderful. I finally have a father, and am no longer an orphan. Mu Changsheng surveyed the 30 to 40-year-old man acting like a child and felt a wave of disgust, yet for the sake of future utility, he maintained a facade of calm. Yonger, the ground is cold. Let us speak while standing. Mu Changsheng placed a hand on Tai Yong's shoulder, helping him rise from the ground. Tai Yong, seizing the opportunity, stood up and supported Mu Changsheng's arm as they walked back to the spot where they had been seated. Father, you still bear injuries. Standing for too long is detrimental to your recovery. Please, take a seat and rest properly. You have a kind heart, Mu Changsheng replied, allowing himself to sit once more. Chapter 10. Father departs. Son smiles after Tai Yong and the others settled down. They knelt before Mu Changsheng, gazing up at him with an expression of utmost seriousness. Father, your actions, taken for the safety of countless beings in the southern domain, are indeed a necessary burden. I understand your plight, and I shall devote myself wholeheartedly to this task. Tai Yong was unaware of the vastness of the southern domain or the multitude of lives it encompassed, and could only express himself with vague approximations, his words imbued with solemnity. Mu Changsheng placed his hand gently upon Tai Yong's head, stroking it softly. My son, your sincerity is commendable. Father, for the safety of countless beings in the southern domain, any cost is bearable. Surely, those chosen will share this resolve. To die for the southern domain is an honor beyond measure. Tai Yong gazed at Mu Changsheng with an obsequious expression. Mu Changsheng acknowledged Tai Yong's earnestness. You speak wisely. To perish for the greater good of the southern domain is indeed an honor that many strive for throughout their lives, but never attain. Rest assured, father, I shall set about fulfilling this task immediately. Tai Yong made to rise. Mu Changsheng called out to him, my son, hold on a moment. Tai Yong felt a surge of joy within, but maintained his obsequious smile, looking at Mu Changsheng with respect. Father, do you have further instructions? Now that we are father and son, it is unbecoming for you to be so weak. Take this technique and cultivate it. Mu Changsheng handed Tai Yong the immovable king seal. Feigning confusion, Tai Yong looked at Mu Changsheng. Father, what is this? This is a technique that requires the absorption of others and Appo's vital energy for cultivation. Once mastered, you could easily destroy a mortal city, and your lifespan would extend to a millennium. Tai Yong pretended to hesitate, raising his hands in the air. Father, this cannot be a forbidden technique, can it? Uncertain if Mu Changsheng was testing him, he feigned reluctance to maintain a position of advantage, allowing for potential retreat. My son, I have checked. You possess no innate talent for cultivation. This technique is your only means to enter the ranks of immortals. Once you have mastered it, and my injuries have healed, I will assist you in changing your technique to become a true immortal. taking you to the realms where immortals reside. Tai Yong respectfully accepted the immovable king's seal, looking at Mu Changxing with gratitude. Father, you are too kind. This is what a father ought to do. As Tai Yong perused the cultivation technique, he realized it required the consumption of vast amounts of living beings' essence, and that the cultivation speed was astonishingly rapid. With a bitter expression, he looked at Mu Changxing. Father, I cannot cultivate this. My mind has been clouded by my injuries. I completely forgot about your inability to cultivate. Mu Changxing feigned regret. Father, this is not your fault. Mu Changxing retrieved a vitality pill from his spatial ring, letting it hover before Tai Yong. Come, my son, sit cross-legged. I shall teach you how to cultivate. From now on, you need only follow my instructions. Yes, father. Tai Yong, filled with excitement, sat cross-legged before Mu Changxing, eagerly awaiting his guidance. Under Mu Changxing and Appo's control, the vitality pill flew into Tai Yong and Appo's body, while pure spiritual energy flowed from Mu Changxing's palm into Tai Yong's meridians and dantian. Guided by Mu Changxing, Tai Yong absorbed all the spiritual energy contained within the pill, beginning to operate the immovable king seal's cultivation method. The scant spiritual energy within his meridians continually fortified his flesh and bones. Once the spiritual energy had fully reinforced Tai Yong and Appo's body, Mu Changxing ceased his guidance. Tai Yong opened his eyes, keenly sensing the changes within him. He clenched his fists, muscles bulging, veins protruding grotesquely. Is this the power of an immortal? Now, I could easily crush my former self with a single punch. He murmured to himself. The sudden surge of power inducing subtle changes in his mentality, making him increasingly arrogant. Mu Changxing interrupted Tai Yong's reverie. You are still merely equivalent to a congenital warrior among mortals, not yet at the level of an immortal. You must continue to cultivate to grow stronger. Though Mu Changxing's tone was unremarkable, his words resonated in Tai Yong's mind like the tolling of a great bell, awakening him from his daydream. You speak the truth, father. Tai Yong quickly offered his apologies. Continue to cultivate as I have instructed. Once you achieve mastery, and my injuries have sufficiently healed, I will take you to the true realm of immortals. Yes, father. Tai Yong looked at Mu Changxing with gratitude. Father, do you have any other commands? Find a secret chamber. I require a quiet space to arrange matters, ensuring that outsiders remain oblivious to our father-son dealings. Yes, father, follow me. Tai Yong opened a hidden passage within his chamber and led Mu Changxing underground. In the depths of the earth, they arrived at a secluded chamber. Tai Yong respectfully inquired, Father, what do you think of this place? It is quite satisfactory. Mu Changxing nodded in approval. I will arrange it here. You shall cultivate within this chamber, and the surrounding world will remain unaware of the malevolent aura emanating from here. From now on, only you may bring others here, and all that I require must be acquired within this space. Do not bring in those who have perished outside. They will not aid my recovery. Understood, father. Now go. Upon receiving his orders, Tai Yong swiftly exited the chamber, heading towards the outside world. However, after leaving the chamber, he did not immediately summon his subordinates to capture individuals, but instead hastily departed the Iron Wolf Gang's headquarters alone. Finding a solitary beggar, he dragged the unfortunate soul into a dim alleyway and began to siphon the essence from his veins. It seems that old man did not deceive me. Consuming the essence of others indeed leads to greater strength. Chapter 11. Turning stone into gold after Mu Changxing and Tai Yong departed. A concealed chamber was carved out beneath the secret room, where he began to set up a formation. Observing Mu Changxing's meticulous arrangements, the system inquired curiously, do you believe he will accept your fabricated narrative? Whether he believes or not is inconsequential. What matters is that he harbors a semblance of doubt. Once he attempts the cultivation method I provided and discovers its authenticity, the other questionable elements will lose their significance, Mu Changxing replied. It seems your skills in deception are indeed remarkably refined, the system remarked. In order to survive in this world, I have resorted to trickery far too often. Honing my craft with each endeavor, Mu Changxing confessed. The dialogue exchanged between Mu Changxing and Tai Yong was entirely fabricated, devoid of any truth. Even the matters concerning the Tiannan region and the Wild region were mere figments of Mu Changxing's imagination. He was unaware of the name of the place he currently occupied, so how could he possibly divulge authentic information to Tai Yong? The system couldn't help but chide. Yet you have not uttered a single truth from beginning to end. Mu Changxing responded earnestly. Oh, but there is a truth. That cultivation technique is indeed viable. The system couldn't suppress a facepalm. How can you claim that is the truth? That technique is intended for puppet crafting. The deeper one cultivates, the more they will be completely subjugated under your control. Regardless, that technique is genuinely cultivatable. Achieving its pinnacle could rival a foundation establishment practitioner, Mu Changxing asserted. The technique he provided to Tai Yong was not originally called the Indomitable King Seal. It was merely a secret method from the Devouring Heaven demonic art, designed for puppet crafting. As Tai Yong delved deeper into this technique, he would gradually fall under Mu Changxing's influence, completely oblivious to it. The system couldn't help but mock. How shameless. In this world, deception was a fundamental aspect of existence. While Mu Changsheng engaged in casual conversation with the system, he diligently continued to arrange the formation. Precious materials were placed into the formation, including soul stones and blood essence stones, resources provided by the system, for otherwise, Mu Changsheng would have been unable to procure them. In this world, once a person passed away, their soul could only linger for a minute. Mu Changsheng's task was to capture the soul within that fleeting moment, otherwise, it would be utterly obliterated thereafter. Once the soul-gathering banner was completed, he could trap these souls within it, commanding them to engage in combat and slaughter. Knock, knock, knock. As Mu Changsheng finished arranging the formation and took a moment to rest, a knock echoed from the chamber door. The system jested, "Your son has returned. What could he possibly want after just leaving?" Mu Changsheng pondered with curiosity as he opened the door. "Father," Tai Yong greeted respectfully upon seeing Mu Changsheng. "What brings you here?" Mu Changsheng inquired. "Father, I regret to inform you that I forgot to mention something earlier," Tai Yong said, his gaze cast downwards. His face filled with shame. "What is it?" Tai Yong looked up, shame writ large on his face. "Father, the individuals under my command are merely a motley crew. To motivate them to work earnestly, I require substantial funds, yet as a mere gang leader, I cannot provide such amounts." "Oh, how much do you need?" Mu Changsheng asked with a smile that danced on the edge of mirth. "Father, I believe I need to capture someone and offer them 1 or 2 silver coins to ensure their diligence," Tai Yong suggested. Mu Changsheng found Tai Yong's reasoning sound. To elicit earnest effort from others, one must offer ample incentives. 1 or 2 silver coins is too little. How about 3? With a swift motion, Mu Changsheng grasped a large chunk of the wall, which he pulled towards himself. A bracelet on his wrist began to emit a soft white glow that enveloped the stone, altering its material composition. Under Tai Yong's astonished gaze, the stone transformed within seconds into a magnificent golden ingot. Mu Changsheng tossed the ingot to Tai Yong, who caught it in shock and examined it closely. "Father, how is this possible?" Tai Yong asked, his eyes wide as he realized the ingot was genuine gold. Unbeknownst to Tai Yong, he had overlooked the artifact on Mu Changsheng and Apos' wrist, assuming it was merely a powerful spell that had wrought this transformation. Mu Changsheng boasted, "Altering material structure is a feat achievable by any formidable cultivator. Is it really something only powerful cultivators can accomplish?" Tai Yong pondered, his desire for strength intensifying. Mu Changsheng painted a grand vision for Tai Yong. "Once you master the indomitable King Seal, you too shall have the ability to achieve such feats. Is that true, father?" Do you doubt my words?" Mu Changxing inquired, noticing Tai Yong's sudden change in demeanor. "No, father, how could I dare to doubt you?" Tai Yong stammered, fear evident in his eyes. "Very well, you may leave. If funds run low, feel free to request more." "Yes, father," Tai Yong replied, bowing respectfully before hastily departing. The following morning, all members of the Iron Wolf gang gathered in their headquarters, their eyes fixed intently on Tai Yong, who occupied the elevated seat. "Boss, why have you summoned us so early?" one impatient leader asked, breaking the silence. "Patience. Why the rush?" Tai Yong admonished, casting a disapproving glance at the speaker. "My apologies." "Boss," the leader replied, bowing his head in contrition. Surveying the gathered members, Tai Yong finally spoke. "Now that we are all present, I shall not keep you in suspense. Last night, I received a substantial order. Someone is interested in the business of selling people. Who among you wishes to join me?" Tai Yong and Apos' swept across the room as he posed the question. "Boss, how substantial is this order?" Someone couldn't and Apos' to contain their curiosity. Tai Yong grinned mysteriously, revealing a menacing smile. "As many as you can procure, we will take them all." "Boss, this truly is a significant order. Who are they to make such bold claims?" The crowd erupted with inquiries. "While I cannot disclose their identity, I assure you, as long as you can bring in individuals, we will accept them all without hesitation." Chapter 12. Embezzlement. "Boss, can we ascertain the worth of a person?" Someone inquired with curiosity. Tai Yong extended 5 fingers toward the crowd. 5 taels of silver for one person? The crowd looked at Tai Yong and shook their heads in denial. 50 taels? Another bold guess emerged. Tai Yong glared at this group, consumed by greed, and roared in anger. "Do you think they are a bunch of fools? Who could possibly be worth 50 taels? Then, boss, how much is it?" A subordinate murmured, frustrated. The other members of the Iron Wolf gang exchanged puzzled glances, bewildered by their leader's sudden fury, which starkly contrasted with his usual demeanor. 500 won per person. "What? 500 won? Boss, is that person insane? That price is ludicrous." "Boss, our Iron Wolf gang may be a small faction, but we shouldn't and Apos be treated like beggars." The group collectively voiced their discontent, expressing their dissatisfaction with Tai Yong and Apos' quoted price. Bang! Tai Yong slammed his hand onto the wooden table, shattering it into splinters that scattered across the room. The moment the gang witnessed their leader's wrath, their complaints ceased immediately. Once the room fell silent, Tai Yong stood up from his chair and strode to the center of the group, speaking in a low yet commanding voice. 500 won is not a trivial amount. This time, we only need to capture the individuals and bring them to our Iron Wolf gang's headquarters. They will come for the goods on their own. We need not concern ourselves with escorting them out of the city. Moreover, the best part is that they do not discriminate. It does not matter if they are young or old, male or female. As long as you bring in one person, you will receive 501. Is that not sufficient? The crowd listened in silence, their expressions transforming into astonished excitement as they began to discuss amongst themselves. So we only need to bring them to our headquarters? We want Daoist. Do you have to find a way to smuggle them out of the city? This task is too simple. The best part is that we don't have to waste time searching for specific people. If I can capture 10 individuals in one night. Would Daoist. That mean I could earn 5 taels of silver? This is far too easy. I believe we can manage this. Yes, let Daoist. Proceed. Boss, we accept this task. Seeing the enthusiastic expressions on his subordinates' faces, Tai Yong could not help but feel a wave of satisfaction wash over him. For every person captured, he could secretly pocket 2.5 taels of silver. What a lucrative deal. He truly was the leader of the Iron Wolf gang. I am pleased to see your determination, Tai Yong said, a smile of approval gracing his face. Prepare yourselves. But remember, you must not let anyone discover your intentions. Otherwise, our entire Iron Wolf gang will face grave consequences. Boss, rest assured, we are professionals at this. We will not be discovered. The group pounded their chests confidently, exuding an air of self-assurance. That night, the members of the Iron Wolf gang began delivering their chosen targets to the secret chamber of their headquarters. While Tai Yong's task was to escort these individuals to the true secret chamber where Mu Chongqing awaited to carry out the executions. Deep underground, Mu Chongqing observed the blood essence pills and materials required for the soul banner being absorbed by the formation before him. He mused. This efficiency is far superior to scavenging corpses. The system, noting that the materials Mu Chongqing required had been collected in less than half a day, could not help but commend. Indeed, your kind is often more ruthless towards your own. But this world operates on the principle of the survival of the fittest. The big fish devours the little shrimp, and the shrimp consumes the mud. Unfortunately, while the materials have been amassed, your cultivation still falls short, preventing you from refining the soul banner. Mu Chongqing gazed at the numerous blood essence pills before him. Lacking the requisite cultivation was inconsequential. With such an abundance of pills available for cultivation, he was confident that he would soon reach the minimum requirement to refine the soul banner. Unperturbed by his inadequate cultivation, Mu Chongqing immersed himself in training, no longer preoccupied with external affairs. Time raced by, and a month swiftly passed. Meanwhile, the eastern part of Luoxia City descended into a state of alarm, with numerous citizens disappearing every night. This prompted many residents to flee the eastern region for their safety, naturally drawing the attention of the authorities. Under the orders of the city lord of Luoxia, a multitude of officials and soldiers began patrolling the eastern area at night, determined to apprehend the culprits responsible for the abductions. As the officials and soldiers intensified their vigilance, the members of the Iron Wolf gang were compelled to curtail their abduction activities to avoid exposure and capture. In the Iron Wolf gang's headquarters, Tai Yong glared at his subordinates, who had brought him fewer than 30 captures, his fury palpable. Why have today's numbers diminished so drastically? A trembling subordinate stammered, Boss. The eastern region is now under strict lockdown. A significant number of officials and soldiers are on duty at night, leaving us with no opportunity to act. If we attempt to abduct someone at night, even the slightest disturbance will draw the attention of the officials and soldiers, and our actions will be exposed. Yes, boss. It's not that we don't want to catch more people, but the eastern region is currently under lockdown, and we have no chance to strike. Several leaders voiced their grievances, expressing their disdain for the authorities interfering with their profit-making endeavors, yet they felt compelled to tread carefully in the face of such a formidable power. Boom. A deafening crash reverberated through the air as Tai Yong shattered the iron door leading to the secret chamber with a single strike. Useless. A bunch of good-for-nothings. Tai Yong bellowed, his voice echoing with rage. B-boss, how have you become so powerful? The subordinate stared in disbelief at Tai Yong, astonished by his newfound strength. Was this the same Tai Yong who had once been a mere third-rate martial artist? Now, he was not only immensely powerful, but had also become increasingly volatile, transforming into someone they barely recognized. The frightened leaders cautiously suggested, Boss, please calm down. If it becomes too much, we can devise another plan. Tai Yong, realizing his own volatility, took several deep breaths to regain his composure. He had not considered that his emotional instability stemmed from the challenges of his cultivation methods. Rather, he attributed it to the sudden influx of power and the subsequent scarcity of training materials. Chapter 13. The Great Elixir. Tai Yong waved his hand at the crowd, asserting that the sudden intervention of the authorities was not their concern. You all should go rest for now. Allow me some time to devise a solution. Boss, are you truly unscathed? One of the leaders inquired, his worry evident. I am fine. Have you not noticed how powerful your leader has become? Tai Yong raised his arm, the sinewy muscles and bronze skin exuding an imposing presence that left the onlookers in awe. Very well, boss. Just don and Daoist. Overexert yourself. If this business becomes too troublesome, we can forego it. After all, everyone has earned at least several hundred taels of silver in the past month, enough for us to live comfortably for over a decade. Enough. You are all my brothers. It is my duty to lead you in amassing wealth. I do not require your guidance. Tai Yong chuckled as he ushered them out of the Iron Wolf Gang and Appo's hidden chamber. During this period, Tai Yong had also experienced the remarkable benefits of cultivating his vital energy. The speed of his training was astonishing, with no obstacles in sight. He found the notion of halting his training to rely on others utterly unthinkable. The continuous feeling of empowerment brought about an overwhelming sense of security, making him utterly enamored with this sensation. Once the crowd had departed, Tai Yong moved the unconscious 20 or so individuals into a more concealed chamber. Upon entering, he was accustomed to the strong scent of blood that filled the air and found himself oddly attracted to it. With reverence, Tai Yong called out, "Father, I require your wisdom for an important matter." "What is it?" As soon as Tai Yong finished speaking, Mu Changxing appeared behind him. "Father," Tai Yong said respectfully, turning to greet Mu Changxing. "The situation is as follows." He proceeded to detail the troubles currently besieging the Iron Wolf Gang, hoping Mu Changxing could bolster the strength of its members to better execute Tai Yong's commands. Mu Changxing regarded Tai Yong with a bemused expression. "Oh? You wish to enhance the strength of your gang's members?" Tai Yong responded earnestly, "Yes, father. Only by augmenting their strength can they effectively fulfill the tasks you assign. If their abilities remain too weak, they will struggle to accomplish your directives, which would significantly hinder your recovery." Mu Changxing pondered this for a moment. "You speak with reason. Since they are willing to wholeheartedly serve you and me, we cannot allow their abilities to falter, lest it impede my healing process." He reflected on the inadequacy of their numbers for the impending counteroffensive against the invading cultists in a few years. With a wave of his hand, Mu Changxing produced over 100 vitality pills from his spatial ring, beginning the process of refining them once more. Streams of earthy yellow spiritual energy erupted from him, enveloping the vitality pills. Under his meticulous refinement, the fist-sized pills rapidly shrank, ultimately transforming into diminutive red elixirs the size of a fingertip. "Take these pills," Mu Changxing instructed, as the potions floated gently towards Tai Yong. "Father, what are these?" Tai Yong asked, bewildered as he accepted the pills and looked at Mu Changxing in confusion. Mu Changxing explained nonchalantly, "These are the great elixirs, which can spare a warrior decades of arduous training. If each of your members consumes one, in just 3 days, they will attain the realm of first-rate warriors." A delighted expression graced Tai Yong's face as he bowed deeply. "Thank you for your generosity, father." He harbored no doubts regarding Mu Changxing's claims, having witnessed his miraculous feats countless times. If he asserted that ordinary individuals could become first-rate warriors in 3 days, it was undoubtedly true. "Go forth." "Yes." Tai Yong exited the chamber swiftly after incapacitating the unconscious individuals. Unbeknownst to him, practitioners of the mystical arts were advised against striking at mortals, as it could lead to inner demons and tribulations in his future cultivation. Yet, Tai Yong saw no opportunity to break through his own limitations. As the members of the Iron Wolf Gang began their training with the great elixirs, a brief tranquility settled over the eastern part of the city, leading the authorities to believe their strategies had succeeded. They dispatched additional officers and soldiers to maintain order, ensuring that the atmosphere of fear among the populace did not escalate. Once the hundreds of Iron Wolf Gang members concluded their training, they promptly launched a larger-scale night raid. Clatter. A patrol of 10 soldiers traversed the streets of the Eastern District when 2 burly figures clad in dark attire lurked in the shadows, fixated on the patrol team. "Third brother, isn't it unwise to confront the soldiers directly? This may provoke the authorities." The shorter of the two expressed his hesitation. Third brother scoffed dismissively. "What is there to fear? Both of us are first-rate warriors now. Capturing these ordinary men will be a trivial endeavor." Since becoming a first-rate warrior, a status he had once envied, Third brother's confidence had swelled, leading him to regard the previously feared soldiers with disdain, eager to capture them. "Third brother, it is not that I doubt our capabilities, but the boss has repeatedly cautioned us to remain low-key and avoid attracting undue attention." Third brother's enthusiasm waned as he considered his companion's advice. "If we swiftly subdue these 10, no adverse information will leak. As long as we can maintain our title of top captors this month, we may receive another great elixir, enough to further enhance our strength. Are you not tempted?" Upon hearing of the great elixir, the shorter man's eyes glimmered with greed. "Third brother, it's not that I have no interest in the great elixir. I wish for an abundance of them as well. However, such arrogance may lead to increased patrols from the soldiers, complicating our operations. If our brothers fail to fulfill the boss's orders, it will be quite embarrassing for all of us." After considering his brother's counsel, Third brother's initial eagerness subsided. "You were right. If we fail to complete the boss's tasks and exacerbate the situation, we will surely face severe punishment. Let us spare these ants for now." Third brother glared menacingly at the patrol team before hastily following his companion into the night. Chapter 14. Individual Reactions. Bang. The table crafted from Ziyun wood resonated with a thunderous clap as someone struck it, appearing on the verge of collapse. Why? Despite dispatching numerous officers and soldiers to the Eastern District, has the nefarious act of disappearing populations continued unabated? Are you all merely incompetent fools? Li Baiguang, the lord of Luoxia City, bellowed in fury at the officials gathered in the hall, his rage palpable. Upon hearing Li Baiguang's wrathful outburst, the officials bowed their heads in silence, fearing that his ire might be directed at them. My lord, it is not due to our lack of diligence in patrolling, but rather, we are utterly unable to locate the culprits, as if a band of martial arts masters were sweeping through, abducting the populace. A trembling captain stepped forward, his head lowered in trepidation. Martial arts masters? Slap. Enraged by this response, Li Baiguang hurled the documents in his hand directly at the captain's head. Where do so many martial arts masters come from? Within the confines of Luoxia City, there are but a handful of renowned first-rate experts and innate martial artists. Do you truly believe these masters would stoop to abducting common folk? Li Baiguang confronted the captain with fury, his voice echoing through the hall. My lord, if someone is capable of abducting people right under the noses of my soldiers and officers, aside from martial arts masters, I cannot conceive who else could achieve such a feat. Surely, it cannot be powerful immortals? Immortals would not engage in such acts. The captain's face was etched with despair. Martial arts masters and immortals? Is that even plausible? The crowd fell into a profound silence, heads bowed in contemplation. The situation in the Eastern District was too bizarre for the officials of Luoxia City to comprehend. Besides the two categories mentioned by the captain, who else could possibly execute such a clandestine operation amidst the vigilant patrols? Taking a deep breath to calm his agitation, Li Baiguang surveyed the officials present and inquired, do you have any viable solutions? If this situation of abductions in the Eastern District persists, the entire Luoxia City may descend into a state of fear and panic. My lord, the only viable course of action may be to have the leaders of various gangs in Luoxia City mobilize their elite personnel to assist us in uncovering the identity of these abductors. After a lengthy silence, an official quietly proposed, my lord, I believe this suggestion has merit. The murmurs of agreement filled the air. Listening to the discussions around him, Li Baiguang's expression darkened, yet he found himself without a better alternative and sighed heavily. Very well, let it be done. Have those gang leaders rally their forces to investigate in the Eastern District. We must identify those wretched criminals. Understood. Boss, something feels amiss? Iron Brave, engrossed in his training, was interrupted by a few frantic gang leaders rushing in. With a puzzled look, Iron Brave inquired about the commotion. What has transpired? A leader replied cautiously. A multitude of gang leaders has appeared in the Eastern District. Iron Brave's confusion deepened. He could not fathom why the presence of gang leaders in the Eastern District would provoke such alarm. These leaders are renowned figures from Luoxia City, most of whom are first-rate martial artists. One leader continued carefully. Moreover, alongside the leaders, there are numerous well-known strong individuals actively investigating the disappearances of the common folk in the Eastern District. They have likely been summoned by the authorities for this purpose. Another voice chimed in with concern. Boss, could it be that the government has caught wind of something? The fact that all notable strong individuals from Luoxia City are converging in the Eastern District? Iron Brave raised his hand to quell the rising panic among his men. It seems they have indeed sensed some irregularities, but our brothers have managed to remain undetected, so we need not worry excessively. What should we do next, boss? Should we eliminate all the gang leaders entering the Eastern District, or lie low for a while? That is not an option. Iron Brave decisively rejected the suggestion. Since these gang leaders have all gathered in the Eastern District, let our brothers proceed to the western, southern, and northern regions. The capture operations must not cease. But we need not engage in conflict with these individuals. A leader voiced his confusion. Boss, why can't we lie low for a while? Wouldn't that be safer? Iron Brave managed a wry smile. The precious pills you each consume are not inexpensive. We require a substantial population to offset the cost. Otherwise, the exorbitant compensation alone could plunge our Iron Wolf gang into dire straits. He refrained from revealing the full truth, opting instead for a half-truth to guide his men. I understand, boss. We know what to do now. The expressions of several leaders turned serious. Recognizing that the Iron Wolf gang now stood precariously on the edge of a cliff, with no retreat in sight. The adversary, capable of providing such powerful pills to enhance their strength, could easily obliterate the current Iron Wolf gang. Bang! The opulent table, crafted from Ziyun wood, rattled violently as Li Baiguang struck it, appearing ready to topple. The officials seated below displayed palpable anxiety, their heads bowed as they observed Li Baiguang's movements with trepidation. You useless fools! Despite the multitude of you searching the Eastern District, not only have you failed to locate those wretched thieves, but the other districts are now witnessing a surge in disappearances. Li Baiguang's furious roars reverberated through the hall, echoing in the ears of those present. Li Baiguang found himself overwhelmed by the turmoil engulfing Luoxia City. Now, rather than merely the Eastern District, other areas were also experiencing alarming rates of disappearance, fueling his frustration as the city lord. If this matter were not swiftly resolved and word of such chaos spread throughout Luoxia City, his position as lord would be in jeopardy. My lord, it is not that we lack effort. Rather, those thieves are exceedingly cunning and devious, operating in the shadows while we remain in the light. No matter how we respond, they can easily adapt their plans and manipulate us. An official reported, trembling with fear. Li Baiguang erupted in anger at the speaker. Are you not capable of devising a solution? What do you think the court pays you for? Is it merely to sustain a band of incompetents? Chapter 15. Calculation, my lord. The only course of action now is to dispatch more personnel to scour the eastern region of the city and to completely seal off the roads leading to other areas. We must pay a greater price to uncover the whereabouts of those wretched thieves. Although many officials have been scolded by Li Baiguang as worthless, in order to maintain their positions, they can only endure the humiliation and offer their counsel. Li Baiguang cast a fierce gaze upon the assembled officials. Since you have devised a plan, why are you not acting on it? One official, summoning his courage, reported in a hushed tone, "My lord, this requires more silver." "How much silver do you require?" At least 100,000 taels." The official lowered his head even further. Unable to meet Li Baiguang's furious expression, "I shall provide you with whatever amount you need, but if you do not capture those thieves within half a month, you shall all resign alongside me." Li Baiguang's expression darkened ominously as he surveyed the crowd. Silver can be spent and earned back, but losing one's official title is a far more arduous endeavor. "Yes, my lord." The officials exchanged glances, their faces tinged with bitterness, yet they dared not voice dissent. To anger Li Baiguang would mean not only losing their positions, but also facing imprisonment for the rest of their lives. Damn it. These rascals are like sticky plasters, ambushing us from every direction, making our movements exceedingly difficult. Li San muttered as he observed the scenes in the eastern region from his shadowy corner. "Third brother, what should we do now? The entire eastern region is under curfew at night. Anyone who dares to step outside, aside from government officials and gang members, will be seized as a thief. And anyone who resists will be executed on the spot," Li Jiao inquired quietly. Currently, the authorities have implemented strict lockdown measures in the eastern region. Anyone daring to venture out at night faces capture and execution at the hands of soldiers and gang members, resulting in tens of thousands of residents hiding in their homes, rendering the area eerily silent, akin to a ghost town. Li San's eyes gleamed with eagerness. "Xiao Jiao, shall we strike at them? If we take out some of those scoundrels, they will think twice before acting so arrogantly." Li Jiao grasped his brother's arm firmly. "Third brother, that is not feasible. Until the boss issues a clear attack order, no one can take matters into their own hands. Xiao Jiao, I cannot abide by this, nor that. Do you still consider me your brother?" Li San's dissatisfaction was palpable as he glared at Li Jiao. "Third brother, we must consider the lives of the hundreds of brothers in our gang. If our reckless actions lead to the destruction of the entire gang, what face would remain for either of us to continue living?" Li San's movements froze as he recalled the arduous struggles led by their boss to establish a foothold in Luoxia City, allowing all the brothers to live lives they had once dared not imagine. He remembered the camaraderie shared among brothers, watching each other's backs during fierce battles against rival gangs, where one would willingly endure attacks to protect the other. As memories flooded back, Li San felt his bloodthirsty desires gradually wane, giving way to rationality as reason triumphed over impulse. "Xiao Jiao, I was too impulsive. Third brother, let us return and inform the boss, allowing him to make the final decision." Agreed. The two departed quietly, drawing no attention. "Elder brother, the situation has worsened. The passages from the eastern region to other city areas are now sealed. While we could quietly exit the eastern region, bringing captured individuals back would be exceedingly difficult. Indeed. Elder brother, although we are first-rate martial artists, secretly escorting someone in and out of various districts proves quite challenging." Within the Iron Wolf Gang's stronghold, all members had gathered, expressing their grievances to Tai Yong. The current situation seems rather precarious. Tai Yong's expression was grim, clearly feeling the pressure of being simultaneously besieged by both government forces and rival gangs. He paced restlessly in the hall, contemplating their next course of action. The members of the Iron Wolf Gang fixated their gazes upon him, awaiting a solution. Although Tai Yong appeared deep in thought, his mind was preoccupied with how to extract more benefits from Mu Chongqing. Ever since witnessing Mu Chongqing effortlessly produce hundreds of high-level elixirs, transforming the entire Iron Wolf Gang into first-rate martial artists, Tai Yong had been devising ways to procure more advantages from him. He was not without means to break the current stalemate, but he believed that hastily doing so would hinder his ability to gain further benefits from Mu Chongqing. Having concocted an excuse, Tai Yong addressed the crowd. "Tonight's operation is cancelled. You all should rest well tonight while I devise a better plan to break this deadlock." "Yes, boss." Upon receiving Tai Yong's directive, the members rose and departed the hall, harboring no doubts. Since the boss had declared a night of rest, they merely needed to comply and await his better arrangements the following day. "Father, the situation is as follows. While our strength could vanquish these gangs, the cost would be too great, hindering our ability to provide you with more commoners." Tai Yong stood before Mu Chongsheng, his demeanor one of shame. "I understand." Mu Chongsheng waved his hand dismissively. "You may leave for now. Return tomorrow afternoon. I shall provide you with some special items to aid you in breaking this deadlock." Upon hearing this, Tai Yong's heart soared, though his face still bore an expression of deep shame. "Father, it is my incompetence that has caused you concern. Between us, there is no need for such formality." With that, Tai Yong took his leave. "Go." As their conversation concluded, Tai Yong hastened from the secret chamber. The system chuckled softly. "Do you truly believe your son cannot break the stalemate?" Mu Chongxing cast his gaze toward the wall ahead, sneering derisively, his face adorned with mockery. Whether he is capable of breaking the stalemate is of little consequence to me, as long as he can provide me with more vital pills. Even if he resorts to some underhanded tactics, I shall impose no punishment upon him, if he can supply me with hundreds of individuals daily. The benefits derived from these hundreds far exceed any cost incurred. Moreover, I bear no risk in this arrangement. Is this not a win-win situation? You truly are dark-hearted. Chapter 16. Discord. A squad of 10 heavily armored soldiers patrolled with unwavering focus along a street in the eastern district of the city, intent on uncovering the whereabouts of a band of wretched thieves. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed from another street. Upon hearing the commotion, the squad leader immediately issued a hushed command to remain vigilant. In an instant, the 10 soldiers formed a compact formation, their gazes sharp and alert, directed toward the source of the sound. Under their watchful eyes, a burly gang leader swaggered into view, flanked by 4 of his subordinates. I wondered who it could be. It turns out to be a pack of watchdogs, he sneered upon spotting the vigilant soldiers. Zhu Feng, mind your words, the squad leader admonished sternly in response to the taunt. Zhu Feng contemptuously spat on the ground. A mere squad leader dares to be so arrogant. I fear you truly do not know the meaning of death. The squad leader's countenance darkened, his gaze icy as he retorted, Zhu Feng, be wary. I shall report to the lieutenant that you have insulted him in private. Who do you think you are? You think you can simply pin a baseless accusation on me? Zhu Feng scoffed dismissively. The squad leader's eyes turned cold as he replied, do you believe the lieutenant will trust us, his subordinates? Or you, a mere gang leader? You are clearly courting death. You think I am afraid of you? The squad leader shot back defiantly. The animosity between them had long been brewing. Yet both were wary of the other's status, reluctant to escalate the confrontation. Despite Zhu Feng's prowess as a first-rate warrior, the squad leader, a minor officer backed by the official authority of the entire city, knew that no gang wished to antagonize the government. Zhu Feng regarded the defiant squad leader with a glint of challenge in his eyes. Do you truly think I would hesitate to eliminate you? Then strike if you dare. The squad leader retorted with a derisive smile. I have never heard such a ludicrous demand in my life. Since you seek death, do not blame me, Zhu Feng commanded, gesturing to his 4 subordinates. Go, eliminate these watchdogs. Yes. The 4 gang members charged toward the soldiers with fierce expressions. Zhu Feng, do you dare to kill me? The squad leader exclaimed, his face paling as he witnessed the onslaught. In the blink of an eye, the 4 assailants plunged into the ranks of soldiers, launching a ferocious attack, their fists and feet striking with the force of thunder. I am here to kill you, Zhu Feng proclaimed, advancing directly toward the squad leader and bringing his massive hand down with force toward the leader's head. Clang! Bang! The squad leader swiftly drew his long knife from his waist, aiming to sever Zhu Feng's descending hand. At the moment of contact, the squad leader's knife shattered under the immense force of Zhu Feng's palm, which was imbued with powerful internal energy. Zhu Feng then brought his hand crashing down upon the squad leader's helmet, reducing it and the head beneath to a mere thin disc of metal. The remaining soldiers, witnessing this harrowing scene, were struck with terror. One soldier shouted in desperation, "Run! Inform the lieutenant at once. The gang members are rebelling." With that, the soldiers scattered in panic, each fleeing in different directions. Though clad in heavy iron armor weighing dozens of pounds, their instinct for survival rendered them unimpeded, showcasing their remarkable physical prowess. As the wind howled, Zhu Feng, seeing his soldiers escape, commanded his 4 subordinates, and the 5 of them turned to flee, opting not to pursue the retreating soldiers. As they ran, their forms swiftly morphed, transforming into the likeness of another 5 individuals. After rounding a corner, they brazenly approached yet another squad of soldiers, seeking confrontation. Simultaneously, another group of soldiers launched counterattacks against the gang members, inflicting substantial casualties. Lieutenant, Zhu Feng of the Iron Fist gang has rebelled, unlawfully attacking our soldiers. Lieutenant, Li Hong of the Longsword sect has revolted, launching a surprise attack on our patrolling troops. One soldier after another reported these alarming developments to Lieutenant Han Feng. Upon hearing the news, Han Feng's countenance darkened ominously. Damn it, what do these gang leaders intend? Dare they launch an assault against us? Do they seek rebellion? With a furious strike, he shattered the table before him, glaring at the soldiers who rushed in with reports. Lieutenant, we have no idea what is happening. The orderlies trembled, their heads bowed, too fearful to meet Han Feng's furious gaze. Mobilize the troops. I want to see what these gang members are up to. Han Feng commanded with a chilling glare. Yes. The orderlies dashed out of the hall to relay Han Feng's orders. Boss, the officials have suddenly attacked our brothers. Several have already been killed. What is going on? Were we not assisting the officials in searching for the hidden thieves in the eastern district? Zhu Feng exclaimed, incredulous as he turned to his reporting subordinate. I do not understand either. These soldiers are incredibly strong. A few of them can easily surround and kill a warrior. The subordinate replied, equally baffled by the unexpected assault. Zhu Feng's expression shifted dramatically. What did you say? A few soldiers can surround and kill a warrior? How is that possible? Are my brothers a bunch of useless fools? Zhu Feng had brought fellow warriors from his gang, Against ordinary soldiers, they possessed overwhelming combat power. It was inconceivable that they could be overpowered. The reporting subordinate too fell into confusion. This is a conspiracy. It must be a conspiracy, Zhu Feng murmured, his expression shifting as he addressed the reporting subordinate with a grave tone. Gather the brothers, cease patrolling, and find Lieutenant Han Feng to uncover the truth. Yes. Not only the Iron Fist gang faced such turmoil, but other gangs also began to receive news of assaults by the authorities, alerting their leaders to the unusual situation. The current patrol and search operation in the Eastern District had been initiated by the government, making a sudden attack on them implausible. Chapter 17. The misfortune is diverted east, boss. The officials and various gangs have ceased their patrols and are hastily converging towards each other. What should we do next? A subordinate responsible for monitoring the movements of both sides immediately reported this intelligence to Tai Yong. Have they all mobilized? Tai Yong inquired with a somber tone. Both sides are on the move, the subordinate confirmed. Order the brothers to launch another surprise attack on the officials. We must prevent them from reacting. Only by keeping this murky water stirred will their alliance shatter, allowing us to continue our covert operations. A sinister smile crept across Tai Yong's face. Understood, boss. The subordinate's expression was one of exhilaration as he hurried off to convey the orders. Watching the subordinate depart swiftly, Tai Yong couldn't help but chuckle with delight. This phantom cloak is truly useful. It allows one to assume any guise, making it exceptionally convenient for assassination and ambush. It appears that old fellow possesses a wealth of treasures. If I could extract all his valuables, dominating the entire underground forces of the great Chu dynasty would be effortless. But what method shall I employ? Tai Yong fell into contemplation, pondering how to deceive Mu Changsheng into revealing his treasures. The sound of urgent and heavy footsteps resounded through the streets of the Eastern District like rolling thunder. The nearby residents, startled by the sudden noise, were filled with terror, hurriedly securing their doors and barricading them with heavy objects, fearing that soldiers would burst in and unleash a massacre. They trembled in their homes, lacking the courage to peek outside and discern the unfolding events. Han Feng, with a grave expression, led the soldiers of the Eastern District out of the barracks. This troop numbered over 10,000, each soldier clad in heavy, sturdy armor and wielding sharp weapons, exuding an imposing and commanding presence. As they marched forward, their steps were synchronized, resembling a surging torrent advancing relentlessly. From a distance, this formidable army appeared like a dense black cloud blotting out the sun, instilling a profound sense of oppression. Kill Li Baiguang, seize Luoxia City, let the gang alliance dominate the entire great Chu dynasty. Just as this grand army advanced with remarkable speed, agile figures suddenly flashed atop the rooftops along the streets. They shouted fiercely and moved with the swiftness of the wind, gripping glistening long spears. Fire! They roared in unison, and with a powerful sweep of their arms, the long spears shot forth like arrows released from a bow toward the soldiers below. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The spears flew through the air, slicing the atmosphere with a piercing whistle that made one shudder upon hearing it. Thud, thud, thud. Despite the frontline soldiers raising their large shields in a desperate attempt to resist, they could not withstand the overwhelming force of the assault. One by one, the spears pierced through their shields and the tough iron armor, embedding themselves deeply into the ground, effectively pinning the soldiers in place. In an instant, blood spattered, and cries of anguish echoed, transforming the once orderly military formation into utter chaos. Counterattack! Immediately counterattack! Han Feng furiously drew his long knife, pointing at the figures atop the rooftops and bellowing orders. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With Han Feng's command, the archers in the ranks swiftly raised their bows and unleashed a barrage of arrows toward the attackers on the rooftops. Having thrown their long spears, the assailants leapt down from the rooftops, plunging into the ranks and unleashing a bloody massacre upon the soldiers. The ordinary soldiers stood no chance against the onslaught of these martial arts experts, falling victim without any means of resistance. Just then, a sharp, piercing whistle rang out from afar. Retreat! Quick! The leader shouted toward the soldiers, leading the way down a side street. The others immediately halted their attack, scattering in pairs down the same path. Chase them down! Eliminate those damned gang members who dare covet Luoxia City. Han Feng's face turned ashen with rage as he waved his long knife at the fleeing gang members, issuing furious orders. Yes. The officers promptly commanded their troops to pursue the fleeing gang members. Watching the retreating army, Han Feng turned to the messenger beside him, urgently instructing. Inform the city lord of the situation here. The gang members are launching a large-scale attack on our forces. Understood. As the attackers fled, they did not run quickly but instead maintained a distance that kept the soldiers from striking while ensuring they could not be easily outpaced, leading the soldiers along. The troops, guided by the attackers, headed towards various gang strongholds, oblivious to the manipulation at play. Even if some soldiers sensed something amiss, they dismissed it, assuming the assailants were retreating to regroup and organize more gang members for another assault. Upon sighting the gang and Oppo's encampments, the attackers shouted loudly, "Chief, There are too many officials. We are no match for them. We require your assistance. Chief, these soldiers are relentless in their fierce attacks. If we do not act soon, we will be picked off one by one. As they warned loudly, the attackers rushed into the gang camps, heading towards the back. Zhu Fang, who was discussing the sudden turn of events with the gang's upper echelons, turned pale upon hearing the shouts from outside. Like an enraged bear, he charged out of the hall towards the intruders who had entered the encampment, seeking death. How dare you frame me? Zhu Fang bellowed, commanding his followers, seize them all. Do not let a single one escape. As he charged toward the attackers, Zhu Fang roared at the members of the Iron Fist gang. With a swift motion, Zhu Fang reached an attacker, his fist striking with the ferocity of a battering ram. Your tickling attack is better suited for the officials. The assailed attacker deftly sidestepped Zhu Fang's assault, delivering a swift blow to Zhu Fang's arm, causing him to stagger. While Zhu Fang was astounded by the opponent's strength, the attacker left behind a disdainful scoff in Zhu Fang and Apos' ear, swiftly disappearing into the depths of the camp. Chapter 18. The misfortune diverted east too, while Zhu Fang was still perplexed by the implications of the opposing party's words. Thousands of soldiers, led by a centurion, charged directly into the Iron Fist gang's encampment. The centurion brandished his long sword and commanded, eliminate these wretched gang members. Leave not a single one alive. As his words echoed, arrows rained down like a torrential storm upon the Iron Fist gang members. Sir, there has been a grave misunderstanding. We did not attack you. It was those thieves who instigated this. We cannot fall for their schemes. Zhu Fang shouted, batting away the incoming arrows. The centurion scoffed disdainfully. Are you too cowardly to own your actions? Truly, a group unworthy of the stage. Ah, sir. Zhu Fang attempted to command his soldiers to cease the assault, but he was met with the anguished cries of his subordinates. Numerous members of the Iron Fist gang were pierced by arrows, collapsing lifelessly onto the ground. Boss, let's fight back against these scoundrels. One of his men implored. Boss, our brothers are suffering heavy casualties. We cannot remain passive. The lamentations and furious cries of his men filled Zhu Fang's ears. His eyes turned bloodshot. If they wished for his demise, then he would retaliate. Kill! Kill! With these words, the members of the Iron Fist gang surged from their cover, charging fiercely at the soldiers. Continue the assault. We must not allow these scoundrels to breach our ranks. The centurion roared, waving his sword. Thus commenced a brutal clash, with both sides suffering grievous losses. The scene stained with blood. Amidst the fierce combat, neither side noticed the silent absorption of blood by a large piece of black stone lying on the ground. This stone, appearing ordinary, was actually a low-level magical artifact crafted by Mu Changsheng, known as the blood-condensing stone. Its sole purpose was to absorb blood and condense it into vitality pills, which could be stored in a small spatial compartment within the stone, preventing exposure to the air and subsequent evaporation. Though it could not rival the effects of Mu Changsheng's direct intervention, the blood-condensing stone could absorb the vitality of two people to form a single pill without drawing attention to the missing life force of the deceased. The centurion, witnessing the dwindling numbers of his soldiers against the Iron Fist gang's onslaught, bellowed in frustration, retreat. Yes, the remaining few hundred soldiers, under the centurion's leadership, hastily fled towards Han Feng's position. Chase them down. We cannot allow these rascals to escape. Zhu Fang shouted with crimson eyes, pursuing the retreating soldiers. In this round of battle, over 300 soldiers had perished, a third of their ranks, leaving morale severely diminished. The Iron Fist gang, too, suffered heavily, losing over 100 members, an immense blow for any gang. After both sides withdrew, a member of the Iron Wolf gang sprinted forward, snatching up the blood-condensing stone from the ground before fleeing. Bang! What on earth is happening? How could the army engage in such fierce combat with a gang? And those gang members are even proclaiming their intent to seize the entire city of Luoxia. Li Baiguang slammed his palm onto the table before him, shattering it. His eyes ablaze as he glared at the messenger relaying the battle report. My lord, I do not know how this occurred, the messenger stammered, trembling and unable to meet the furious gaze of Li Baiguang. Immediately mobilize all station troops outside Luoxia City into the city. I do not care who is right or wrong in this matter, since these gangs dare to rebel and proclaim their intent to occupy Luoxia City. We must annihilate all gangs within and root out those rats hiding in the shadows. Li Baiguang's expression was fierce as he addressed the messenger. Yes, my lord. My lord. The situation is dire. Someone is manipulating this chaos from the shadows, aiming to incite a deadly conflict between us and the various gangs, allowing those hidden rats to profit. An official quietly advised after the messenger had departed. Li Baiguang's face darkened with worry. I too am aware that there is a hidden hand at play, seeking to disrupt the order of Luoxia City. However, if we do not eliminate the gangs first, Luoxia City may descend into complete chaos, resulting in even greater losses for us. My lord, why do we not report this to the court? Seeking their aid to dispatch a great army to eradicate the gangs and hidden thieves within Luoxia City? A bitter smile crossed Li Baiguang's face. Do you think I do not wish to request the court's intervention? If I were to ask for an army to cleanse Luoxia City of its gangs and hidden thieves, My political enemies would ensure my downfall. But, my lord, if we fail to eliminate the gangs and those hidden thieves, and the situation spirals further out of control, we may all face dire consequences. Li Baiguang's gaze wavered as he contemplated the hall, murmuring, if the situation truly becomes irretrievable, I will pay a great price to enlist that significant figure's assistance. The officials present exchanged alarmed glances, dread filling their expressions. My lord, do you truly intend to invoke that figure? The cost of their intervention is not trivial. I do not wish to, but for the stability of Luoxia City, such costs are acceptable. After speaking, Li Baiguang's figure seemed to stoop, resembling a weary elder. Brother Zhu, it seems we must unite now. The current situation is perilous. Any of our gangs that dare to act alone will be besieged and annihilated by the soldiers. Zhu Fang expressed his concerns to Li Hong, the leader of the Longjian sect. Alas, Li Hong sighed in resignation. I can only blame myself for not swallowing my pride earlier. Otherwise, Longjian sect would not be in this precarious position. Brotherly, what purpose does lamenting serve now? The soldiers have already turned against us. Shall we simply surrender and be slaughtered? Indeed, brotherly, you have wandered the martial world for many years. How can you still harbor such naive thoughts? The leaders of the various gangs scoffed at Li Hong and Appo's words, looking down upon his current stance. Very well, let us unite and resist the soldiers. Li Hong sighed deeply. Chapter 19. The forging of the Soul Banner. After the leaders of various factions reached a consensus to unite, they promptly summoned their members from the other 3 districts to converge on the eastern region of the city, preparing for an imminent clash with the officials. That night, at the hour of the tiger, 20,000 soldiers, alongside thousands of constables, launched a formidable offensive towards the eastern area under the command of 2 captains. In the initial encounters, the ordinary members of the faction suffered heavy casualties, finding it arduous to contend with the well-trained soldiers clad in heavy armor. And they could only retreat in the face of the military's relentless assault. Observing the dire situation of their ordinary members, the faction leaders had no choice but to personally join the fray with their elite corps. With the involvement of the faction's backbone and leaders, the fierce onslaught of the army was swiftly countered, leading to an even grander scale of combat between the 2 sides. The intense bloodshed persisted until the hour of the rabbit, and after several hours of fierce fighting, even the martial artists could no longer endure, compelling both sides to withdraw and regroup, preparing for another night of brutal conflict. Both factions had long established their roots in the city of Falling Sunset, each possessing unparalleled advantages over the other. It was only under the cloak of night, in an unfamiliar environment for both, that they could hope to swiftly conclude this fierce struggle. This mutual understanding was the reason both sides opted for night battles, had they chosen to fight during the day. With continuous logistical support, the repercussions of their fierce combat could have extended far and wide, transforming Falling Sunset into a merciless battlefield and rendering it a lawless land, an outcome neither side was willing to accept. In the lair of the Iron Wolf gang, several leaders presented their bloodstone fragments to Iron Brave. Accepting the stones, Iron Brave tucked them away and addressed the group. You may rest for now. Return this evening to collect the bloodstones. Until the conflict between the officials and the factions has concluded, your efforts will be essential. Boss, this is what we ought to do. One of them inquired, why not eliminate the leaders of the various factions? Such chaos would only benefit us. Iron Brave's gaze deepened as he looked at the speaker. If we assassinate the leaders, while it may plunge Falling Sunset into further turmoil, it would undoubtedly attract the scrutiny of the court. Our current strength is insufficient to withstand their gaze, as long as Falling Sunset has not descended into complete chaos. And with Lord Li Baiguang's oversight, the court will remain oblivious to the situation here. Will Li Baiguang not report this? The speaker appeared perplexed, glancing at Iron Brave with confusion. Iron Brave's tone was unwavering. For the sake of his career, Li Baiguang will not allow the state of affairs in Falling Sunset to be disclosed. Should it leak, he would be the first to suffer. Understanding dawned upon the group. They realized that for Li Baiguang's own interests, he would keep the situation under wraps. As long as this information remained concealed, he would be protected, allowing the Iron Wolf gang to capitalize on the ensuing chaos. In the underground chamber, before Mu Changsheng, hundreds of chi blood pills floated ominously, exuding a chilling scent of blood. As Mu Changsheng continuously operated the swallowing heaven devil art, absorbing the pills into his being, the refinement of his soul veins and dantian resulted in a burgeoning surge of spiritual energy. Upon transforming the clouds in his dantian from 2 to 3, Mu Changsheng's cultivation ascended to the 3rd level of chi refinement. With a sigh of relief, Mu Changsheng opened his eyes, radiating brilliance and vitality. Finally, the 3rd level of chi refinement. It is time to forge my life as treasure, the soul banner, he murmured, feeling the immense spiritual energy coursing through him. Let us commence. I am eager to witness your expression upon failure. The unyielding voice of the system echoed in his ears. I possess ample confidence in crafting the soul banner. Moreover, even in the event of failure, I have no cause for concern, as I currently hold enough materials for several attempts. Mu Changsheng disregarded the system's taunts. With thousands of souls at his disposal, He could attempt to forge the soul banner multiple times, rendering the prospect of 1 or 2 failures trivial. Then let the forging begin. I am keen to observe your results, he declared as he began to arrange the formation within the chamber for the crafting of the soul banner. Since Mu Changsheng possessed only Earth-type spiritual roots and could not convert Earth energy to fire energy for forging, he needed to set up a spiritual energy conversion formation to refine the materials. Having arranged the conversion formation numerous times before, he executed the setup with remarkable skill. Once he placed a high-grade spirit stone at the formation's core, flames erupted violently within, distorting the very air around them. Under Mu Changsheng's control, the flames gradually converged, burning steadily. With a sweep of his hand from the spatial ring, a plethora of materials for the soul banner appeared before him. As he manipulated the flames, he began to introduce the materials into the energy conversion formation. These included soul-gathering stones, which could revive souls imprinted upon them, nourishing wood, which could nurture souls, corpse oil, and blood sea ghost stones, which enhanced the spirits within the soul banner, allowing for better control by its bearer, among various other components. Hundreds of human bones and skins served as the primary materials for the soul banner. Once exposed to the spiritual flames, they would transform into the banner's surface and pole. Mu Changsheng meticulously fed each material into the conversion formation according to their required crafting times, allowing the spiritual flames to burn and refine them. Once all materials were within the formation, Mu Changsheng began merging them. As the components fused, he continually shaped them until a genuine soul banner materialized. With a sudden puff, as the soul banner took form, the flames released from the conversion formation were extinguished in an instant. Using spiritual energy, Mu Changsheng conjured a large hand to retrieve the soul banner, which hung suspended in midair, still radiating intense heat as it approached him. Chapter 20. The Emperor and Apos. S banner of black smoke. Only a few crucial steps remained. Mu Changsheng and Apos. S gaze intensified, fixated on the semi-finished 1 banner hovering before him. He retrieved a soul stone from his spatial ring, extracting 100 dim and bewildered souls. These souls appeared utterly lost, standing motionless with vacant expressions, unresponsive to the external world. Had it not been for the array Mu Changsheng had set up, these souls would have quickly faded away, culminating in their complete obliteration. With a swift motion, Mu Changsheng directed the 1 banner towards the souls, drawing them in. As the 100 souls were absorbed, the banner emanated waves of dark, ghostly energy, enveloping the area within a 10-meter radius in an inky shroud, obscuring any visibility of the happenings within. He promptly pressed several acupoints on his chest, causing a drop of vital blood to spurt from his mouth and fall onto the 1 banner. The moment his blood touched the banner, it seamlessly merged into its fabric, and Mu Changsheng sensed a mysterious connection forming between himself and the 1 banner. Come forth, he beckoned, and the banner obediently shot into his grasp. The intense heat that had clung to it dissipated, revealing a banner pole crafted from bone, smooth and exquisite like white jade. Observing the banner now held in Mu Changsheng's hand, the system remarked, I did not anticipate you would craft the 1 banner in a single attempt. It appears your forging skills have vastly improved. Mu Changsheng scrutinized the banner closely. Though he had anticipated success, he was nonetheless pleasantly surprised to have achieved it on his first try. Quickly inscribe the array patterns, otherwise it will be too late, and this 1 banner will go to waste, the system urged as Mu Changsheng continued to examine the banner. Understood. He extracted a magical brush from his spatial ring. As he infused it with his spiritual energy, the brush radiated a brilliant earthy yellow light, dispersing much of the ghostly energy emanating from the 1 banner. Simultaneously, Mu Changsheng began to manipulate the brush, guiding the ambient spiritual energy to converge within it. As 2 streams of energy collided and fused within the brush, he had to concentrate fully to prevent an explosion, ensuring that the patterns would be inscribed upon the banner. Only artifacts inscribed with the forger's spiritual energy, intermingled with the natural energies of the world, could unleash various magical attacks for their users. Rapidly, he sketched intricate array patterns onto the 1 banner, each stroke intensifying the ominous aura it exuded. As Mu Changsheng continued to etch the patterns, the substantial drain on his spiritual energy caused his complexion to pale. The energy required for inscribing array patterns on a personal artifact was nothing short of immense. Nevertheless, he pressed on, hastily consuming numerous blood essence pills from his bloodstone to replenish his dwindling spiritual energy. As the patterns neared completion, his internal energy surged chaotically, but he persevered, gritting his teeth as he continued inscribing the 1 banner. Buzz. With the final stroke of the pattern, a powerful wave of ghostly energy erupted from the banner, sweeping outward and sending various instruments within the chamber flying. Simultaneously, the dark energy released from the banner surged, completely engulfing the modest chamber with an expanding aura. Seeing this, Mu Changsheng waved the 1 banner. As he did so, the torrent of ghostly energy and dark mist immediately retracted, violently swirling back into the banner. Indeed, a low-grade supreme artifact, comparable to an average mid-grade artifact, the system praised Mu Changsheng, a rare compliment. How about that? My talent hasn't disappointed you, has it? Even the typically composed Mu Changxing couldn't resist a moment of pride. Certainly, it has not fallen short of my expectations, the system acknowledged. By the way, you may now inscribe a name upon the Wanhun banner. Only artifacts bearing a name are considered legitimate. Each artifact possesses its own name, akin to how humans have names, serving to distinguish its purpose. Must I inscribe the name Wanhun banner? Mu Changxing hesitated. It is not necessary to inscribe those 3 characters. You may choose a name you prefer. However, I advise against selecting something peculiar, as it would tarnish the banner's reputation, the system sternly cautioned. Aware of the unusual predilections of previous hosts, I understand. I am not one to indulge in lowbrow humor. You must trust my taste, Mu Changxing assured, nodding affirmatively to the system's concerns. Swiftly, he wielded the brush and inscribed 3 ancient characters onto the banner. Ah, is this truly the name you and Appos VE chosen for the Wanhun banner? The system gasped, its operational programs seemingly thrown into disarray upon seeing the name. ISN and Appos, it magnificent? Mu Changxing beamed at the 3 characters he'd inscribed, feeling immense satisfaction. Magnificent it may be, but how could the Wanhun banner possibly be associated with the Emperor's banner? You fool, there is no such thing as an Emperor's banner that emits black smoke. You misunderstand. The black mist emanating from my Emperor's banner is actually the primordial purple qi, merely darkened due to its abundance. You, a mere qi refining cultivator, have no right to engage with such a supreme treasure as primordial purple qi. You do not understand. In the realm of cultivation, one must strive diligently, or else be relegated to the ranks of the Emperor's banner's lesser brethren. Enough. Do not bring your past life's ridiculous jokes into the cultivation world. Where should I hide my face? Regardless of Mu Changxing and Appos' rebuttals, the system remained resolute, evidently agitated by his antics. After an extended exchange of friendly banter, involving a vigorous discussion of each other and Appos' genealogies, the system ultimately conceded, opting to ignore Mu Changxing for the time being. Chapter 21. Selection of Souls. After much contemplation, Mu Changxing inquired, System, I recall there exists a unique material within your realm that can render souls more fierce. Am I correct? Indeed, the soul-devouring liquid can facilitate the mutual consumption of souls, thereby enhancing their strength. What purpose do you intend to serve with it? The system responded, perplexed. I currently possess thousands of souls, and I wish for them to engage in mutual devouring and slaughter, ultimately leaving behind 100 souls to be engraved into the soul-gathering stone. Mu Changxing replied with an air of indifference, unconcerned by the prospect of thousands of souls engaging in violent conflict. Do you truly desire such a thing? The system appeared utterly astonished. These are merely ordinary souls, unrefined. They may struggle to withstand the tumult of consuming one another. Are you aware of the consequences of your actions? I am aware, Mu Changxing replied calmly. While this endeavor will fortify these souls, it will also render them increasingly difficult to control. Furthermore, as they devour one another, they will absorb each other's life experiences, a burden that ordinary souls may find insufferable. That is inconsequential. I seek only the most potent souls to serve as formidable spirits within my Emperor's banner. The remaining ordinary souls shall merely serve as nourishment. The weak are unworthy of squandering a place in my Emperor's banner, Mu Changxing expressed, dismissing any concern for the souls that might succumb to madness or grow stronger through their harrowing experiences. Only the most powerful spirits were deemed worthy to act as his enforcers. Very well, the system acquiesced, casting forth a vial of soul-devouring liquid. Mu Changxing accepted the liquid, extracted the soul-gathering stone, and released the multitude of souls contained within. The chamber was soon filled with a swirling mass of ethereal beings. With a flourish of his Emperor and Appos' banner, a surge of dark energy enveloped the room, drawing all the souls into the banner. Upon entering the banner, the souls, previously dulled, became animated, their expressions shifting to bewilderment as they surveyed their surroundings. Where am I? Murmured a particularly dim soul, gazing into the abyssal void and noting its own translucent form, descending into a state of confusion. Where's this place? The multitude of souls surveyed their grim environment, surrounded by a throng of similarly translucent beings, panic taking hold. As they succumbed to fear and confusion, a colossal visage of swirling dark energy materialized above the Emperor's banner, a projection of Mu Changxing's own countenance. With a frigid gaze, he scrutinized the terrified souls, and from the depths of the dark cloud, a thunderous roar resonated. Wretches, welcome to my Emperor's banner. To those of you who have already perished, I offer you a second chance at life, by slaughtering one another to appease me. His laughter echoed ominously. With that, a bottle of the ominous soul-devouring liquid was poured into the banner. What had seemed a mere vial in the external realm transformed into a torrent of dark energy, surging forth to engulf the souls. Upon contact with the liquid, the souls' eyes ignited with a crimson hue, their gazes greedy as they fixated on one another, an insatiable thirst for blood awakening within them. Ah! The souls screamed in frenzy, launching themselves at their neighbors, engaging in brutal combat. As they tore apart one another's essence, they greedily absorbed the remnants, their once dull forms solidifying with newfound vitality. With each soul consumed, The intensity of the carnage escalated, and soon, some souls erupted, releasing a torrent of ghastly energy into the void. Weaker souls hastily absorbed fragments of their fallen brethren, becoming more robust and complete. As the violence reached a crescendo, the number of souls within the Emperor's banner dwindled. Ultimately, only a little over 100 souls remained, their energy radiating with the potency of first-tier refining chi cultivators. A wave of dense ghostly energy swept through, and the remaining souls were ensnared, rendered immobile, their crimson eyes fixated on their fellow souls nearby. Deep within the Emperor's banner, a grand stone tablet, the soul-gathering stone, radiated brilliant ghostly energy, drawing all remaining souls into its embrace. As the stone's luminescence intensified, it inscribed a mark upon each soul, ensuring that even if they were vanquished in the outside world, they could be resurrected within the Emperor's banner at Mu Changshan's discretion. After the imprinting by the soul-gathering stone, a plethora of spells and cultivation techniques materialized within the souls' minds, all intricately aligned with the arts of ghostly cultivation, accessible only to those who tread the path of the undead. Once these souls mastered their newfound abilities, Mu Changsheng could assimilate their memories, allowing him to wield their powers through the transformative potential of the Emperor's banner. This was precisely why the system had urged him to forge the Myriad Souls banner. Observing the 50-plus souls remaining in the soul-gathering stone, Mu Changsheng felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Fortune smiled upon him, after an extensive period of slaughter and consumption. Astonishingly, over 150 souls had attained the first tier of refining chi, a turn of events he had not anticipated. Your luck is indeed remarkable. Under normal circumstances, to have even a handful of ordinary souls reach the first tier of refining chi through mutual consumption and slaughter would be an extraordinary feat. The system remarked, equally astonished by the outcome. Truly, I did not foresee such a plethora of capable souls emerging. I had anticipated merely a few surviving, Mu Changsheng acknowledged. Feeling fortunate. System, I have come to realize that you are my lucky star. Ever since our paths crossed, my fortune has flourished in ways I had never experienced in years past. Mu Changsheng expressed his gratitude for the system's presence, which had not only altered his destiny, but had also significantly enhanced his luck. And yet, you continue to challenge me? The system retorted. Let us keep matters separate. Chapter 22. The unexpected. As Mu Changsheng was engaged in the alchemical creation of the Soul Banner, the conflict between the official forces and various factions in Luoxia City intensified. Each night, fierce battles erupted in the eastern part of the city, with countless skirmishes taking place in the streets, resulting in the loss of hundreds of lives daily. The bloodlust had consumed both sides, leaving no desire to cease hostilities or acknowledge their inferiority. A primary instigator of this relentless violence was the Iron Wolf Gang, who, whenever a lull in fighting occurred, would secretly instigate further conflict, exacerbating the already tense situation and prolonging the bloodshed. The continuous strife provided the Iron Wolf Gang with immeasurable benefits, as they assisted Mu Changsheng in acquiring vast quantities of vital energy pills. Once Mu Changsheng amassed a significant stockpile of these pills, he would allocate a portion to the members of the Iron Wolf Gang, enhancing their strength and ensuring a steady supply of vital energy for themselves. This brutal conflict persisted for over half a month. And after the official forces suffered casualties exceeding 10,000, Li Baiguang could no longer withstand the losses and opted to pay a hefty price to summon a mysterious expert. Upon receiving his reward, this enigmatic figure vanished into the military camp in the Eastern District, and even Li Baiguang and his associates were oblivious to his true identity. Third brother, it seems the officials are refraining from action tonight, Li Jiu whispered to Li San as he observed the silent military encampment. I am aware of this matter. Can you provide any useful information? Li San replied, casting a discontented glance at Li Jiu, irritated by his redundant commentary. If third brother hasn't he noticed anything? How could I possibly know? Li Jiu responded with a sycophantic grin. Virtue, Li San muttered under his breath, continuing to keep watch over the shadowy military camp. Within the camp, apart from a few scattered torches and patrolling soldiers, the area was devoid of life. Third brother, since the officials are not planning to act tonight, should we leave? Leave? It is impossible to quietly depart. We must devise a plan to infiltrate the camp and eliminate a few officers. Compelling the officials to continue their skirmishes with the factions, Li San's eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty desire for slaughter. All right, I will follow your lead, Li Jiu acquiesced. Since the onset of fierce fighting between the officials and the factions, Tai Yong had ceased to restrain Li San and his companions, instead encouraging them to seize opportunities to assassinate mid-level officials from both sides, deepening the animosity between them. The two moved swiftly and silently toward the military camp, skillfully evading the patrolling soldiers. They stealthily entered the tents of several officers, quietly dispatching those who were in slumber. Suddenly, a massive fireball appeared in the sky above the camp, hurtling towards Li San and Li Jiu's location. Not good, run, Li San exclaimed, realizing the gravity of the situation as he glanced towards the tent's entrance. He saw a fireball, nearly the size of a human head, descending upon them, and his heart sank. Boom. The two dashed left and right towards the tent's exit, but before they could reach safety, The fireball detonated in midair. A powerful wave of flames and shockwaves swept through the area, hurling the two men away as a deep crater formed where the tent once stood, engulfed in flames. Coughing and gasping for breath, the two lay on the ground, blood spilling from their mouths, their bodies mostly consumed by the terrifying fire, leaving their wounds charred and blackened. In disbelief, they looked skyward, unable to comprehend how two elite warriors could be so severely injured without a chance to flee. Such a feat was beyond the realm of mere mortals. A phantom hand materialized in midair, gripping them tightly and lifting them towards an elderly man. Thud! They were slammed onto the ground as the elder looked down at the bloodied duo, his tone indifferent as he inquired, "Speak. Who is your mastermind? And what is the name of your faction?" "Huh. You will never get us to betray our leader," Lisanne grimaced, enduring the excruciating pain while defiantly staring at the elder. "Indeed, even if you kill us, we will not divulge anything," Li Jiu scoffed in agreement. The elder chuckled eerily, his gaze upon them devoid of life, and remarked, "Your defiance matters not. I will ensure you reveal everything I wish to know." He extended a bony hand, and a sharp energy surged into their bodies. The moment the energy entered, the previously unyielding duo screamed in agony. The pain felt as though 1,000 knives were stabbing them, compelling them to bash their heads against the ground, creating deep impressions in the earth. I will speak. Just grant me a swift end," Lisanne wailed desperately. "Third brother, how could you betray our oath to never sell out our brothers?" Li Jiu looked at Lisanne in disbelief, pained by his brother's willingness to divulge their secrets. "Old Nine, I am sorry, but I cannot endure this torment. I would rather die than suffer such agony." Lisanne closed his eyes, unable to bear the disappointment in Li Jiu's gaze. "Enough." The elder gestured at Li Jiu, and a solid blade of wind sliced through the air. Li Jiu's gaze went vacant as life left him. "Now, speak. Reveal everything I wish to know, and I can grant you a swift end." The elder's foot pressed heavily on Lisanne's chest, his expression cold and unforgiving. "Cough. I am the deputy leader of the Iron Fist Gang. All of this was orchestrated to incite a bloodbath between the officials and the factions, allowing the Iron Fist Gang to reap the rewards and become the rulers of Luoxia City." Lisanne hastily confessed, divulging the information the elder sought. "You little brat, do you think your flowery words can deceive me?" The elder's eyes sharpened, fixated on Lisanne. "Great. Master, every word I speak is the truth. Without a hint of deception. It appears you still refuse to speak the truth, but that matters little, as long as I have your head. Uncovering your faction will be a simple task." The elder sneered at Lisanne, who was still attempting to cast doubt, and with a flick of his hand, an invisible blade severed Lisanne's neck. Glancing at the lifeless forms of the two, the elder commanded, "Bring me someone." "Yes, master." An officer approached with utmost reverence, kneeling before the elder. "Have someone investigate these two's identities. It will reveal the true mastermind behind this chaos." "Understood, master." The officer bowed his head, grasping the heads of the deceased as he departed swiftly. Chapter 23. The Death of Iron Brave. Members of the Iron Wolf Gang? The elder, upon hearing the officer's report, cast a surprised glance at his subordinate. "Why yes, esteemed Master Xianshi, these two are indeed members of the Iron Wolf Gang." The officer replied with utmost respect. "What is the Iron Wolf Gang's true nature? To possess the audacity to incite conflict between the government and various factions." The elder felt a flicker of curiosity regarding the Iron Wolf Gang, which could instigate a clash between two major forces in Luoxia City. The officer appeared somewhat taken aback. "Speak." The elder and Apos, gaze turned disapprovingly towards the officer. "The Iron Wolf Gang is merely an inconspicuous small faction in Luoxia City, with just over 100 members. How could they suddenly manifest such a plethora of skilled fighters?" The officer was astounded by the Iron Wolf Gang's displayed prowess, capable of covertly manipulating the two major forces in Luoxia City against each other. The elder gazed at the officer with increased astonishment. "Oh, an inconspicuous small faction? Why yes, that is the information we have gathered." The officer dared not withhold any details and relayed all he knew about the Iron Wolf Gang to the elder. "Interesting. Intriguing." A faint smile danced across the elder and Apos' face. A seemingly insignificant faction suddenly wielding the power to stir chaos throughout Luoxia City was indeed fascinating. "Continue with your duties. I shall visit the Iron Wolf Gang's base for a closer inspection." With that, the elder struck his waist, forming a sword gesture with his hand. A dazzling beam of sword light emanated from his waist, transforming a small flying sword into a magnificent 2-meter-long sword that hovered serenely before him. The elder gracefully leapt onto the floating giant sword and once again formed a sword gesture. Whoosh! The flying sword sliced through the void, carrying the elder away at great speed. "Is this the might of an immortal? Truly impressive." The officer gazed up at the elder's receding figure, murmuring to himself, envy brimming in his eyes. In the blink of an eye, the elder arrived above the Iron Wolf Gang's base. He maneuvered the flying sword to descend rapidly. "Who goes there?" Several members of the Iron Wolf Gang, stationed at the base, were startled by the sudden appearance of the elder, drawing their long knives and charging towards him. "Silence!" The elder scoffed disdainfully, forming a sword gesture. with a flash of sword light. The flying sword beneath him pierced through the air, hurtling towards the gang members. Puff, puff, puff. The Iron Wolf gang members barely had time to react before the flying sword pierced through their skulls. At that moment, Mu Changsheng, who had been meditating, abruptly opened his eyes. A cultivator has appeared at the Iron Wolf gang's base. A 7th-layer Qi refining cultivator. You are no match for him, the system hastily cautioned. Fearing Mu Changsheng would recklessly charge out to confront the cultivator, risking his life and inviting misfortune upon himself. Do you think I would engage him in battle? Mu Changsheng replied, astonished. I am merely concerned for your safety. Even if I am his opponent, what reason do I have to engage him in combat? For those banners? Mu Changsheng chuckled softly. The members of the Iron Wolf gang were merely pawns in his game. He would not risk his life for them, as it did not align with his character. Even if Mu Changsheng wished to slay the cultivator to seize his soul and essence, he would prepare thoroughly before taking such a risk. He would never charge out recklessly. The elder stood within the Iron Wolf gang's base, bellowing, Iron Brave, come forth and face me. Startled from his meditation, Iron Brave erupted from the secret chamber in fury, crashing through countless walls like a rampaging bull, charging into the courtyard. Who are you? Upon reaching the courtyard and witnessing the headless corpses on the ground, Iron Brave's eyes turned crimson as he glared fiercely at the elder, filled with murderous intent. Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is the overwhelming stench of blood emanating from you. Who taught you the devil's arts? The elder, upon Iron Brave's appearance, instantly sensed the heavy aura of bloodlust surrounding him, an ominous energy that could only be acquired through the slaughter of countless mortals. Who do you think I am? You think I will simply tell you? Iron Brave roared in anger, charging directly at the elder. Whoosh! A glimmer of cold light flashed by, and Iron Brave's long hair was effortlessly severed, cascading to the ground. Iron Brave froze, his crimson eyes widening in disbelief as he gazed at the elder. That sword strike was too swift. He had no time to react, and his hair was cut away with ease. I shall give you one last chance. Reveal the mastermind behind this, and I will grant you a quick death. The elder's gaze was icy as he regarded Iron Brave, regarding him as nothing more than a trifling clown, showing not the slightest hint of concern. A powerful, invisible pressure suddenly enveloped Iron Brave, pinning him down. Iron Brave trembled, feeling the oppressive force compelling him to kneel and beg for mercy. His gaze flickered, struggling to keep the secrets of Mu Changsheng hidden. Where is this mastermind? I am the one pulling the strings here. Suddenly, Iron Brave and Apos' demeanor shifted, defiantly meeting the elder and Apos' gaze, seemingly unperturbed by the oppressive aura. Yet, deep within his eyes, his soul screamed in agony, unable to control his body, as if he were a mere spectator watching his own body respond to the elder. Damn you, old man. Iron Brave clenched his fists, his muscles tensing, bulging like gnarled roots of an ancient tree, radiating a terrifying presence. Boom. As Iron Brave stomped the ground, the earth trembled slightly. In a fleeting moment, Iron Brave vanished from sight, only to reappear behind the elder, his right fist raised high, ready to strike down upon him. Since you are so obstinate, do not blame me for being merciless. Seeing this, the elder did not hold back. Swiftly forming a sword gesture with his fingers, powerful spiritual energy swirling around him, his garments billowing as if he were a celestial swordsman. Whoosh! The flying swords surrounding the elder shot forth like meteors streaking across the sky, aimed directly at Iron Brave. Iron Brave's pupils dilated. His gaze locked onto the incoming flying swords. It was too late to evade. Boom! Iron Brave's lifeless body crashed heavily to the ground, his final words echoing in the elder's ears. Deservedly so. The elder disdainfully turned to regard Iron Brave's corpse. As the elder gazed at Iron Brave's body, he suddenly noticed a corner of a yellowed book protruding from his chest. Curious, the elder bent down to retrieve it, discovering the words "A Movable King" seal embossed in gilded letters upon its cover. Chapter 24, the chaotic and bewildering array at the moment of Tai Yong's demise. A faint and ethereal soul unexpectedly manifested in Mu Changsheng's grasp. It was none other than Tai Yong's spirit. Upon realizing that the one holding him was Mu Changsheng, Tai Yong could not contain his rage and began to hurl insults. You scoundrel! How dare you deceive me? What nonsense cultivation method is this? You have resorted to underhanded tactics. With an impassive expression, Mu Changsheng cast his gaze upon Tai Yong's soul. You desire strength, while I seek your blood and spirit. It is a fair exchange. Regrettably, the sudden arrival of the cultivator has deprived me of your blood, which I painstakingly cultivated with numerous vitality pills. Although I lament this loss, your soul remains firmly in my possession. Alas, you have merely fallen a step short in this game, my dear son. Mu Changsheng's mocking words reverberated through the chamber, incessantly provoking Tai Yong's spirit. You scoundrel! You traitor! I curse you to an untimely demise. Tai Yong continued to curse, attempting to vent his frustration through insults. Victory belongs to the victor, the outcome is decided. Curse as you wish, whether you like it or not. You shall ultimately become one of my pawns. Mu Changsheng ensnared the still cursing Tai Yong's soul within a soul-absorbing stone. When his 100 Souls banner evolved into the 1,000 Souls banner, He would imprint Tai Yong and Apos' soul within the Emperor and Apos' banner, binding it to serve him eternally. With a wave of his hand, Mu Chongqing dispelled the array within the chamber, causing the earth to fill the space, restoring it to its original state. He initiated the earth diving technique, swiftly descending beneath the surface and vacating the vicinity of Luoxia City. Upon halting once more, he found himself in the desolate depths, a good distance of over 10 kilometers from Luoxia City. As Mu Chongqing rested, the system inquired with curiosity, "Your pieces have all been eliminated. To continue your cultivation, you will require a substantial amount of vitality pills. What are your plans?" "Simply seek new pieces," Mu Chongqing replied nonchalantly. "It may be impossible to find new pieces within Luoxia City now, as your strategy has been uncovered. The city will likely impose strict lockdowns. Any disturbance will surely be detected. While the city itself is heavily guarded, the surrounding areas remain unrestrained, allowing me to act freely." "And what will you do?" the system asked, intrigued. "Do not rush. I shall rest for a time and convert the vitality pills I have gathered into strength. Once my power has ascended further, I will then seek additional vitality pills and souls." The system recalled the undying king seal left on Tai Yong and inquired, "I am most curious about the cultivation method you left behind. Do you think that cultivator will practice it?" Since Tai Yong began cultivating the undying king seal, he had carried it with him wherever he went, a stark contrast to typical human behavior, largely due to Mu Chongqing's subtle manipulation. A teasing smile graced Mu Chongqing's face. "Regardless of whether the other cultivates it, as long as this technique spreads, it suffices. Should they indeed cultivate it, I would acquire another formidable puppet and soul, which is undoubtedly beneficial. Once the undying king seal reaches its pinnacle of cultivation, it bestows power comparable to that of a foundation establishment cultivator. However, any practitioner of this technique would find their flesh and soul becoming Mu Chongqing and Apos' possession, subject to his control, especially concerning their souls. Upon death, they would inevitably gravitate towards Mu Chongqing, becoming his puppets, regardless of the distance. This phenomenon explained Tai Yong and Apos' sudden behavioral shift when he attempted to betray Mu Chongqing. It was the latter's direct manipulation of Tai Yong's body that left him no chance to react. The Undying King Seal is an offshoot of the Devouring Sky Demon technique. And once anyone cultivates this auxiliary method, their flesh and soul will inevitably belong to Mu Chongqing, with no means to resist his influence. A month later, in a port town 30 kilometers from Luoxia City, Changfeng Town. Changfeng Town, situated alongside the Changyuan River, is a bustling hub with a population of tens of thousands, providing myriad services for vessels traversing the river. Most importantly, it supplies various resources to Luoxia City. Without it, the city could not sustain its vast populace. Deep beneath Changfeng Town, a figure stealthily navigated the depths. Mu Chongqing, holding a compass, frequently glanced at the needle's direction as he approached his intended location. "This spot won't do. The array cannot encompass the entirety of Changfeng Town. This one, too, is inadequate. It must extend several kilometers beyond the town. Yet the energy expenditure is too great. Nor this one." As Mu Chongqing continued his search with the compass, he scrutinized the indicated location, dissatisfied with the options. "Ah, this position is excellent. It will perfectly envelop the entire Changfeng Town." After considerable effort, Mu Chongqing finally discovered a suitable array 50 meters underground, and he felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Clapping his hands, he summoned numerous small triangular array flags and a formation disc from his spatial ring. Grasping the array disc, he embedded a high-grade spirit stone into it. As the stone was placed, the disc emanated wisps of white mist. "Go," Mu Chongqing articulated a hand gesture, channeling his spiritual energy to guide the array disc into the designated location. Once the array disc was positioned, it instantaneously connected with the rivers and mountains beneath Changfeng Town. The array began to release streams of white mist, which ascended slowly toward the surface. After securing the array disc, Mu Chongqing swiftly moved to the remaining array points, inserting the flags into the ground. As each flag was planted, invisible threads of spiritual energy intertwined, surging toward the array eye's location. With an abundance of spiritual energy converging at the array eye, the white mist released became increasingly dense, rapidly enveloping Changfeng Town. Within half an hour, the entire town would find itself ensnared within the chaotic and bewildering array, plunging its inhabitants into a terrifying illusion. All would succumb to the overwhelming horrors of the illusion, descending into mutual slaughter, allowing Mu Chongqing to harvest a bountiful supply of vitality pills and souls. Observing the mist emanating from the chaotic and bewildering array, a satisfied smile graced Mu Chongqing's face. "This method is quite clever. Let these mortals fight among themselves, sparing me the burden of killing, while I continuously reap vitality pills and souls." Chapter 25, Illusions and Torments. Tick-tock. Tick-tock. The man, lost in slumber, suddenly sensed an unusual presence above him as cold droplets of water began to fall upon his head, sending shivers down his spine. "Alas, it seems the roof is leaking again. I must find a way to replace the tattered thatch tomorrow." He wiped a hand across his damp forehead and turned to embrace his wife, sinking back into a deep sleep. Gurgle, gurgle. Within moments, the robust man was snoring once more, utterly unconcerned about the dripping ceiling. Whoosh! A chilling wind swept through the small room, rousing the entire family of 5 from their dreams. As they opened their bleary eyes and beheld the scene before them, a sharp, piercing scream erupted from their lips. Suspended in midair was an ominous, bloated specter, continuously dripping water. Each droplet that fell to the ground instantly crystallized into frost, exuding an eerie chill that filled the air. "Help me. I am so pitiful. Someone, please save me." The apparition, upon noticing that the family had awakened, began to drift slowly towards them, its voice a haunting wail of despair. "Ghost." The family, paralyzed by fear, scrambled out of bed and hastily fled towards the door. Upon opening it, they were greeted by a vast, white expanse. The thick fog obscured their vision entirely. "Father, what should we do?" A young boy clutched his father's arm tightly, his face etched with terror as he turned to gaze at the approaching specter. The father, glancing at the looming shadow and the impenetrable mist outside, saw the fear reflected in his family's faces, his own expression contorted with anguish. "Let us run outside. I remember the location of the mayor's house. We can seek refuge there," he urged. "Hold on to my clothes tightly and do not fall behind." Guided by the instinct of fear, the family bolted from their home, racing towards the mayor's residence. Once the specter had frightened them out of their abode, it ceased its pursuit and instead drifted towards the next dwelling. Within less than half an hour, the entire Longfeng town, with its thousands of inhabitants, was terrorized from their homes, wandering aimlessly in confusion. These apparitions did not directly attack the ordinary folk. After driving them out, they returned to the depths of the earth, awaiting further instructions from Mu Changxing. The system, observing Mu Changxing's actions, inquired with astonishment, "Surely you do not intend to starve these innocent people to death? How could I ever be so cruel?" Mu Changxing retorted indignantly, disapproving of such a merciless notion. "Yet you have driven them from their homes, obscuring their vision with illusions, making them wander in circles. Is this not tantamount to condemning them to starvation?" The system remarked, noting the townsfolk's plight as they spun in circles before their own doorsteps, convinced they were heading towards safety but oblivious to their disorientation. "I possess no such base interests. At most, I aim to instill fear in them, keeping their nerves taut. Once their terror surpasses a threshold, I will guide them to turn on one another. Starving them is far too extreme." Mu Changxing explained coolly, his thirst for power evident. "Your schemes are less humane than starvation. At least the latter only subjects them to hunger, not madness." The system was left speechless by its host's madness, realizing that every action taken was beyond the realm of normality, bordering on diabolical. Only souls filled with resentment and despair are fit to serve as vessels for the imperial banner. Nurturing ordinary souls would only waste my scarce resources. Mu Changxing's words dripped with coldness, disregarding the lives of these people, consumed only by an insatiable desire for strength. "Exercise caution. Be wary that these spirits do not frighten the ordinary folk to death, or you shall suffer when you ascend." The system, offering a word of caution, ceased to engage with Mu Changxing's actions. "I am well aware of the balance," Mu Changxing replied, brandishing the inky black imperial banner, ever vigilant of the unfolding scene in Longfeng town. The first night passed in eerie tranquility after everyone had vacated their homes. The townspeople, upon realizing that no matter which direction they took, they could not reach their intended destinations, grew weary and hungry. Eventually, noticing that no specter pursued them, they settled down in various spots to rest. As the second night descended, the restless spirits within the imperial banner reappeared under Mu Changxing's control before the townsfolk. "Help me. Who will save me? Woe is me. I am so hungry. Oh, how lonely I am. Will you not keep me company?" With each anguished and despairing scream, a horde of distorted, terrifying spirits materialized before the people, their voices echoing like a sinister melody in their ears. The cacophony possessed a dreadful power, piercing deep into the hearts of the townsfolk, causing their pre-existing fears to burgeon like rampant weeds, rapidly spreading throughout their beings. There are ghosts. Help. Run. Run. They are too terrifying." Exhausted and famished, the townspeople, upon witnessing the return of the spirits, turned pale with fear, screaming in terror. They could no longer afford to acknowledge their weary bodies or heavy feet, struggling to rise from the ground, scattering like headless flies in their frantic escape. In their chaotic flight, the crucial reality that their families were becoming increasingly separated was lost on them. As they fled in every direction, distances between them grew, some vanishing entirely into the enveloping darkness. The spirits, unhurried, trailed behind, savoring the thrill of the chase, deliberately slowing their pace to wear down the last remnants of the people's strength. Thus, the spirits pursued them for a full half-hour, only ceasing their chase once the remaining vigor of the townsfolk had been utterly depleted, before contentedly retreating back into the imperial banner. Panting heavily, one individual collapsed to the ground, staring vacantly at the misty sky, groaning weakly. Under the combined pressure of exhaustion, hunger, and thirst, he succumbed, falling into a deep slumber. Not just this one, but the entirety of Longfeng town found themselves in a similar state, sprawled on the ground, surrendering to a profound sleep. Chapter 26. Starvation, yet not dead, as the third night descended upon Changfeng town. The inhabitants were roused from their slumber by the pangs of hunger and the chill in the air. Upon awakening, they discovered themselves utterly alone, their families having scattered during the frantic escape the previous night. The muffled calls of Sanner, father, mother, echoed through the fog. Yet their voices failed to carry beyond their immediate surroundings, leaving them without a response from their loved ones. A man, overwhelmed by despair, clutched his head and wept uncontrollably. Tormented by the absence of his family and the uncertainty of their fates, his mind was a tempest of regret. Lamenting his cowardice the night before when he had prioritized his own escape over his family's safety. If only he had summoned the courage to act, perhaps they would not have been separated. Amidst his sorrowful cries, a chilling wail reverberated in his ears. Ah, monster, perish! The man's fighting spirit was ignited by the haunting cries, transforming his despair into ferocity. He rose from the ground and charged at the distant shadowy figure. The apparition, witnessing the man's advance, flickered with an eerie light in its eyes but chose not to resist. With a resounding thud, the man's fist struck the shadow, dispersing it like a puff of cotton into the enveloping mist. As the specter vanished, an object plummeted to the ground. Curiosity piqued. The man glanced at the fallen item, and his eyes widened with fervor. Food. It was sustenance. With the fervor of a famished beast, he pressed the small, mud-coated pastry beneath him and hastily devoured it. Delightful, he murmured, savoring the morsel. Yet, once swallowed, his hunger intensified, and his eyes turned bloodshot. Driven by the acidic secretions of his empty stomach, I crave more. I need more. He lifted his head, his gaze wild and ravenous, murmuring incessantly. The last vestiges of rational thought evaporated, leaving only an insatiable desire for nourishment. He resolved that slaying a ghost would yield food, and thus he sought to vanquish more apparitions to sate his hunger. Rising unsteadily, he spun around, calling out, "Ghosts, come forth. I fear you not. Show yourselves, for I shall eradicate you all." His thunderous roars echoed through the fog, as the allure of food eclipsed his terror of the specters. As time dragged on, exhaustion overtook him once more, and he lay weakly on the ground, staring vacantly into the shrouded heavens, patiently awaiting the emergence of another ghost. On the third night, hundreds of individuals, driven by hunger and a surge of emotions, began to muster the courage to resist. Upon receiving scant nourishment, their reason wavered under the relentless torment of their hunger. Death was elusive, and starvation relentless. This was the true torment, transforming ordinary souls into raving lunatics in mere days. It is time, Mu Changxing mused, calculating the moment he had anticipated. If he continued to starve these individuals, many would perish by nightfall, and the burden of their deaths would weigh heavily upon him. He wished to evade such a fate. Go! With a flourish of the human emperor's banner, a horde of vengeful spirits surged forth, propelled by malevolent energy towards the surface. Crack! Mu Changxing manipulated the formation of the misty chaos array, causing the fog to thicken and darken with each adjustment he made. Ah, I am so lonely. Come, keep me company. A ghost, dripping with water, descended upon a man lying prostrate on the ground, slowly pressing downwards. Perish! The man, upon seeing the ghost, swung his fist with all his might. The specter dissolved into mist upon impact. A morsel of food fell at the man's feet. Food! With bloodshot eyes, he seized the morsel and devoured it greedily. After consuming the scant sustenance, he licked his cracked lips, yearning for more. Though he desired further nourishment, he understood that no more spirits would appear tonight. He resolved to conserve his strength, hoping to prolong his survival. Oh, how wretched I am! Just as he prepared to close his eyes, a faint wail reached his ears once more. Are there more spirits tonight? He staggered to his feet, straining to discern the source of the sound. Ah! The wails echoed again, confirming that he was not hallucinating. There were indeed more spirits this night. I need food. I need more food. His eyes ablaze with hunger, he trudged towards the source of the cries. Only by vanquishing more spirits could he secure enough sustenance to survive. The fear of confronting the apparitions had dissipated. As he traversed a veil of mist, he spotted a filthy figure, staggering and exuding a foul odor, and he could not suppress a cry of exhilaration. Ah, ghost! I shall slay you. A surge of inexplicable strength coursed through him, propelling him towards the figure. Thud! He knocked the specter to the ground, ignoring the unfamiliar sensation. And with wild eyes, he rained blows upon the ghost and Apos' head. Within moments, the specter lay lifeless beneath his ferocity. Chapter 27. Li Chongjia, what have I done? The man lay on the ground, panting heavily, feeling the lingering warmth of the body beside him, a stark reminder that his opponent was not yet lifeless. This realization jolted him from his frenzied state, and he stared in horror at his own actions. Have I killed someone? He raised his hands, incredulous as he beheld the bloodstains on his fists, plunging into an abyss of despair. This was a violation of the laws of the Great Chu dynasty. Even if he managed to escape, he would inevitably be captured and executed by the authorities, leaving him in a state of utter confusion. Thud! A morsel of food struck him anew. Food! He grasped the object that had fallen onto him, lifting it to his eyes. The moment he recognized it as sustenance, his eyes turned crimson once more, and he ravenously shoved the morsel into his mouth. Food. I crave more food. After consuming that small piece, driven by the acidity in his stomach, he lost his sanity again, realizing that killing others could yield food. He abandoned all consideration of the consequences and hastily moved in another direction. Many who once dared to resist had completely forsaken reason and morality under the torment of hunger, transforming into mindless beasts. Each encounter with another person resulted in brutal assaults, mercilessly slaying them merely to procure a meager morsel of food. Not enough, still not enough. I desire more qi blood pills and souls. As the carnage unfolded on the ground, Mu Changxing observed the bloodstone and soulstone floating before him, their contents swelling with qi blood pills and souls, an expression of bloodlust and greed evident on his face. He swiftly waved the imperial banner, sending forth vengeful spirits to instill fear among the masses, guiding them to target those too frightened to resist, compelling them to slay more individuals for sustenance. The mist, under Mu Changxing's manipulation, thinned considerably, allowing the ferocious individuals to spot the defenseless figures. Ah, spare me. I only wish to survive. Some, in their desperate flight from pursuers, cried out in anguish. Die, die. The hunters, their eyes ablaze with fervor, pursued their prey relentlessly, driven mad by the meager sustenance gained from each kill. I must escape to continue living. The fugitive roared within, dragging his weary body to hide, longing to distance himself from those who had succumbed to madness. The cacophony of frenzied screams and desperate pleas for mercy echoed throughout Changfeng town, which, under Mu Changxing's deliberate control, had transformed into a battlefield of horrors. With the daring few relentlessly pursuing the timid, the latter, weakened by prolonged hunger, lacked the strength to evade their pursuers, and upon being caught, met a swift and brutal demise. Some, in despair, fought back, and upon successfully turning the tables on their hunters, unexpectedly acquired a meager portion of food. After devouring this scant morsel, their reason, too, was obliterated by the acid in their stomachs, prompting them to hunt the innocent for sustenance. The violence in Changfeng town escalated, with many too terrified to resist falling victim to the merciless onslaught, leaving only a handful of utterly deranged survivors. Outside Changfeng town, a group of horse-mounted men gazed in shock at the town enveloped in thick mist. How could Changfeng town be shrouded in such dense fog? What on earth has transpired? The leading middle-aged man appeared utterly bewildered by the scene before him. Lordly, we do not know. When we passed here half a month ago? There was no such occurrence, said a guard beside him, his tone laden with confusion. There was no such situation half a month ago? Li Chongjiu inquired solemnly. Indeed. My lord, there was none, the guard replied firmly. How strange. How could this small town fall into such a state? Li Chongjiu's expression grew grave as he surveyed the mist-enshrouded Changfeng town. My lord, we should leave. The circumstances here are unclear. There is no need to take unnecessary risks. Once we reach Luoxia City, we can send someone to investigate, the guard suggested in a hushed tone. This world of cultivation is exceedingly cruel and perilous. Many situations are beyond the comprehension of ordinary folk. In the face of the extraordinary, the best course of action is to retreat. No. I am the inspector of the great Chu dynasty. How can I not investigate when confronted with such matters? To do so would be to fail my duty to His Majesty and the common people, Li Chongjiu declared, cupping his hands in a respectful gesture towards the capital, his voice resolute and devoid of fear. After making his declaration, he turned to his guards, proclaiming, since this is the case, all of you shall accompany me to uncover the truth, whether it is a trickery or a natural disaster. Yes. The guards swiftly dismounted, positioning themselves protectively behind Li Chongjiu. Move out. Has someone arrived? As Mu Changxing manipulated the formation, he suddenly sensed a dozen unfamiliar auras entering the mysterious chaos array. The vitality emanating from these individuals was remarkably potent. Each one was a warrior brimming with energy, with no ordinary folk among them. Since they have entered the mysterious chaos array, they shall remain as our sustenance. A sinister smile crept across Mu Changxing's face. With that, he lightly waved the imperial banner, issuing commands to the vengeful spirits within Changfeng town. The spirits, responding to the orders, began luring the ordinary townsfolk toward Li Chongjiu and his entourage. Die. Just as Li Chongjiu and his company entered Changfeng town, a figure with blood-red eyes burst forth from the mist, charging directly at them. Chapter 28 The Clash of Mortals and Warriors Death Awaits. Observing the figure charging towards Li Chongjiu, the leader of the guards felt a chill run down his spine. With a swift motion, he unsheathed his long knife and, in a flash, appeared behind the assailant, striking downwards with great force. At this sight, Li Chongjiu shouted, "Hold on!" Bang! The leader of the guards promptly retracted his blade, instead delivering a powerful blow to the man's back with the hilt of his knife. The force sent the assailant flying, landing right at Li Chongjiu's feet. Two other guards quickly stepped forward to restrain the man, propping him up before Li Chongjiu. I will kill you. I will kill all of you. The restrained man screamed, struggling fiercely, his face contorted with rage and madness. Li Chongjiu approached him, his voice steady as he inquired, Why did you attack me? Die. Die. The man held in response, his eyes bloodshot, fixated on Li Chongjiu and his companions. his voice a guttural roar. Sir, this man has gone mad, the guard leader murmured to Li Chongjio. Sigh. What on earth is happening? How does a living man devolve into a beast? Li Chongjio observed the man's frantic demeanor with a grave expression. Sir. Suddenly, a series of howls echoed through the mist. Shadows emerged from the fog, rushing towards Li Chongjio and his group. These figures, resembling wild beasts, had lost all semblance of reason, their minds consumed by a primal hunger for bloodshed. Retreat. Li Chongjio commanded, his face paling. He understood the dire circumstances unfolding in Changfeng town. Their immediate objective was to lead everyone to safety and summon reinforcements from Li Baiguang of Luoxia City. Yes. The group turned and sprinted back in the direction they came. Li Chongjio and his companions ran with remarkable speed, quickly outpacing the throngs behind them. Ordinary people could never keep up with the pace of warriors. The dense white mist enveloped Changfeng town. Visibility reduced to a mere 5 meters as they traversed through thick clouds of fog. Stop! Li Chongjio suddenly halted, his expression shifting to one of urgency. The group froze. The guard leader looking at him quizzically. My lord, what is it? Li Chongjio's gaze scanned the fog. The distance feels off. What's wrong with the distance? The guard leader and the other guards looked around, bewildered, failing to grasp Li Chongjio's concern. We only took about 70 steps when we entered. Yet we have run over 100 steps now, far exceeding our initial path. Yet we remain ensnared in this mist. Li Chongjio explained, his tone grave. The guards quickly grasped the implication, their faces turning pale as they surveyed their surroundings. The guard leader, his expression dark, whispered to Li Chongjio, my lord. Could it be that our hasty retreat caused us to stray from our original path? Li Chongjio shook his head, a complex expression on his face. I have been meticulously tracking our steps. It is evident that we have not veered off course. However, his words trailed off. But the meaning was clear. They too were trapped in this fog. My lord, do you mean to say we are now ensnared in this cursed place? The guards looked at Li Chongjio, their expression somber. Li Chongjio sighed in resignation. It appears we are indeed ensnared here. My lord, we are not yet in a dire situation. If we work together, we can ensure your safe passage out, the guard leader offered, attempting to comfort him. Li Chongjio shook his head, his expression grave. What troubles me is not this, but whether prolonged exposure here will transform us into creatures like those we encountered earlier, neither human nor ghost. At this, the faces of the guards grew grim. The thought of becoming something unrecognizable filled them with dread. Oh, suddenly, the air was filled with anguished howls. Li Chongjio's face paled, gritting his teeth as he urged the others. If we encounter those lost to madness again, do not hold back. Eliminate them all. In that moment, survival took precedence over pondering the fate of the townsfolk. Yes, the guards tightened their grips on their weapons, their eyes scanning the mist, ready to strike down any deranged soul that dared approach. A man, covered in gruesome wounds and blood, surged from the fog, his eyes alight with hunger as he charged at Li Chongjio's group without a hint of fear for their numbers. Die, he shouted, his voice a raspy growl as he lunged forward, a feral visage that mirrored a wild beast. Had he not still donned human clothing, one might hardly believe he was alive. Thud. As the man drew near, the guard leader swiftly severed his head with a sharp arc of his blade. No sooner had the guard dispatched the man than a torrent of figures erupted from the mist, heedless of one another, fixated solely on Li Chongjio and his companions. Die! Die! They screamed, rushing forth with reckless abandon. The air was filled with the cacophony of agonized cries and the sickening sounds of steel-piercing flesh. Madmen charged at Li Chongjio's group, only to be struck down by the guards before they could reach him, their bodies falling into the muddy ground, eyes filled with resentment. Under the influence of the illusion, the townspeople relentlessly advanced towards Li Chongjio's party, oblivious to the fallen around them, their minds singularly consumed with the urge to kill in exchange for sustenance. Chapter 29. Concealed depths. The chilling sounds of weapons slicing through flesh accompanied by labored breaths reverberated incessantly. Although Li Chongjio's guards were all seasoned warriors, possessing strength far surpassing that of ordinary individuals, they gradually succumbed to exhaustion under the relentless onslaught of the common folk. Each time a guard effortlessly dispatched a few assailants. Before they could even withdraw their weapon, a surge of adversaries would emerge from the mist, swiftly lunging towards them. As the tide of ordinary men pressed on, the guards felt the weariness creeping into their bodies. Yet, they dared not show any signs of complacency. They could only grit their teeth and wield their weapons to dispatch the attackers. Those who had let their guard down had already perished in the initial skirmish. Their deaths gruesome, some had their throats torn out, while others had been mercilessly beaten to death by a mob. The remaining guards were seasoned veterans, skilled in the art of combat, adept at eliminating foes with minimal cost. Despite their prowess, some still fell under the ceaseless wave of attackers. A towering mound of corpses lay beside Li Chongjio, the ground soaked in crimson. Suddenly, the leader of the guards found himself overwhelmed, pinned beneath a group of assailants who rained down punches, kicks, bites, and scratches upon him as if he bore a deep-seated grudge against them. With a fierce cry, he unleashed a powerful surge of internal energy, sending his assailants sprawling. After clearing the immediate threat, the leader rushed to Li Chongjio and Apos' side, his face etched with urgency. My lord, we must flee. The townsfolk have gone mad, and my brothers can hardly hold on. From the original 16 guards who had entered Changfeng town, only 5 remained, marking a devastating loss. Even though warriors possess formidable strength, ordinary people seldom inflict harm upon them, often deterred by fear and trepidation. However, the inhabitants of Changfeng town had long since lost their reason, disregarding Li Chongzhou's esteemed status and power. In their eyes, slaying Li Chongzhou and his companions meant securing bountiful provisions, a motivation potent enough to spur them into reckless abandon. Moreover, under the influence of the chaotic enchantment, they could scarcely perceive the presence of those around them, further diminishing their fear of death. A relentless wave of the desperate charged the warriors in a suicidal frenzy. Even a top-tier warrior would feel trepidation. We cannot escape, Li Chongzhou sighed resignedly, slowly shedding his robe to reveal a physique of bronze sinew. My lord, you. The leader of the guards gazed in astonishment at Li Chongzhou's robust form. I am a powerful warrior as well, otherwise, how could I traverse the vast lands of the great Chu dynasty and remain unscathed? A sinister grin spread across Li Chongzhou's face. As he smiled, the skin on his forehead creased tightly, and the muscles on his back bulged ominously, forming a terrifying configuration. Since we cannot leave, let me unleash chaos and draw out the hidden puppeteer. Li Chongzhou laughed maniacally as he charged into the throng, his arms swinging wildly like gnarled roots of an ancient tree, producing a chilling whistle. With a resounding thud, Li Chongzhou's fist crashed into the chest of an oncoming assailant, reducing the man and Daoist's upper body to a mist of blood. Like an unmatched deity of war, Li Chongzhou rampaged through the crowd. Those who dared approach him were brutally crushed, their bodies reduced to mere pulp scattered upon the ground. A sudden strike came. One individual seized the moment, closing in on Li Chongzhou and delivering a mighty blow to his back. Yet, upon contact, the force rebounded with such intensity that the assailant's bones shattered, eliciting a horrific wail. Without turning back, Li Chongzhou delivered a powerful kick, sending his assailant flying, lifeless upon impact. No one could draw close to him without facing dire consequences. His skin was as impenetrable as steel, impervious to the unarmed attackers. Come on, come again. Li Chongzhou roared as he annihilated the oncoming wave, his voice echoing like an ancient beast of legend. My lord, your strength. The leader of the guard staggered to Li Chongzhou's side, disbelief etched across his features. He was profoundly shaken by Li Chongzhou's display of power, never having imagined that a civil official could wield such terrifying might. A powerful innate warrior, a realm many could only aspire to achieve. The absurdity of a top-tier warrior tasked with protecting an innate warrior left the leader in a state of incredulity. Observing the leader's astonishment, Li Chongzhou's fierce visage softened into a smile. I am not only well-versed in the classics, but also proficient in martial arts, enabling me to persuade with both reason and strength. The leader was left speechless. Your method of persuasion involves using your fists to compel others to listen? Following his instincts, Li Chongzhou cast his gaze towards the center of Changfeng town, catching sight of several injured guards nearby. He turned to the remaining guards, concern in his tone. Will you accompany me to investigate further, or stay here to recuperate? After exchanging glances, the guards looked earnestly at Li Chongzhou, speaking in unison. My lord, we shall remain by your side. With a mighty ally at their side, it was foolish to choose to stay behind, waiting for death. Sticking with Li Chongzhou offered a glimmer of hope. Then stay close to me, Li Chongzhou commanded, leading the way towards the heart of Changfeng town. Mu Changsheng sensed the information relayed by the formation and remarked in surprise, there exists an innate warrior. An innate warrior? Their vitality far surpasses that of ordinary individuals. Shall we intervene to eliminate them? The system inquired. No interest. If the common folk can slay him, I shall absorb his vitality. If they fail, they might eliminate the townsfolk for me. Either way, it is a profitable exchange with minimal risk of exposure, Mu Changxing replied nonchalantly. Chapter 30, The Death of Li Chongzhou. Boom. A massive beam sliced through the air, accompanied by a chilling whistle, reducing those who had just emerged from the mist into a cloud of crimson mist. As more individuals rushed forth from the fog, Li Chongzhou and Daoist's furious swings of the beam grew ever more violent, sending sprays of blood mist into the air. No one could withstand the terrifying force generated by a beam measuring a foot in diameter. They were instantly transformed into a pool of blood. Li Chongzhou's fingers were firmly gripped around the beam, sinking deep into its wood. Weighing over 100 pounds, the beam felt as light as a feather in his hands, akin to a mere stick in the grasp of an ordinary person. Under Li Chongzhou's savage onslaught, those ordinary folk who burst forth from the mist were swept away, often unable to let out a scream before meeting their demise. As time dragged on, Li Chongzhou's movements with the beam began to slow, his breaths growing more labored. Witnessing this, the last 3 remaining guards rushed out from behind him, brandishing their weapons to fend off the continuous wave of attackers, striving to provide Li Chongzhou with a moment to breathe. Gasping for air, Li Chongzhou leaned heavily against the beam, his eyes scanning the surroundings, his heart sinking with a sigh. Still not willing to show yourself? This person is remarkably composed. Having roamed through Changfeng town for some time, Li Chongzhou had uncovered many clues. The fog enveloping the town was clearly a man-made creation. Moreover, the This individual possessed the ability to manipulate the throng, otherwise. How could one explain the multitude of corpses strewn about? Although the deceased had become desiccated, Li Chongjiu discerned that their demise resulted from mutual slaughter, indicating they were compelled to kill one another for some unknown reason. However, since Li Chongjiu and his companions entered the town, these individuals had attacked them with a frenzy. Seemingly blind to their own kin. Based on various hints, Li Chongjiu concluded that the throng was being covertly controlled. Yet, the mastermind behind this manipulation remained exceptionally well hidden. Determined to exhaust himself and feign weakness in order to lure the puppeteer out, Li Chongjiu was astonished to find that the manipulator did not reveal themselves, and the assailants continued their relentless assault. "My lord, we cannot hold on any longer." The lead guard shouted anxiously to Li Chongjiu. "Here they come." Li Chongjiu reluctantly raised the beam once more, rejoining the fray. With his participation, the battle once again tipped in his favor, as the ferocious beam in his grasp became an unstoppable weapon, rendering any foe into mere splatters of blood. As time progressed, the guards surrounding Li Chongjiu dwindled, until the leader himself fell victim to the onslaught, leaving Li Chongjiu alone amidst the chaos. "All of you perish," Li Chongjiu roared in fury, swinging the massive beam to obliterate those who dared approach him. Yet, his wrathful cries could not deter the unending tide of attackers. He could only continue to wield the beam, slaying those who charged forth. Suddenly, an assailant appeared from behind, wrapping their arms tightly around his neck and sinking their teeth into his ear. Li Chongjiu stiffened, letting out a pain scream. Regardless of how profound one's martial prowess may be, there remain vulnerable spots on the body. Even Li Chongjiu, who had achieved innate mastery, was not exempt, for his ears bore no difference from those of an ordinary man. "Die." Li Chongjiu seized the arm that constricted his neck and forcefully hurled the assailant away. The sound of flesh being torn echoed in his ears. As he threw the assailant, their teeth remained embedded in his ear, resulting in a portion of it being severed. "Perish." Li Chongjiu swung the beam as if bowling, striking the assailant with tremendous force, reducing them to a mushy pulp. He touched his left ear, only to find it empty. Glancing down at his left hand revealed it smeared with his own blood. "Die. All of you, die. How dare you scum harm me?" Li Chongjiu's eyes were aflame with rage, plunging him into madness. He embraced the beam, spinning in place, causing it to whirl around him, unleashing a tempest of terror upon those who attacked. Crack. The beam could no longer withstand the relentless recoil and shattered into splinters, raining down upon the ground. Li Chongjiu stared at the broken beam, momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated such a sturdy beam could splinter under the weight of his carnage. How many lives had been extinguished to result in such devastation? Bang! In that fleeting moment of distraction, several figures surged forth from the mist, seizing the opportunity to leap onto Li Chongjiu. The impact caused him to stagger, and he found himself pinned beneath several bodies. "Get off me!" he bellowed, straining to shake off his assailants. But this time he could not muster the strength. They remained firmly atop him. "Aye." Li Chongjiu's gaze dulled. He realized that the prolonged battle had drained his inner strength, leaving him too weak to dislodge them. Thud. A blade pierced flesh. One of those atop him drove a dagger into Li Chongjiu and Daoist's chest, the weapon penetrating his tough skin with ease. "Curse it." Li Chongjiu's eyes widened in shock as he grasped the assailant's throat. Gasping for breath, the victim's face contorted in agony, struggling against Li Chongjiu's grip, but to no avail. In desperation, they twisted the dagger within Li Chongjiu and Daoist's body, extracting it only to stab again. Thud. Thud. The sound of sharp metal sinking into flesh echoed, causing Li Chongjiu's vision to blur. Yet, the assailant did not relent. They continued to stab rapidly, creating numerous gaping wounds across Li Chongjiu's body. Even a master of innate martial arts, still human at core, could succumb to death when their strength wanes and their flesh is pierced by a keen blade. Chapter 31. Li Baiguang's Madness. As the 10th day unfolded, the once vibrant Changfeng town lay desolate, devoid of any living souls. An eerie silence enveloped the area, with even the chirping of insects and the songs of birds silenced. Those who had managed to endure for 7 days fell victim to the machinations of Mu Changsheng, leading to the complete extinction of life within Changfeng town. Suddenly, amidst the profound stillness, a faint sound of footsteps echoed, piercing through the silence with a remarkable clarity. Mu Changsheng strolled through a shroud of white mist, his vision unimpeded as the creator of the formation, allowing him to survey the ground littered with corpses. The remains were mere desiccated husks clinging to bones, their blood and flesh transformed into energy pills, which Mu Changsheng had collected. With an air of industriousness akin to a diligent bee, Mu Changsheng tirelessly traversed the town, gathering every last corpse, leaving behind an empty shell of a once thriving settlement, save for the structures that testified to its former inhabitants. After meticulously scavenging the remains, Mu Changsheng stowed away his array and flags, departing from the confines of Changfeng town. Shortly thereafter, the mist began to dissipate slowly. Once the fog had completely cleared, the soldiers stationed outside, led by their officer, entered the now lifeless town. "My lord, there is no one here. My lord, this place is also deserted." Reports echoed in the officer's ears. What could have transpired? Where had the entire population of Changfeng town vanished? The officer pondered, lost in thought. 8 days prior, communication with Luoxia City had been severed, and reports of a thick mist enveloping Changfeng town had prompted Li Baiguang to dispatch troops for investigation. Upon arrival, the officer had sent scouts into the mist for intelligence, but none returned, leaving him with no choice but to wait in uncertainty. "My lord, there are signs of a struggle." A soldier hastened to the officer with the news. "Let me there," the officer replied, his expression shifting to one of urgency. Upon reaching the location reported by the soldier, the officer surveyed the scene of collapsed buildings, his brow furrowing with concern. "This destruction bears the marks of violent force," he observed, tracing the splintered wood with his fingers. "Such strength surpasses my own capabilities. I could not achieve this." Upon further examination, the officer deduced that the devastation was wrought by an object weighing hundreds of pounds, shattering the pillars of the houses. The presence of such a formidable entity was beyond the grasp of a mere lieutenant like himself. Turning to the accompanying scribe, he commanded, "Record this information in detail." "Yes, sir," the scribe responded promptly, retrieving his notebook to document the findings. "My lord, there are also signs of conflict here." "My lord, more signs of struggle." As the officer was deep in thought, soldiers continued to bring forth various reports. "Document these findings. Later, we shall present this information to the lord of the city," he instructed the scribe. "Yes, sir," the scribe replied, hastening to follow the soldiers who were departing to relay their messages. The officer, feeling the weight of the bizarre circumstances, resolved to gather information swiftly and return to Luoxia City, leaving the troubling revelations for Li Baiguang to address. "This has surpassed the capabilities of a mere officer," he mused. "This haul is remarkable," the system remarked, observing Mu Changsheng as he counted his spoils. "You have obtained tens of thousands of energy pills and souls, enough to elevate your power and that of the spirits within the imperial banner." A joyful smile graced Mu Changsheng's face. The rewards were indeed gratifying. In just 10 days, he had amassed such a significant bounty. The formation had proven itself a versatile tool, capable of both offense and deception. The thousands of energy pills and souls would undoubtedly enhance Mu Changsheng and Appo's strength considerably, achieved in a remarkably short span. "What will be your next course of action?" the system inquired, aware of Mu Changsheng and Appo's intentions. Of course, Mu Changsheng understood the inquiry pertained to the dual pursuit of cultivation and resource gathering, an endeavor that would allow him to rapidly augment his power while continuously acquiring energy pills and souls. With a steady supply of these resources, Mu Changsheng could bolster his strength and that of the spirits within the imperial banner, ensuring that as their power grew, so too would his prowess in combat. Though Mu Changsheng was not one to engage in conflict lightly, possessing formidable strength would afford him the confidence to navigate the treacherous schemes of others. After leaving Changfeng town, Mu Changsheng resumed his previous endeavors, setting up formations in various small towns near Luoxia City, inciting the common folk to turn against one another and harvesting their spiritual bones and flesh to fortify his own strength. With a tremendous crash, a lavish wooden table of purple cloud wood was hurled across the room, smashing into a wall and creating a gaping hole. Li Baiguang, panting heavily, glared at the officials assembled before him, his voice a thunderous roar. "What on earth is happening? Why have the populations of 3 towns vanished within a month? Can anyone explain this to me? Who have the citizens of Luoxia City offended to warrant such attention?" His furious outcry reverberated through the vast hall, as Li Baiguang teetered on the brink of madness from the bizarre occurrences that had plagued him. Moreover, the disappearance of Lord Li, who was supposed to arrive a month ago, within the boundaries of Luoxia City, left him with no explanation to present to the emperor. Li Baiguang recalled the strange events that had unfolded, the mass disappearance of ordinary citizens, the mysterious figure inciting conflict between the authorities and factions. Despite his efforts to quell the turmoil at great cost, tranquility had been fleeting, with the bizarre vanishing of townsfolk and the patrol officer disappearing within Luoxia City's precincts. This led Li Baiguang to feel as though he were ensnared in a web of manipulation, orchestrated by a hidden hand intent on ruining his reputation. Such thoughts drove Li Baiguang into a frenzy, leaving his reason hanging by a thread. Chapter 32. Joy turning to sorrow. This marked the 4th town. Mu Changsheng retrieved the array flags placed in various locations. With a little more effort, after slaughtering all the inhabitants within the entire Luoxia City, he should be able to cultivate to the peak of qi refining, and perhaps even aspire to foundation establishment. Mu Changsheng was immensely exhilarated. Over the past month, he had amassed over 100,000 blood essence pills, which was more than sufficient for him to reach the 7th layer of qi refining. How could he not feel a surge of excitement? As for whether the deaths of so many would invoke guilt within him, that was simply inconceivable. These individuals were not slain by his own hand. They merely fought amongst themselves with his assistance. Even the heavenly Tao could not attribute this sin to him. As long as Mu Changsheng did not personally kill any mortals, the heavenly Tao would not hold him accountable. "I believe it would be prudent for you to pause and reflect," the system advised after observing Mu Changsheng's state of excitement. Confused by the system's words, Mu Changsheng wondered why he should take a moment to settle down. Wasn't it beneficial to gather resources while cultivating? "Your recent spate of killings has been excessive," It may attract unwanted attention. Although the secular dynasty cannot directly deal with you, they could still expend resources to enlist the help of loose cultivators and sect members. If this dynasty is willing to pay a hefty price, many loose cultivators and sect members would be inclined to assist, even if they cannot offer a sum sufficient to persuade the cultivators. There will always be those with altruistic intentions willing to act without compensation to eliminate a threat like you. You need not worry, I will remain hidden underground. Even if cultivators attempt to attack me, I can simply execute a strategic retreat. As long as I do not roam the surface, I shall remain invincible. Every additional blood essence pill I collect is a considerable profit for me. Mu Changxing exuded unparalleled confidence in his ability to burrow underground. While he might not match other cultivators in sheer strength, as long as he concealed himself beneath the earth, it would be exceedingly difficult for others to mount an attack against him. Sighing helplessly, the system conceded, "Do as you wish. I sense you may be somewhat entranced by the blood essence pills and the allure of power. This may stem from your rapid advancement in cultivation." In just a few months, Mu Changxiang had transformed from an ordinary person to a cultivator at the 4th layer of qi refining, which could indeed lead to significant changes in his mentality. Consuming too much of the essence for mortals could also subtly alter one's mind. Such insidious influences could gradually erode a person's sanity, with only those possessing an unwavering resolve remaining unaffected. Although demonic cultivators experience rapid advancements, few truly reach the pinnacle of power. It is only those with formidable willpower who can traverse further down this path. This explains why many demonic cultivators become increasingly unhinged as their strength grows. Weak-willed individuals are destined to struggle on the path of demonic cultivation. I understand your concerns. Mu Changxing assured with a confident smile. I act with discretion and will not take foolish risks for trivial gains. Currently, not many are paying attention to me, and it is prudent to collect as many blood essence pills as possible. Once I attract notice, acquiring these pills will no longer be as effortless. So I must seize this opportunity to gather more while I remain unnoticed. While your rationale is sound, I have a premonition that your next endeavor to collect blood essence pills will not proceed smoothly. Can you not wish me well? Mu Changxing's expression darkened. Fear not. Good people often meet untimely ends, while evildoers endure for millennia. The formation had been properly arranged, and now all that remained was for the townsfolk to engage in mutual slaughter, allowing him to continuously harvest blood essence pills and souls. Mu Changxing looked upon the formation he had set, feeling immense satisfaction as the formation spread its mist outward. Devour. Grow stronger swiftly. And gather more blood essence pills and souls for me. He extracted over 1,000 souls from the soul stone and cast them into the Emperor's banner, enabling the vengeful spirits within to consume these souls and enhance their power. Over the past month, these spirits, having absorbed a plethora of souls, had ascended to the 2nd layer of qi refining. When they emerged into the world, they were no longer the dim shadows of before. They had transformed into dense, ghostly figures composed of swirling malevolent energy. Now, these vengeful spirits had essentially mastered a spell, allowing Mu Changxing to utilize the Emperor's banner to enhance his combat capabilities significantly. With his own strength at the 4th layer of qi refining, combined with the assistance of over 100 2nd-layer spirits, Mu Changxing could easily defeat a cultivator at the 6th layer of qi refining. As night fell on the following evening, a brilliant beam of sword light cleaved through the dark sky, accompanied by a faint whistling sound of sword energy, quietly hovering above the town where Mu Changxing resided. A white-haired elder stood with his hands clasped behind him atop a flying sword, his gaze icy as he surveyed the white mist enveloping the town below. It seems this is indeed a man-made phenomenon. Since you dare to stir up trouble in the mortal realm, you shall not be spared. The elder's eyes hardened, brimming with an insatiable aura of slaughter. Upon sighting the mist, he immediately discerned that it was manipulated by human hands. Otherwise, how could such celestial phenomena be confined to a mere town? After dismissing all other possibilities, only one remained, no matter how bizarre or unbelievable it might be. It was the truth laid bare before him. The elder swiftly formed hand seals, muttering incantations under his breath. As he did so, a colossal orange fireball materialized in the air. With a diameter of 3 meters, it scorched the surrounding air, distorting and warping it, illuminating half the town in a brilliant crimson glow. Go. Once the fireball was fully formed, the elder pointed toward the town, commanding it with a low voice. Under his control, the fireball pierced through the dense mist and plummeted into the town where Mu Changxing was situated. As the fireball collided with the earth through layers of mist, a thunderous explosion resounded. The overwhelming blaze and shockwave obliterated the town's structures, scattering the mist in the wake of such a tremendous force. Chapter 33. Entrapment. When Mu Changxing sensed the terrifying tremors emanating from the ground, he was immediately startled and sprang to his feet, gazing up at the thick layers of rock above. What could possibly be happening? Although he could not see the situation outside, he had faith that the system could perceive the external conditions and relay them to him. With a tone laced with malicious delight, the system remarked, "Someone has come to trouble you." Despite its somewhat gleeful demeanor, the system projected the scene above the small town onto Mu Changxing's retinas, allowing him to grasp the external circumstances clearly. The fog that enveloped the town was dispersed by a powerful impact, and the buildings were nearly uprooted by the explosion's shockwave. The air was filled with the anguished cries and wails of ordinary people suffering from injuries. Such horror. One strike had nearly obliterated the entire town, and so many lives had been lost at the hands of the aggressor. Did he not fear the calamities and inner demons that might arise during his breakthrough? Mu Changsheng gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene, incredulous that the assailant seemed utterly indifferent to the casualties among the innocent. In a town with a population of thousands, at least half had perished at his hands. Was this an attempt to eliminate him, or merely a means to vent his emotions? An aged cultivator at the 9th level of Qi refinement, perhaps aware of his hopelessness in breaking through to the foundation establishment stage in this lifetime, might not care about the calamity that would ensue. The system's words dripped with mockery, suggesting that the perpetrator might simply be an insignificant rogue cultivator, oblivious to such knowledge. It begins to make sense, Mu Changsheng mused. Not all cultivators in this world are aware that they should refrain from harming ordinary people. Many simply disdain to act against them, yet remain unconcerned about the collateral damage inflicted during their battles. What will you do now? The system inquired, curiosity evident in its tone. Of course, I shall retreat. Mu Changsheng swiftly gathered his array plates and flags, employing a technique to burrow underground as he made his escape. He left behind only the faint echo of his words. A gentleman seeks vengeance. 10 years is but a fleeting moment. And in this world of cultivation, if I cannot defeat him now, I can wait a century to frolic atop his grave. You are unaware of his true identity. How do you intend to dance upon his grave? Fear not. I have already glimpsed his visage and could easily render a portrait. Is he not emerging? The elderly man, having unleashed a fireball, surveyed the now fog-free town with deepening contemplation. The anguished cries of the townsfolk did not weigh upon his heart. He awaited the appearance of the mastermind, yet he did not anticipate that the individual would remain concealed. The elder guided his flying sword to a gentle descent in the town's center, meticulously observing his surroundings. Suddenly, his brow furrowed. The array's fluctuations had vanished, indicating that the opponent had already departed. Yet, I did not witness anyone leaving the town. The elder fell into contemplation, and upon glancing down at his feet, the realization struck him. The key to the mystery lay beneath. With haste, he formed a hand seal and burrowed into the earth. After a diligent search, he discovered an expansive underground hall. So, he had hidden below ground. Alas, he had escaped. The elder surveyed the empty hall with a tinge of regret. A fortnight later, Mu Changsheng arrived at another small town. Just 2 days after setting up his formation, a massive fireball erupted, scattering the fog once more. Damn, here we go again. Mu Changsheng felt utterly exasperated. How relentless is this pursuit? What rewards has the government offered you to chase me so fervently? Complaints aside, Mu Changsheng swiftly dismantled his formation and fled the town. Once again, he was a step too late. After casting the fireball spell, the elder burrowed underground, searching for Mu Changsheng's trace. Observing the deserted cavern once more, he couldn't help but feel regret. I should not have cast my spell so recklessly. It startled the prey into flight, akin to a frightened rabbit. Though he felt remorse, the elder gritted his teeth and continued to pursue Mu Changsheng for the bounty promised by the great Chu dynasty. 10 days later, Mu Changsheng reappeared beneath another small town, preparing to set up another array. Oh, a change in the formation? The system teased as it observed Mu Changsheng's work. Plans disrupted twice would ignite the ire of even the most patient, let alone one as vindictive as I, filled with wrath. Mu Changsheng resolved that his formation would no longer be an illusion array, but rather a combination of illusion and confinement. Even if I cannot slay this old fool, I shall ensure he is ensnared within this formation. As he surveyed the nearly complete array, he seethed with indignation. However, expecting him to perish within the array might prove challenging. He likely possesses at least a decade of life remaining, the system kindly reminded him. That is inconsequential. If I can confine him for a few years, I shall return when my strength surpasses his and exact my revenge. He dares to disrupt my plans. For Mu Changsheng, it was sufficient to hold his adversary captive for a few years, allowing ample time to surpass the old man's abilities and ultimately torment him to death, claiming his soul and essence. Under the system's guidance, Mu Changsheng spent half a day meticulously assembling the illusion and confinement arrays. As a novice in crafting mixed formations, he relied on the system's expertise to unleash their full potential. The formation was now complete. It was merely a matter of waiting for the fish to take the bait. As he beheld the white mist rising from the array's core, a sinister smile crept across his face. Would the opponent fall for such a ruse? The adversary was, after all, a seasoned trickster. While the system assisted in perfecting the array, it remained skeptical of Mu Changsheng's strategy. Surely, he will be ensnared. He has already been startled twice. This time, he will likely search for me underground before daring to attack the illusion array. Otherwise, should I escape again, he would waste precious time waiting for my reemergence, which does not serve his interests. Mu Changsheng, however, exuded confidence, believing that his opponent was not foolish enough to stumble twice over the same stone. Your reasoning holds merit. The system conceded, recognizing the validity of Mu Changsheng's perspective. To capture Mu Changsheng, the adversary could only act stealthily. A grand display of power was out of the question. Now, let us quietly await his arrival. Chapter 34. Trapped above a dense forest, 5 miles from the small town, a beam of sword light zoomed swiftly into the woods, vanishing from sight. Soon after, an elderly man in a black robe with a long beard stood quietly atop a tall tree branch, gazing intently at the small town shrouded in mist in the distance. Perched precariously on a slender twig, the old man did not break the fragile branch beneath him. Instead, his body gently swayed in the breeze, yet his eyes remained fixed on the distant town. After a span of 10 days had passed, it became apparent that the mouse's formation was merely rudimentary. Otherwise, it would not have fled in terror upon my arrival. The old man gently stroked his 3-foot-long beard, deep in thought. Since the previous 2 occasions had caused a significant stir, scaring Mu Changsheng into a hasty retreat, the old man had become increasingly cautious, fearful that he might inadvertently frighten Mu Changsheng away again. Although the mouse's formation was still rather immature, it was wise to remain vigilant nonetheless. Despite his disdain for Mu Changsheng's furtive behavior, the old man was acutely aware of the need for caution to protect his own life. He gracefully leaped down from the branch and landed on the ground, beginning to chant incantations. Whoosh! A soft sound echoed as the old man's figure swiftly melded into the earth, gradually moving in the direction of the small town. He has come. In a meditative state, Mu Changsheng suddenly heard the cold, mechanical synthetic voice of the system resonating in his mind. Has he arrived? Mu Changsheng opened his tightly shut eyes, his gaze sharp as he looked towards the thick layer of rock before him. He realized he could not see the scene described by the system and could only seek assistance from it. Foster father, please transmit the image to me. I wish to see as well. Understood. Upon hearing Mu Changsheng refer to him as foster father, the system promptly projected the scene before Mu Changsheng's eyes. From Mu Changsheng's perspective, he could see the old man slowly traversing underground, searching for his location. After searching for over 10 minutes, the old man discovered a formation flag. But to avoid alarming the mouse, he had to bypass it and continue seeking Mu Changsheng's hiding place. How long do you think it will take for this fellow to stumble into the trap I set for him? Mu Changsheng chuckled, stroking his chin. It should take him over an hour. Then why didn't you make it simpler from the beginning? That won't do. To a seasoned veteran, a trap that is too simple would raise suspicion and prompt an immediate escape. Only by making the discovery require substantial effort will he feel a sense of achievement and not suspect it is a trap set by me. Mu Changsheng exuded confidence, believing that by drawing the other party out slowly, they would unwittingly walk into the trap laid for them. Humans truly possess the most intricate thoughts. This isn't it either. Where on earth is this mouse hiding? The old man glared at a formation flag before him, tempted to unleash a fireball to obliterate it. Yet he restrained his impatience in order to locate the elusive little mouse. Continue searching. The area of the small town is limited. Sooner or later, I will find you without alarming the little mouse. Once I locate you, I will ensure your existence becomes a living hell. The old man pondered, nearly grinding his teeth in frustration. Yet for the sake of the reward from the Daoist dynasty, he pressed on in his search for Mu Changsheng's hiding spot. After another half hour, the old man delved deeper into the heart of the formation and finally discovered an unusual underground cavern. This cave was tightly encased in thick rock. Had the old man not approached with caution, he would never have noticed its existence. The cave was pitch black, obscuring vision entirely. However, to the old man, a formidable practitioner in the late stage of chi refining, it was no different from daylight. In the center of the cavern sat a figure cloaked in black, cradling a formation plate that emitted faint spiritual fluctuations. This plate was intricately connected to the underground illusion formation, providing a continuous source of spiritual energy to sustain it over time. I have finally found this mouse. My efforts were not in vain. Upon seeing the black-cloaked figure, the old man felt a surge of joy, realizing his diligence had borne fruit. Yet he did not act recklessly, fearing that Mu Changsheng might sense danger and flee. Instead, he continued to employ his earth-escaping technique, stealthily approaching the black figure from below. The old man's spiritual energy circulated at a sluggish pace, minimizing his presence to an imperceptible level, rendering him nearly invisible to outsiders. Perish! The old man suddenly sprang from the ground, fingers forming a sword seal as a dazzling beam of sword light shot forth, aimed directly at the nearby black figure. Clang! The black figure, sensing danger, attempted to rise and escape, but it was too late. It could only weakly raise the formation plate to defend against the terrifying flying sword. In an instant, the formation plate was easily pierced by the flying sword, and the black figure was likewise impaled, dissipating into a chilling wisp of ghostly energy. Disaster! The moment the flying sword struck the black figure, the old man sensed something amiss and sought to retreat underground, but it was too late. When the formation plate was pierced, it shattered into several beams of light that flew towards the cave's walls, vanishing into the rock. An ethereal light curtain enveloped the entire cavern, illuminating the dark space as bright as day. Bang! The old man, attempting to escape underground, collided forcefully with the light curtain, crashing heavily to the ground. Die! The old man leapt up, quickly forming a sword seal and pointing at the light curtain before him. Zing! The flying sword collided violently with the light curtain, producing a piercing explosion, while the rocks within the cave were sent flying in all directions by the fearsome shockwave. Return. The flying sword and light curtain remained locked in a standoff for nearly half a minute, due to the excessive consumption of spiritual energy. The old man was compelled to retract his sword, gazing uncertainly at the gossamer light curtain before him. Yet, despite its delicate appearance, this thin curtain had effectively withstood his most formidable flying sword attack, leaving the old man in a state of perplexity. The flying sword was his most powerful offensive weapon, but this greatest technique was rendered impotent against the thin barrier, leaving him at a loss for expression. Chapter 35. The shocking revelation. With a series of deep breaths, the elder managed to calm his racing heart. Once more, he formed a hand gesture, launching a massive fireball towards the distant barrier. The explosion reverberated through the small underground cavern, sending terrifying shockwaves crashing over him. This has escalated. Witnessing the chaos, the elder's expression drastically changed. He summoned all his spiritual energy, conjuring a formidable barrier to envelop himself. As the explosion subsided, he felt a trickle of crimson blood escape his lips, a result of the backlash from his own unleashed force. What kind of formation is this? Its rebound power is horrifically formidable. How can one even assault this barrier? The elder's face darkened, realizing that the more he attacked, the more fearsome the counterforce became, especially in such a confined space. Even he, a practitioner at the late stage of chi refinement, found it difficult to withstand. This is merely a rudimentary 2-element 8-trigram formation. A faint voice echoed through the cavern, addressing the elder's confusion. However, Mu Changxing's explanation only served to humiliate the elder further. Cursed rodent, how dare you plot against me? Once I break free from this formation, I shall annihilate your entire family. The elder seethed with rage, cursing vehemently. Do not delude yourself. You will never escape this formation in your lifetime. Moreover, I have no family for you to slaughter. You may be disappointed. Mu Changxing's mocking words ricocheted within the cave, igniting the elder's already furious disposition. You wretched mouse, lurking in the shadows to scheme against others, have the courage to face me in a duel. The elder howled defiantly, his voice echoing off the cavern walls. I apologize, but I currently lack the capability. I am but a coward. The elder froze, consumed by rage at the admission. To confess to being a coward. His fury choked in his throat, leaving his face flushed and heated by Mu Changxing's taunts. Cursed fiend. The elder cursed under his breath, then sat cross-legged in resignation. Wait here. When my power surpasses yours, I shall return to exact my vengeance. As those words fell, an oppressive silence enveloped the cavern. Despite the elder's provocations, Mu Changxing's voice ceased to echo in the space. I must find a way to escape. I cannot remain trapped here. If I do, this damned mouse will return to slay me. The elder began devising an escape plan, yet no matter what he tried, he could not breach the barrier and flee the cavern. After ensnaring the elder, Mu Changxing began to adjust the structure of the illusionary formation, shifting the veil of mist that enveloped the entire town beneath the surface. You actually intend to retreat without annihilating everyone above? The system observed Mu Changxing's actions with astonishment. Is this truly the same avaricious Mu Changxing? I have chosen to show mercy. I no longer desire their life essence or souls. Let them continue to live. Mu Changxing paused, revealing a hint of embarrassment, yet he persisted in his defense. It seems you fear trouble and wish to flee. The system promptly pierced through Mu Changxing's thoughts. This is not fleeing. It is merely a strategic repositioning. Do you understand the concept of a strategic retreat? I do not. Yet your actions bear no difference to fleeing. Humph. Mu Changxing scoffed disdainfully. Given that the great Chu dynasty has begun to seek aid from stronger practitioners, it is evident that I cannot linger near Luoxia City. The elders' attempts to capture me have failed, and the great Chu dynasty will undoubtedly call for more formidable allies. My current tactics have become known, and if I wish to continue harvesting life essence and souls, I must alter my strategy. Upon hearing Mu Changxing's rationale, the system understood his concerns. To survive longer in the world of cultivation, a change in tactics was imperative to continue reaping rewards. If Mu Changxing persisted in his current methods, he would surely face overwhelming retaliation. Thus, for his own safety, it was clear that he could not continue to gather life essence and souls on a grand scale within Luoxia City. Where do you intend to go now? The system inquired with curiosity. I am uncertain. Having spent over a decade in this world, I have only ever stayed within the confines of Luoxia City, rendering me unfamiliar with neighboring cities and nations. Mu Changxing chuckled helplessly, acknowledging his ignorance of areas beyond Luoxia City. Throughout those years, he had merely survived in Luoxia City and the Changyuan mountain range, remaining oblivious to regions beyond, effectively blind to the world outside. After listening to Mu Changxing's account, the system teasingly asked, do you wish to know just how vast this world truly is? Mu Changxing's eyes sparkled with eagerness as he pressed the system. Do you know? Indeed, the system affirmed confidently. Weren't you previously unaware? Mu Changxing questioned, skepticism evident in his tone. During your cultivation, I have not been idle. I have quietly gathered information about this world. Hard work pays off. I have finally acquired a substantial understanding of this realm. The system radiated pride, having obtained significant knowledge from the heavenly laws governing this world, a feat not easily achieved. Pray, enlighten me. The world you currently inhabit is known as the Huangtian continent, a grand realm characterized by a round sky and square earth, also referred to as the Huangtian Great World. Huangtian continent? Yes, Huangtian continent. This world comprises 3,000 vast lands, each immensely expansive. Moreover, it harbors countless lesser worlds, tens of thousands of them, quietly orbiting the 3,000 major worlds, continuously absorbing their energy to enhance their own existence. For the first time, Mu Changxing was stunned by such monumental information, 3,000 major worlds. Each world has a diameter of at least 100 light-years, and these realms are rapidly expanding. And what more? For now, that is all the information I have acquired. Chapter 36. Leisure Maple Leaf City, a grand metropolis situated several hundred kilometers away from Falling Sunset City, is adorned with an abundance of vibrant red maple trees. The bark and leaves of these maples are highly coveted materials, utilized in the weaving of exquisite fabrics. The cloth made from red maple fibers is renowned for its durability, serving as an essential strategic resource for the Great Chu dynasty. The red maple fabric has amassed immense wealth for the Great Chu dynasty, bestowing upon it a reputation of great prominence among neighboring realms. Delicious steamed buns, freshly prepared, are sold for a mere coin apiece. Today, red maple cloth is being offered at a remarkable discount, just 1 tael of silver for a roll. Such an opportunity to acquire red maple fabric at such a low price may not arise again. The Tiannan Martial Arts School is seeking apprentices, offering a monthly stipend of 1 tael of silver. As Mu Changxing stepped through the grand gates of Maple Leaf City, the cacophony of bustling activity and the vibrant essence of life filled his ears. What a lively city! It far surpasses the prosperity of Falling Sunset City. The system remarked in awe. Indeed, if I were to set up a chaotic formation here, I can only imagine the bounty of vitality pills and souls I could reap. Mu Changxing coldly retorted in his mind. He could communicate directly with the system, often without the need for spoken words. Mere thoughts were sufficient for the system to hear his inner musings. Upon hearing Mu Changxing's bloodthirsty sentiments, the system exclaimed in alarm, "Hey, don't entertain such thoughts. Be careful lest you find yourself without a grave." Rest assured, I am not that foolish. Mu Changxing maintained an impassive gaze as he observed the throngs of people. Having just eluded a pursuer, he had no desire to continue living under the threat of being hunted. Although he yearned for the vitality pills and souls of these individuals, he dared not brazenly pursue them, as his life took precedence. After scanning his surroundings, Mu Changxing strode confidently towards a tavern. "Welcome, esteemed guest. What would you like to eat?" A young attendant hurried over with a beaming smile, bowing respectfully as he inquired. "Bring me the finest wine your establishment offers, along with an assortment of meats," Mu Changxing commanded, tossing a silver coin towards the attendant after glancing at the menu displayed in the hall. "Please hold on, esteemed guest." The attendant smiled as he accepted the coin and hurried to the back room. Mu Changxing chose an empty table and patiently awaited the arrival of his food and drink. Nearby, the chatter of patrons filled the air, and one particular table captured his attention. A frail scholar took a sip from his cup and, with an air of mystery, posed a question to his companion. "Brother Zhu, have you heard about the recent significant events in Falling Sunset City?" "Falling Sunset City?" The queried individual paused, quickly recalling the distant location. "Isn't that several hundred miles from here? How do you know of such far-off news?" "To be honest, Brother Zhu, I heard this from a wandering merchant just yesterday. I cannot vouch for the truth of it," the scholar admitted with a wry smile. "In that case, whether true or false, please share the details so that I may broaden my horizons." Brother Zhu, intrigued, encouraged him to elaborate. "Brother Zhu, you're not planning to include this hearsay in your collection of tales from the martial world, are you? If you keep fabricating such content, I might just spread the word and ruin your reputation as an author," the frail scholar quipped, eyeing him skeptically. Ahem. Brother Zhu coughed to mask his embarrassment, then earnestly looked at the scholar. "Brother Wei, would I ever engage in such behavior?" "I find that quite likely," Brother Wei replied, even more suspicious. "Allow me to cover this round of drinks," Brother Zhu offered with a sincere expression. "That is more like it," Brother Wei accepted, his demeanor softening as he took a sip from his cup. "Now, can you share the rumors you know?" "Well, all right." The two began to converse quietly, and as Brother Wei recounted the tales, Brother Zhu listened in astonishment, frequently exclaiming in surprise, playing his part with great skill. This flattery only fueled Brother Wei's vanity, prompting him to share even more embellished stories. "Brother Tian, what do you know about the Great Chu dynasty and its relations with the three major kingdoms, Fuyu, Dajin, and Dazhao? It is said that the princes of these three kingdoms wish to marry the ailing Princess Chongning of the Great Chu dynasty. Why is that? The princes of three kingdoms wishing to wed a frail princess seems to undermine royal dignity. How peculiar. You may not be aware, but Princess Chongning's elder brother underwent a test for spiritual roots by an immortal from the Tianyuan sect 2 years ago, and it is said he possesses a superior spiritual root. This led an immortal seeking disciples to take him under his wing as a direct apprentice." "I see now. The princes are vying for Princess Chongning's hand to align themselves with a future immortal, Brother Tian concluded. Exactly. Not only was this table engrossed in discussions about falling Sunset City, but patrons at other tables were also exchanging news from various locales. This provided Mu Changsheng with a wealth of seemingly inconsequential, yet valuable information. The system remarked, this tavern truly lives up to its reputation as a hub of intelligence. Oh, Mu Changsheng's interest peaked. And where might the most reliable source of information be? The system cryptically replied, the brothels. Mu Changsheng furrowed his brow. Brothels? Having lived in the shadows of beggars and wilderness before encountering the system, he had never had the privilege to visit such establishments, thus remaining unaware of their secrets. Although he had come across tales of them in his past life, he had never considered that in a world where immortals existed, even common brothels might possess knowledge of the cultivation realm. Indeed, the brothels, the system affirmed. Mu Changsheng contemplated this, a faint frown creasing his forehead. In a world filled with cultivators, could it be possible that the mundane realm's brothels held extensive knowledge about the cultivation world? After all, the brothels were rife with those eager for affection, and such individuals would undoubtedly share their acquired knowledge in hopes of winning the favor of the enchanting women of the world. Chapter 37. Jealousy in the ensuing fortnight. Mu Changsheng devoted his days to rigorous training and spent his nights wandering through brothels and taverns, diligently gathering invaluable information from the lips of the patrons. This period proved fruitful for him, as on this very evening, he finally unearthed some significant tidbits from a group of lecherous men. In the grand hall of the brothel, a strikingly beautiful ensemble of women gracefully swayed to the melodies of instruments, unveiling their feminine allure to the captivated audience of elderly rakes below. Splendid. Marvelous. The onlookers erupted in applause, their cheers amplifying the vibrant atmosphere of the establishment. Tonight, I shall bestow my generosity for the sake of beauty, proclaimed a middle-aged, balding man. Rising from his seat with a flourish, brandishing a hefty stack of silver notes with ostentatious flair, a sultry matron sauntered over, her hips swaying enticingly as she accepted the man's offering with a seductive smile. Ah, Lord One, you are quite extravagant. Keep your silver away from me. I desire only the company of the enchanting Miaoyi tonight, the middle-aged man grumbled, shoving the matron away in disdain. Very well, my lord, I shall keep my distance, she replied, unperturbed, as she strutted away, announcing loudly, Lord One offers 1,000 taels for the company of Miaoyi. Is there anyone willing to outbid him? If not, Miaoyi shall belong to Lord One tonight. 1,000 taels for Miaoyi? How preposterous. I bid 1,500. A wealthy young scion rose, waving his own thick stack of notes dismissively at the middle-aged man. 2,000. 2,500. 3,000. They engaged in a fierce contest of wealth, neither willing to concede, each eager to outshine the other. This rivalry not only showcased their affluence but also promised them the delightful company of Miaoyi for the entire evening, a tantalizing prospect that ignited their desires. Moreover, such a display would bolster their reputations. The greater their renown, the easier it would be to navigate affairs within Maple Leaf City. 10,000 taels. Miaoyi is mine tonight. A calm yet commanding voice resonated throughout the hall, silencing the bidding war instantly. The entire brothel fell into a hush, all eyes turning towards the speaker, none other than the esteemed young Master Linghu of the city lord's household. Young Master Linghu has graced this brothel? Murmured the patrons in astonishment as they recognized him, their whispers brimming with shock. Seeing young Master Linghu, I shall withdraw from this contest and not disturb your noble enjoyment. The middle-aged man promptly conceded, bowing respectfully. Agreed, replied Linghu Shangyang, waving his fan with satisfaction. I too withdraw, said the wealthy young man, offering a courteous bow. Excellent. Linghu Shangyang's lips curled into a faint smile, visibly pleased with their deference. Their immediate retreat from the bidding revealed their trepidation towards the city lord's son, unwilling to provoke his ire. Young Master Linghu, it appears Miaoyi will be fortunate enough to accompany you tonight. The matron approached with a beaming smile, accepting the silver notes from Linghu Shangyang's attendant with an ingratiating gaze. Madam Lin, I hope you do not mind my interruption of their bidding, Linghu Shangyang inquired softly, a subtle smile gracing his features. Oh, young master, how could I? For Miaoyi to accompany you is indeed a fortune she has earned from her past life. We humble souls can only envy such a blessing, the matron replied, her expression filled with flattery. As the dance concluded, a burly man stood up, his voice booming. Miaoyi, how about you accompany me, old Han tonight? Han, you dare to compete for Miaoyi with my young master? Do you wish to court death? Retorted Han Shanlan, his words dripping with disdain. At that moment, Linghu Shangyang's expression darkened, his gaze fixed on Han Shanlan, brimming with lethal intent. The attendant behind him gasped, his face paling as he shouted angrily at Han Shanlan. Others may fear your Linghu family, but my Han family does not. You would do well to think twice before laying a finger on us. Han Shanlin's gaze was laced with provocation, and his tone was mocking. Linghu Shangyang's eyes flickered with a mixture of indignation and contemplation. How had the Linghu family's reputation diminished to the point where a mere second-rate family like the Hans felt emboldened to challenge them? unless the Han family had truly lost all sense of self-preservation. Yet their audacity suggested they possessed some unspoken strength. Ling Hu Shangyang scrutinized Han Shamlin, weighing whether he was merely boasting or truly had the means to back his words. Though Ling Hu Shangyang refrained from retorting, his attendant could not bear to witness the insult to his master. Your Han family is but a second-rate clan in Maple Leaf City. What right do you have to speak so arrogantly? That was in the past. My son now has the favor of an immortal and has entered the service of a revered master. So tell me, do we not have the right to speak boldly? Han Shanlin tossed his hair back, his demeanor exuding arrogance. What? Han Shanlin's son has entered the service of an immortal? The crowd buzzed with excitement. Their envy palpable as they whispered amongst themselves. Why would an immortal overlook my family? If my heir were to gain such favor, I too would have the right to face the Ling Hu family with pride, pondered Han Shanlin, his chest swelling with pride as he basked in the admiration of those around him. Brother Han, congratulations on your family's ascent to the ranks of the esteemed, they exclaimed, rising to pay their respects. Ah, no need for such formality, Han Shanlin replied, his face glowing with satisfaction, relishing the admiration. We shall take our leave. Ling Hu Shangyang, incensed, swept his sleeve dismissively and departed the brothel, accompanied by his attendant. Chapter 38. The market on this night. As the clamor of the brothel faded into silence, Mu Changxing stealthily made his way towards the location of the Han family. System, how potent do you believe the so-called immortals are? He inquired curiously while employing his earth-escaping technique. For ordinary people, any practitioner who reached the Qi refinement stage was regarded as an immortal. Mu Changxing found himself somewhat speechless at this notion. Was the threshold for immortality truly so low? The disparity between the immortals described by common folk and those understood by cultivators was indeed astonishingly vast. A practitioner who merely reached the first layer of Qi refinement could unleash several spells, rendering them an unattainable existence in the eyes of ordinary individuals. The chasm between their lifespans had been infinitely widened. A single offensive spell from a practitioner could annihilate dozens of mortals. Was this not an immortal in the eyes of common people? Upon reflecting on this, Mu Changxing recognized the truth in the system's assertions. As someone with an exceptionally low spiritual root, he would exhaust his spiritual energy only after casting 6 spells while firmly establishing himself in the first layer of Qi refinement. The release of 6 wide-ranging spells could easily claim the lives of over 100 individuals, which indeed made no distinction between him and an immortal in the eyes of mortals. While contemplating these matters, Mu Changxing arrived at the underground location of the Han family. System, please check if there are any practitioners present in the Han family and assess their strength. Understood. After his command, Mu Changxing awaited the system's response in silence. Ding. Within a mere dozen seconds, a faint shadow materialized in his retina, revealing an elderly man with white hair. The system stated flatly, a practitioner of the 4th layer of Qi refinement, nearing his end. Mu Changxing cautiously inquired, is this the only practitioner in the Han family? Within a radius of several hundred meters, there is only this one practitioner. Upon hearing this, Mu Changxing's gaze sharpened. Are there other practitioners beyond this distance? Unknown. I can only probe within several hundred meters. Beyond that, I am powerless. With a deep breath, Mu Changxing relaxed his furrowed brow. I thought there might be more practitioners within that range. It seems I was merely frightening myself. In that case, let us proceed. Mu Changxing collected his thoughts and began arranging the formation using his array plate and flags. Having previously set up a mixed formation, his speed in this endeavor had significantly increased, completing the arrangement within half an hour. The elementary 2-8 trigram formation and the chaotic mist great formation enveloped the entire Han family. In an instant, a faint veil of light and thick mist completely shrouded the Han family. Yet from the outside, everything appeared normal. Who is scheming against me? The elder within the Han family awoke in astonishment as the mist nearly enveloped the entire estate, his face contorted with fury. Do not be alarmed, my friend. I merely seek to inquire about some matters, and I shall depart once clarity is achieved. A pitch-black figure gradually materialized before the elder, displaying a benign smile. Surely, the visitor bears ill intentions. The elder regarded the shadow warily, forming a sword sign with his hands, causing a flying sword to materialize behind him, pulsating with erratic waves of spiritual energy. How could you think ill of me? I am truly a well-meaning individual, simply wishing to clarify some doubts with you, harboring no ulterior motives. The ghost, manipulated by Mu Changxing, wore an even more sincere smile, attempting to assuage the elder's caution. However, Mu Changxing's fearsome appearance offered little persuasive power, instead amplifying the aura of dread. What is it you wish to know? I shall divulge all that I know. The elder, prioritizing his safety, refrained from acting rashly, instead maintaining a vigilant gaze upon the ghostly figure, responding to Mu Changxing in a cold tone. I wish to learn if there are any places for scattered cultivators to exchange ideas and discuss the Tao. The arduous path of cultivation is exceedingly challenging. Upon hearing this question, the elder became even more alert, scrutinizing Mu Changxing. A scattered cultivator unaware of the market's location achieving such a level of cultivation was indeed perplexing. You seek information about the market? Are you unaware of its location within the Great Chu dynasty? Mu Changxing responded with a wry smile. I truly do not know where the market is. I am merely a newly initiated practitioner of qi refinement and have never encountered its location. Observing the genuine expression on Mu Changxing's face, the elder's brows furrowed, realizing that he spoke the truth. This revelation only heightened the elder's alarm. A scattered cultivator ignorant of the market's whereabouts had managed to cultivate to a level surpassing his own. This was exceedingly abnormal. Yet, valuing his life, the elder chose not to expose Mu Changxing. Instead, he began to elaborate. Several hundred miles into the depths of the Chanyuan mountain range lies a market for scattered cultivators. A market exists deep within the Chanyuan mountain range. Mu Changxing gazed at the elder in astonishment. He had previously ventured deep into the mountains, but turned back upon encountering numerous low-level beasts, prioritizing his safety. Had he chosen to press further, he might have discovered the market and Apos' location, but given his prior strength, daring to delve deeper would have likely led to his demise at the hands of the beasts. Indeed, the market deep within the Chanyuan mountain range is the largest gathering place for scattered immortals within the Great Chu dynasty, attracting thousands of scattered cultivators. The elder detailed for Mu Changxing. So many scattered cultivators exist. Nearly all scattered cultivators within the Great Chu dynasty congregated at this market, resulting in an abundance of practitioners. A self-satisfied smile spread across the elder's face. Observing this expression, Mu Changxing could not resist a sarcastic remark. What does the presence of so many scattered cultivators have to do with you to warrant such a smile? The elder's previously smug expression faltered momentarily, yet he still replied. With so many scattered cultivators gathered, we can naturally exchange insights on cultivation, as well as trade various materials we no longer require, facilitating our paths considerably. With so many scattered cultivators congregated, do conflicts not arise? For us cultivators of the Tao, conflicts are inevitable. And if a fight should occur, if anyone engages in combat within the market, there will certainly be those who intervene. However, if the conflict occurs outside the market, no one will meddle. Intervention occurs within the market? Mu Changxing inquired. What if the combatants refuse to heed the intervention? If the combatants ignore the intervention, the market's overseer, the Hong family, will intervene. The elder answered, and the two engaged in an amiable exchange, with the elder continuously addressing Mu Changxing and Apos' queries. Chapter 39, A Fellow Daoist with Every Word. The Hong family? Mu Changxing felt he had stumbled upon significant news and continued to inquire. Indeed, it is the Hong family, which boasts a foundation-building expert, reigning as the uncrowned king of Changju Wanfang City. The rules of the city are dictated by the Hong family, and all must adhere to their decrees. Should anyone dare to defy these regulations, a formidable member of the Hong family will be dispatched to execute them. When the family and Apos' masters find themselves unable to vanquish their foes, the ancestral patriarch will personally intervene. In the presence of a foundation-building master, we qi practitioners are akin to mere ants, and thus, no one would dare provoke the Hong family's authority. The elder's gaze revealed deep reverence, his expression turning envious when he spoke of the Hong family's ancestor. The might of a foundation-building expert is exceedingly terrifying, capable of shattering mountains and severing peaks. In their presence, a qi practitioner could be crushed effortlessly with a mere finger, indistinguishable from an insect. Furthermore, foundation-building practitioners possess a lifespan of 300 years and the potential to ascend to the Golden Core realm, a feat unattainable by ordinary cultivators. I see. Mu Changxing pondered thoughtfully and pressed on. What kind of support does the Hong family have? Why do you ask such a question? The elder and Apos' expression shifted abruptly, shock evident in his eyes as he gazed at Mu Changxing. I am merely curious. I wish to understand what backing the Hong family possesses, lest I inadvertently provoke them and find myself in dire straits. Mu Changxing donned a sincere smile, his gaze warm and inviting. The elder's expression softened as he shook his head with a resigned sigh. I am but a humble rogue cultivator. How could I possibly know such clandestine information? Thank you for enlightening me, fellow Daoist. Mu Changxing clasped his hands in gratitude. Since you have obtained the information you sought, may we now part ways? The elder regarded Mu Changxing with a relaxed demeanor, believing their conversation to be at an end. Not so fast, not so fast. Mu Changxing smiled and shook his head. I still wish to borrow an item from you. What item? The elder and Apos' vigilance remained, eager for the matter to conclude peacefully. Your head, of course. Mu Changxing suddenly burst into laughter. Seeking death. The elder's expression turned icy, and the flying sword that had been quivering behind him transformed into a brilliant streak of light at his command. Whoosh! The glimmer vanished in an instant, the flying sword effortlessly piercing the shadow before him. The shadow dissipated into a wisp of ghostly energy upon being struck. Yet, the elder did not lower his guard after dispersing the shadow. His eyes remained alert, and his voice was as frigid as ancient ice. I had long suspected your ill intentions, yet I still divulged the information you sought. I never imagined you would repay kindness with malice. Fellow Daoist, I cannot bear to see you squander your life in the mundane world, unable to attain the Tao of longevity. I sincerely invite you to join me in the Human Emperor banner to discuss the grand scheme of longevity. Mu Changxing and Apos' Words resonated in the room with a noble tone, reminiscent of one who genuinely considers others, betraying nothing of his true nature as a demonic cultivator seeking souls and blood. The elder scoffed derisively. I fear your so-called human emperor banner is merely a cursed banner shrouded in dark, ghostly energy. Fellow Daoist, how can you say such a thing? The human emperor banner I possess has merely darkened due to an abundance of merit. It cannot possibly be the malevolent banner you described. I am ashamed to waste breath with one of your ilk. Die. The elder disdainfully snorted and swiftly executed his sword technique, sending the flying sword crashing against a nearby barrier. Boom. A violent surge of energy erupted within the confined space, ripples of invisible force radiating throughout the room. Puff. The elder was sent tumbling backward, blood spurting from his mouth as he crashed against the energy barrier. His appearance was now pitiful. The robe that once accentuated his ethereal demeanor was tattered and hung from him like rags, resembling a beggar on the streets. Once more, Mu Changxing's melodic voice echoed through the room. Alas, fellow Daoist, why must you seek suffering in your final moments? It would be far better to enter my human emperor banner and cultivate. I would rather die than enter the cursed banner. Abandon that thought. The elder, struggling to rise from the ground, once again formed the sword technique with his hands but refrained from launching another attack, his gaze scanning the surroundings warily. Why bother? Mu Changxing sighed. Whether you die or suffer a lingering torment, you will still end up in my human emperor banner. What difference does it make? Though he spoke thus, Mu Changxing had no intention of holding back. Instead, he wielded the human emperor banner with greater fervor. With a powerful sweep of his arm, the banner exuded a torrent of dark, ghostly energy, resembling a roaring black dragon soaring through the air. In the blink of an eye, this dark energy coalesced into over 100 ghastly figures, their faces twisted and fangs bared. They howled and clawed, transforming into a nightmarish tide of black mist that surged through thick rock and soil. In mere moments, the horde of vengeful spirits breached the several meters of earth and barrier, invading the elder's chamber. Woe is me, how tragically I die. Come, join me. The chilling whispers reverberated throughout the room, sending shivers down the spine. The cacophony of voices intertwined, akin to the sinister calls of malevolent spirits from the depths of the underworld, casting an eerie shadow over the modest space, reminiscent of true hell. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Unhesitatingly, the newly emerged spirits unleashed their respective spells, vibrant lights cascading like a torrential downpour towards the elder. Some spirits spewed forth raging flames, others wielded blades of wind, while yet others summoned lightning to strike at the elder. The colorful spells clashed and intertwined, creating ripples of energy that shattered the furniture within the room. Perish. As the spirits materialized, the elder pointed towards them. Whoosh. The sound of slicing air echoed as the flying sword cleaved through the atmosphere. The spells targeting the elder were scattered under the might of the flying sword, which rampaged through the onslaught with the ferocity of a tiger among sheep. Bolstered by the elder's spiritual energy, the flying sword easily dispelled dozens of incoming spells, yet it soon exhausted its power and fell to the ground, beyond the elder's control. No. Witnessing this, the elder's eyes widened with despair. Puff. Under the relentless barrage of spells, the elder's physical form was reduced to a mist of blood. Release me. Release me. In the instant of the elder and Amp, Apos' demise, a vengeful spirit appeared beside him, seizing his soul in its grasp. The elder's spirit wailed in anguish as it was captured by the spirit. From now on, the vengeful spirits within the human emperor banner will be renamed heart-eating cursed spirits, not merely for the sake of word count, but for a more melodious title. Chapter 40. The situation of the four nations, my friend. I sincerely invited you to join me in discussing the grand scheme of immortality within my human sovereign banner, yet you have shown me such disregard. Now that you find yourself in my grasp, what further words do you have? Mu Changxing sneered, grasping the old man's soul in his hand. The elder, upon hearing these words, scoffed disdainfully. Bah! You despicable and shameless wretch dare to speak of the grand scheme of immortality? Have you looked in the mirror? You are but a mere heretic. The elder and Amp, Apos' words dripped with contempt, a reflection of a righteous cultivator and Amp, Apos' disdain for a demonic practitioner. A disdain that had been etched into the very fabric of his being. Mu Changxing coldly retorted, how can a sparrow comprehend the ambitions of a swan? Without allowing the elder a chance to retort, he directly absorbed the elder's soul into the soul-nourishing stone. As Mu Changxing gazed at the blood essence pill in his hand, he couldn't help but reflect on the immense vitality of cultivators compared to mortals. From this cultivator, he had acquired a blood essence pill the size of a fist, with a concentration of vitality 100-fold that of an ordinary human. After placing the blood essence pill into his spatial ring, he chuckled softly, realizing the necessity of collecting more cultivators and Apos' vitality in the future. The vitality of cultivators was not only more concentrated but also far purer, a distinction that mortals could never hope to match. This was a given, for cultivators underwent a transformation through their training, rendering their vitality incomparable to that of ordinary humans. Curiously, Mu Changxing pondered, if he could obtain a blood essence pill from a Foundation establishment cultivator now, would it allow him to directly step into that realm? Do not harbor such thoughts. While the vitality of Foundation establishment cultivators is indeed formidable, it cannot propel you across multiple realms, at most. It would allow you to break through a minor stage, came the reply. You are no longer merely a chi refining cultivator. You are now also a body cultivator of the chi refining stage. What a pity, Mu Changxing expressed, a hint of regret in his voice. Since he began utilizing blood essence pills for his cultivation, he had transformed into a practitioner of both body and technique, the heavenly devouring demon art. While absorbing the blood essence pills, simultaneously strengthened the practitioner's physical form, allowing Mu Changxing's body and spiritual power to reach a harmonious level. An advantage unmatched by countless righteous techniques. It and Appos, as time to depart. Mu Changxing glanced at the oblivious members of the Han family and dismantled the formation, leaving their residence. When the Han family members awoke from the illusion, the first sight that greeted them was the collapsed house of the immortal master, whose whereabouts were now unknown. As for the fate awaiting the Han family, it was of no concern to Mu Changxing. In the following days, Mu Changxing remained in Maple Leaf City, diligently cultivating while gathering more information about this world. Although he had learned the location of the marketplace, he refrained from visiting, considering his current insufficient cultivation level. He lacked neither resources for cultivation nor esteemed mentors to guide him, and thus saw no need to exchange insights with other wandering cultivators. He merely needed to steadily acquire more blood essence pills for his advancement. Once Mu Changxing reached the Foundation establishment stage, he would naturally venture into the marketplace to procure souls and vitality from those wandering cultivators. Why has half of the army outside the city departed from their camp again? Are you not aware? Has something significant occurred? Within a tavern, while leisurely dining and drinking, Mu Changxing overheard the hushed discussions at the neighboring table. His ears perked up as he set down his cup and listened intently. I heard that the armies of Fuyu, Dajin, and Dazhao have mobilized along the borders, aiming to pressure the Dazhu dynasty, which has enraged the royal family of Dazhu, prompting them to dispatch their own forces to guard against the three nations' incursions. What is happening? Not long ago, weren't these three nations seeking the hand of Princess Changning? How could they suddenly mobilize their armies? It seems the Dazhu dynasty sought to leverage Princess Changning's marriage to gauge the offers from the royal families, intending to wed her to the prince of the highest bidder. This has thoroughly angered the royal families of the three nations, who now wish to compel the Dazhu dynasty to make a swift decision through military pressure. How has it come to this? Could the pursuit of Princess Changning lead to a war among the four nations? Surely not. Would the Dazhu dynasty still be willing to marry her off in the event of war? Such matters are beyond the realm of our consideration. The armies gathered at the borders must number in the tens of thousands by now. About that, and with forces continuously rushing to the borders from various cities, it seems likely that the total will exceed 100,000. 100,000 troops? How terrifying. As Mu Changxing absorbed the discussions around him, a spark ignited within him. With over 100,000 troops amassed at the borders of the four nations, if he could establish a grand formation underground, he could continuously harvest souls and blood essence pills. That may prove difficult. For now, the four nations have merely gathered their forces without engaging in battle. The system doubts your plan, as obtaining vitality and souls in such a situation is quite challenging. A sinister smile crept across Mu Changxing's face, his gaze resolute regarding the souls and vitality of the amassed troops. No, I shall devise a method to incite conflict among these four nations, and it will inevitably escalate into a true war. And how do you intend to do that? Provoking a genuine conflict among the four nations is no simple feat. There are countless clever minds among them. Should your actions lack discretion, you risk exposure by leveraging interests. If I can't present an irresistible incentive, the four nations will turn on each other. Incentives? What could possibly motivate the armies of the four nations to engage in mutual slaughter? The system remained puzzled by Mu Changxing's intentions, questioning what could compel the nations to attack one another. Such a scenario seemed nearly impossible, unless he could directly manipulate the royal families of the four nations, causing them to lose their rationality and strike at one another, thus fulfilling Mu Changxing's desire for souls and vitality. Gold, Mu Changxing declared with conviction. Gold. Not only is gold a hard currency in mortal realms, but it also serves as a material for crafting low-level magical artifacts. If sufficient gold were amassed, it could incite the four great dynasties into chaos. His tone was laced with a fierce determination. He was resolute in his intent to instigate conflict among the four nations. So that is the plan. Chapter 41. Preparing for malfeasance. After a painstaking 10-day endeavor, the magical artifact was finally forged. Mu Changxing gazed at the compass in his hand, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. The efforts of the past 10 days had not been in vain. Was it really necessary to make such a fuss over a mere compass for locating gold? Although the gold-seeking compass was merely a low-tier magical artifact, it held the potential to help me discover abundant gold mines. With an ample supply of gold, I could incite relentless bloodshed among the armies of the four nations, enabling me to reap an unending bounty of vitality pills and souls. This was indeed a lucrative bargain. What could a mere system possibly understand? Mu Changxing scoffed disdainfully at the system's perspective. It was time to commence the search for gold mines. He gathered the leftover materials and formations from the ground. Then, compass in hand, departed from the location of Maple Leaf City. With a buoyant spirit, Mu Changxing welcomed a massive gold mine into his spatial ring, discovering yet another small gold mine. The system, after analyzing the gold mine within Mu Changxing's spatial ring, remarked, 5 gold mines should amount to several tons of gold. Upon hearing of such a substantial quantity, Mu Changxing appeared unsatisfied. Not enough, I require more gold mines. These mines had yet to undergo any refinement, and even after processing, they would yield only several tons of pure gold. For Mu Changxing, this was far from sufficient to incite the armies of the 4 nations into conflict. While several tons of gold could indeed spark a bloody clash among the armies, it fell short of his expectations. To drive the royal families and nobles of the 4 nations into a frenzy, he would require no less than a dozen tons of gold. Only when the quantity of gold reached a level to incite madness, compelling individuals to forsake all ethical considerations, could a grander war erupt among the 4 nations. When the realms fell into an endless struggle for gold, it would align perfectly with Mu Changxing's interests. The system remained speechless. Well, take your time searching then. Mu Changxing chuckled lightly. With the assistance of this gold-seeking compass, I shall swiftly locate sufficient gold mines to astonish you. To me, gold is no different from ordinary stones. The system scoffed dismissively. I am not here to marvel at gold. I am here to witness how gold can drive people to madness. I eagerly anticipated. The system replied, relishing the prospect of chaos. Is this truly the encampment of over 100,000 troops? It is utterly astounding. From a cliff, Mu Changxing observed the vast, seemingly endless military camp, unable to suppress his awe. This was merely one of the garrisons of the great Chu dynasty. The sheer expanse of the camp was beyond comprehension. The sight was breathtaking, with tents stretching infinitely and towering fortifications that resembled a grand city. Were it not for the orderly presence of the army, one might easily mistake this encampment for a thriving metropolis. Though the scale of tens of thousands of mortals was indeed intimidating, it was merely a lack of exposure. Once one witnessed the might of a cultivator's army, the true horror would reveal itself. An army composed of over 1 million cultivators could not only connect their energies, but could also lend their cultivation prowess to their commander, showcasing the true terror of such a force. The system spoke up to broaden Mu Changxing and Appos as perspective, making him realize the fundamental differences between an army of mortals and one composed of cultivators. If an army comprised of so many cultivators were to gather, I fear I might be overwhelmed. Mu Changxing envisioned an army of over 1 million cultivators easily vanquished before his imperial banner, imagining the immense benefits he would gain. A thought that filled him with exhilaration. Stop dreaming. Focus on how to instigate a war among the 4 nations to harvest boundless souls and vitality, the system interjected, breaking Mu Changxing's reverie. Indeed, Mu Changxing acknowledged, refocusing his thoughts on the pressing matters at hand. In the following days, he diligently explored the surrounding environment and the distribution of the 4 nations' forces, contemplating the best strategies to incite fierce conflict among them while preparing formations to continuously gather vitality pills and souls. This position is ideal, he mused, surveying the small hilly terrain interspersed with vast plains, a perfect battleground for the armies of the 4 nations. Standing atop a low peak, he admired the surroundings. This location was exceptionally suited for intense combat, with a small hill at its center and the plains serving as a vital trade route connecting the 4 nations. Whoever claimed this territory would gain a significant geographical advantage, posing a grave threat to any aggressors. The absence of farmers or military presence in this prime location stemmed from its strategic value. The 4 nations had been compelled to relinquish it for the sake of peace, designating it as a buffer zone to avoid becoming a target. System, I wish to establish a formation that envelopes the entire plain, enabling me to continuously harvest the souls and vitality of those who perish here. I require your assistance. Despite the plain and Appos' suitability for Mu Changxing and Appos' plans, his current mastery of formations was insufficient to cover the entire area. Thus, he sought the system's help. Not a problem. I will guide you. The system readily agreed to his request. Thank you, Mu Changxing replied sincerely. With the system's guidance, Mu Changxing meticulously began to set up a colossal formation that would encompass the entire plain. The souls and vitality of those who died within the formation would become invaluable resources for Mu Changxing. As time passed, Mu Changxing, under the system's direction, dedicated 3 days and considerable resources to successfully complete the formation. Now, he merely needed to place the spirit stones within the formation, and it would be fully operational. He surveyed the interconnected flags and compasses with a satisfied smile. From his spatial ring, he extracted 10 high-grade spirit stones, all initial resources provided by the system. Otherwise, with his current capabilities, he would have had no access to such high-grade spirit stones. Placing the spirit stones at various nodes within the formation, he ensured a continuous flow of energy to sustain its operation. Now, I simply need to bury the gold underground. A sinister smile spread across Mu Changxing's face as he began to inter the preliminarily refined gold within the mountain. By substituting gold for rock, he would facilitate its extraction. Chapter 42, News on a pitch-black night. An elderly man clad in coarse linen garments stealthily traversed a rural path, burdened by a wicker basket upon his back. He frequently glanced over his shoulder at the dark woods surrounding him, as though apprehensive that someone might leap out from the shadows to seize his precious cargo. Who goes there? Halt. A squad of soldiers suddenly emerged from either side of the road, their rifles aimed directly at the old man, their voices booming with authority. Ah! The old man gasped in terror upon the sight of the soldiers before him, his voice trembling as he cried out in fear. Spare me, noble sirs. With a sudden weakening of his knees, he fell to the ground, repeatedly bowing his head in supplication. What brings you here at this late hour? Are you a spy sent by a foreign nation? One of the soldiers, the sergeant, unsheathed his long blade and pointed its tip menacingly at the kneeling man. Speak. Are you not merely a herb gatherer? How can a mere herbalist be found in such a place at this hour? The sergeant's eyes narrowed as he approached the old man, kicking the wicker basket aside and pressing the blade against the old man's throat. A legitimate herbalist would not be returning home so late. You must be a covert agent from Fuyu, Dajin, or Daja, seeking to gather intelligence on our great Chu army. Tell me, noble sir, the old man stammered, overwhelmed by fear at the blade's coldness against his skin. I am truly but a humble herbalist. I have returned late due to an unfortunate incident while foraging. As the old man pleaded for mercy, one of the soldiers inspected the overturned basket, extracting the herbs one by one. Upon revealing the top layer of herbs, the soldier's gaze was immediately drawn to a glimmering golden stone nestled beneath. He swiftly lifted it, scrutinizing the peculiar find. This golden stone, marred by flecks of brown rock, diminished its aesthetic allure, yet the soldier could not resist examining it further. Suddenly, he exclaimed, Sergeant, this is a gold ore. What? The sergeant, momentarily taken aback from interrogating the old man, turned to see the soldier holding the golden stone, his eyes widening in astonishment. A gold ore? Indeed, it is a remarkably pure specimen. Where did you find this? The sergeant snatched the stone, inspecting it closely. Recognizing its composition, he swiftly advanced towards the old man, seizing him by the collar and lifting him off the ground. Speak. Where did you uncover this gold ore? Noble sir, I swear I shall never again attempt to mine gold. Please, have mercy. The old man implored, his voice quaking with desperation. What? There truly exists a gold mine? The soldiers, hearing the old man's frantic pleas, erupted with excitement. They rushed forward, encircling the old man, their voices filled with anxious inquiries. Initially, they had assumed the old man merely stumbled upon some gold, but upon realizing he spoke of a gold mine, their expressions shifted to one of fervent desire and avarice. The gold mine lies within that vast mountain. The old man recounted his encounter with the gold mine, his voice trembling, and as he mentioned the abundance of gold within, the soldiers and Appos' breaths quickened with anticipation. Find him. We must present ourselves to the general, the sergeant commanded, his voice low as he spoke to his men. Sergeant, be cautious. Do not be too greedy. This is beyond our reach. The sergeant understood the glimmering greed in their eyes, aware of their desire to claim the gold mine for themselves. However, he knew well that such ambition would lead to their ruin. A soldier hesitated, glancing at the sergeant, unsure of how to voice his thoughts. Consider your families. If we report this to the general, he will surely reward us generously. This is far safer and more profitable than attempting to seize the mine ourselves. I understand, Sergeant. The soldier replied, clarity dawning upon him. We shall heed your guidance. At the encampment of the 2nd Legion of the Great Chu Dynasty. Bang. Is this true? This old man has discovered a gold mine. Yang Tao exclaimed, his excitement causing him to overturn the table before him, his eyes gleaming with avarice as he gazed at the 10 soldiers and the old man, still incredulous. Though the sergeant had recounted the events in detail, Yang Tao found it almost unfathomable that a mere herbalist could stumble upon such a high-purity gold mine, particularly located near the border plains of the 4 nations. Observing Yang Tao's disbelief, the sergeant firmly asserted, General, I assure you, this is most certainly the case. I have personally verified the existence of the mine. Yang Tao and Appos' excitement mounted as he addressed his men. You have achieved a momentous feat. Once I report this to the emperor, your rewards shall be substantial. His repeated affirmations of good revealed the depth of his exhilaration. The news of a gold mine discovered by his soldiers was enough to elevate Yang Tao's status, propelling him closer to the pinnacle of power. The 10 soldiers beamed with joy, chorusing, Thank you for your patronage, General. Yang Tao waved them off. Return to your quarters and await further news. Yes, sir. The soldiers dutifully escorted the old man out of Yang Tao's tent. Once the soldiers had departed, Yang Tao hastily righted the table and began preparing to inform the emperor of this momentous discovery. Unbeknownst to Yang Tao, while the news of the gold mine spread within the Great Chu dynasty, the other 3 nations had also stumbled upon this information through various means, setting the stage for their own clandestine maneuvers to seize the mine. Chapter 43, Common Knowledge. Tianshui City, a border town within the Great Chu dynasty, lies a mere few miles from 3 military camps stationed at the frontier, serving as a vital source of supplies and provisions for the front lines. In a tea house, a group of individuals leisurely sipped tea and engaged in light conversation when, unexpectedly, one of them cast a mysterious glance at the others. Brother Mu, I and Appos, VE received a piece of intriguing news. Would you care to hear it? Oh, what is this good news? The others immediately perked up, leaning closer to listen intently. This information is of utmost importance. Given our brotherly bond, I shall share it with you, but you must not let it escape your lips, otherwise, it could cost you your heads. Rest assured, we are tight-lipped. There is no way we would divulge such news. The group's expressions turned serious at these words, each one patting their chest in assurance that they would keep the secret safe. While this table of men discussed, other tables nearby, initially indifferent, began to take an interest upon hearing that revealing the information could lead to dire consequences. They too held their breath, eager to hear the significant news that the diminutive man was about to unveil. A gold mine has appeared in the Tianshui Plain. What? How can that be? A gold mine in the Tianshui Plain? There are no mountains there. If a gold mine existed, it would have been discovered long ago. The group gasped in disbelief, casting skeptical glances at the small man, their faces a mixture of astonishment and doubt. Not only did this table express skepticism, but the nearby tables, upon hearing the news, were also filled with shock. Indeed, there were no gold mines in the Tianshui Plain, yet there was a solitary mountain. The small man flashed a mysterious smile at them. There is only one solitary mountain in the Tianshui Plain, which has never attracted anyone and Apos' attention. Yet, if a gold mine were to exist, it would indeed be plausible. As the group absorbed this enigmatic smile, their expressions stiffened, and they began to murmur quietly amongst themselves. With the discussions swirling around them, their initial disbelief regarding the existence of a gold mine on that solitary mountain began to wane. As the chatter continued, several individuals at other tables discreetly placed a few coins on their tables before hastily exiting the tea house, eager to sell this news or report it to their superiors. With more and more individuals departing, the remaining group exchanged furtive smiles, their faces alight with pride. Now, over 20 puppets had already been deployed, and it was likely that hundreds across the four kingdoms were now aware of this news. Tianshui Plain would soon become increasingly bustling. Holding the emperor's banner, Mu Changxing manipulated the scattered puppets, deep in thought. These puppets, crafted during this time, possessed no power and were indistinguishable from ordinary people, even if they were slain. They would not raise suspicion. For Mu Changxing, bestowing these puppets with legitimate identities was a simple task. If he orchestrated the accidental deaths of these ordinary individuals, the puppets could seamlessly assume their identities and continue to roam. Thus, when the four kingdoms conducted their investigations, they would find no anomalies, and the discovery of the gold mine would appear as mere happenstance. The individuals who stumbled upon the gold mine did not do so simultaneously. Instead, their discoveries occurred over the course of a month, thereby effectively misleading the four kingdoms. To ensure absolute safety, Mu Changxing had also introduced a bloodthirsty potion into the water sources of the four kingdoms and Apos, military camps, and the Tianshui Plain. This potion posed no threat to mortals. It simply heightened their aggression, particularly upon witnessing blood. This was a strategy devised by Mu Changxing to harvest more vitality and souls, intensifying the bloodshed and grandeur of conflict between the four kingdoms. Under Mu Changxing's deliberate dissemination, many significant factions within the four kingdoms received news of the gold mine's emergence in the Tianshui Plain. The revelation stirred these factions into action, prompting them to dispatch their finest spies to investigate. Within a matter of days, the Tianshui Plain witnessed countless fierce skirmishes under the cover of night, resulting in the demise of numerous martial experts amidst the nameless desolation of the mountains. Bang! Yang Tao smashed his palm against the table, his gaze fixed intensely on the scout reporting back to him. What did you say? A large number of martial experts are clashing in the Tianshui Plain? Yang Tao's furious eyes burned with a bloodthirsty intent, resembling two tangible flames ready to erupt from their sockets. General, this is the information our brothers have uncovered. The number of people appearing in the Tianshui Plain has surged in recent nights, and they are engaging in fierce battles. Just last night, over 20 warriors lost their lives there. The scout trembled in fear before Yang Tao's wrath, yet he knew his duty was to relay the intelligence. Suppressing his terror, he hurriedly conveyed the various pieces of information gathered by the scouting camp. Over 20 warriors perished last night. It seems these newcomers have received some exceedingly important news. Yang Tao murmured, choosing not to disclose the news of the gold mine to the scout, instead pressing further. Have you discerned the origins of these individuals and the reasons for their presence in the Tianshui Plain? General, according to our interrogations of some severely wounded warriors, they hail from the Great Chu, Great Li, Great Zhao, and Fuyu kingdoms. They have come to the Tianshui Plain due to crucial intelligence. As he spoke, the scout hesitated, glancing up at Yang Tao with trepidation, fearing that the ensuing revelation would incite the general's ire. Yang Tao, observing the scout's anxious demeanor, bellowed, "Dare you conceal information? Such an act is punishable by military law." The scout shuddered, stammering, "Why yes, General. These individuals claim they heard rumors of a gold mine being discovered in the Tianshui Plain, prompting the major factions to send them to verify the truth. Is it possible that someone has indeed discovered a gold mine?" Yang Tao pondered, realizing that the Great Chu's plans to secretly claim the gold mine would be thwarted. With a sigh, he contemplated the implications. Is this news credible? General, this information has been corroborated. Those who discovered the gold mine departed immediately to relay the news back to their headquarters. Dismissed. Yang Tao waved his hand, fatigued. Yes. The scout hurriedly exited. The generals, who had been waiting for directives from the royal court while scheming on how to discreetly excavate the gold mine under the watchful eyes of the other three kingdoms, could no longer afford to remain passive. They swiftly mobilized their armies to seize the gold mine. Chapter 44. The initial clash of the four nations. Kill. Drive those cursed Dali dogs out of the Tian Shui plain. This precious gold mine rightfully belongs to the great Zhao dynasty. Kill. Expel those detestable Fuyu dogs from the Tian Shui plain. This gold mine is a treasure of the great Chu dynasty. On the rugged terrain of the Tian Shui plain, the armies of the four nations engaged in fierce combat, each striving to annihilate the opposing forces and seize sole ownership of the gold mine. As the vanguard troops clashed with increasing intensity, reinforcements were dispatched to ensure the complete expulsion of rivals from the Tian Shui plain, allowing the discovered gold mine to become a vital asset of their respective nations. The initial forces sent by each faction aimed merely to establish camps and fortifications to claim the gold mine as their own. However, with the arrival of the other three nations' armies, the situation became increasingly precarious. Initially, the factions engaged in verbal skirmishes and insults, exchanging pleasantries regarding each other's families. Yet, these young soldiers, brimming with vigor, could hardly tolerate the taunts, and soon the exchanges escalated into physical confrontations, as casualties mounted, with some soldiers falling dead on the spot. Both sides drew their weapons and plunged into brutal combat. Some officers attempted to intervene, but as their ranks suffered hits from enemy weapons, they too unsheathed their swords, commanding their troops to engage fiercely. Shield bearers and spearmen, hold the line against their assault. Archers, unleash your arrows and eliminate those despicable Chu dogs, shouted an officer of the Fuyu dynasty, brandishing his long blade and rallying his troops into action. Kill. Annihilate those Fuyu dogs. Whoever secures this gold mine shall be promoted, roared a commander from the great Chu dynasty, urging his soldiers onward. The allure of advancement and wealth was an irresistible temptation for all. As the bloodshed intensified, soldiers fell by the wayside, becoming mere remnants of their former selves. Kill. The more ferocious the battle, the better. Muxiangxing, observing the unfolding chaos through the system and Apos' broadcast, cheered on the valiant fighters. Amidst the fray, he conjured vitality orbs, which, even when derived from the blood of these soldiers, possessed a strength surpassing that of mere mortals. The soul-absorbing stones, nestled within the central formation, drew the spirits of fallen warriors, transforming them into sustenance for his ever-growing power. Your strategy is indeed astute. Let them slaughter each other in pursuit of gold, while you reap the rewards of their souls and vitality. Given the vast quantities of gold at stake, the conflict among the four nations will persist indefinitely, allowing you to harvest souls and vitality for the long term. The system mused as the number of combatants in the fray escalated. Indeed, as long as they continue their conflict, the abundance of souls and vitality will surely increase. Propelling me into the latter stages of Qi refinement, Muxiangxing beamed with joy. The intensity of the battle was all he desired, for it signified a continuous influx of energy and souls. As the skirmish raged on, the armies amassed on the Tian Shui plain exceeded 100,000. With countless lives lost in the relentless struggle, each moment claimed the lives of the unwilling, becoming stepping stones for others. Many soldiers, having just slain several foes, found themselves overwhelmed and swiftly dispatched by their adversaries. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting golden rays across the battlefield, the sound of a war trumpet echoed. The clashing armies, momentarily halting their violent exchanges, turned their wary gazes upon one another. Under the guidance of their commanders, they began a slow retreat. When the distance between the two forces widened to several hundred meters, support troops rushed to the battlefield center to retrieve the fallen and aid the wounded. Damn it! So many brothers have fallen today. How am I supposed to report this to the general? Lamented Pei Lei, a captain of the Great Chu, as he surveyed the field strewn with bodies. My lord, this cannot be blamed on you. It was the Fuyu dogs who initiated the conflict. We were merely defending the vital resources of the Great Chu dynasty, a senior officer consoled him. Pei Lei's expression darkened as he glared at the Fuyu forces. Next time, we shall eradicate these cursed Fuyu dogs and claim this gold mine for the Great Chu dynasty. Rest assured, when we are better prepared, this gold mine will be ours. A subordinate assured him as they began to transport the wounded and deceased back to camp. Standing before General Yang Tao, Pei Lei felt a wave of shame wash over him. Bowing his head, he reported, General, we lost 5,000 soldiers today and failed to secure the barren mountain. 5,000. Yang Tao and Apos' furious gaze bore into Pei Lei. How could you suffer such losses and not capture the mountain? Are you utterly useless? The general's thunderous voice reverberated within the tent, sending shivers through the guards stationed outside. Moreover, the other three nations have dispatched their armies as well. Pei Lei's face grew complex as he observed Yang Tao's disappointment, feeling a profound sense of guilt. Who leaked this information? Allowing the Great Chu dynasty to suffer such heavy losses? If I find out, they will meet a fate worse than death. Yang Tao seethed, kicking over the furniture. splintering wood flying in all directions, leaving deep gashes in the tent. His fury was directed at the individual responsible for revealing the existence of the gold mine. For not only had they caught the great Chu dynasty off guard, but they had also led to the needless deaths of his soldiers. Go now. Yang Tao gestured weakly for Pei Lei to leave. Yes, sir. Wait. Just as Pei Lei turned to exit, Yang Tao called him back. General, is there anything else you require? Pei Lei asked, puzzled. Make sure to assign more personnel to guard the Tianshui plain. Since we cannot secure the barren mountain, we must not allow the other 3 nations to claim the gold mine, Yang Tao commanded, his voice resolute. Understood. Chapter 45. 6th layer of Qi refinement deep within the bowels of the earth, several thousand meters beneath the surface of the Tianshui plain. A continuous surge of murky energy emerged, solidifying the rocks and soil into an even more formidable mass. This subterranean realm served as the exclusive cultivation chamber for Mu Changsheng, a sanctuary constructed with utmost care for his safety, rendering it nearly inaccessible to ordinary cultivators. The walls of the chamber, hewn from stone, shimmered faintly with mysterious runes, whispering tales of the passage of time. Inside, the flickering candle flames danced like ethereal sprites, casting a warm crimson glow throughout the hall. The rosy light wavered against the walls, infusing the cold underground space with a semblance of vitality and warmth. Mu Changsheng sat cross-legged at the center of the hall. His posture as upright as a majestic mountain, emanating an aura of calm strength. Beneath him lay a circular disc inscribed with a minor gathering array, resembling a voracious beast that relentlessly siphoned the earth's elemental energy. The earthen elemental essence flowed like a torrent, continuously drawn into the array, where it was purified and transformed into strands of pristine spiritual energy, gently flowing towards Mu Changsheng. Surrounding him floated tens of thousands of blood essence pills, each resembling a crimson gem, their potent vitality so intense that they seemed almost corporeal, immersing the air with a metallic tang of blood that sent shivers down one's spine. Each pill was a concentrated essence of mortal blood. As Mu Changsheng inhaled and exhaled, the blood essence pills responded, drawn towards him like threads of vermilion silk, weaving into his mouth and nostrils. Within him, the spiritual energy surged like galloping steeds, circulating ceaselessly. The blood essence, now entwined with the flowing qi, transformed through both technique and cultivation, becoming pure spiritual energy that gradually flowed towards his dantian. Inside the dantian, the original spiritual energy, resembling a tranquil lake, began to ripple as new energy infused it, enhancing both its quantity and quality, thus fortifying Mu Changsheng's cultivation. Time, akin to a silent traveler, slipped away gradually. With Mu Changsheng and Appos' relentless practice, the blood essence pills visibly diminished in number. The once vibrant crimson pills gradually dulled, ultimately dissipating into wisps of smoke. When the last blood essence pill vanished, Mu Changsheng's body quivered slightly. Exhaling a breath of impure energy, it surged forth like a black dragon, carrying impurities and filth away, causing several candles to be uprooted and transforming into a cloud of dust and midair. His tightly shut eyes slowly opened, piercing beams of light bursting forth, slicing through the air like tangible blades. At last, he had reached the 6th layer of Qi refinement. Feeling the immense spiritual power within his dantian, a glimmer of joy appeared on his face, marking another step toward the foundation establishment stage. Having attained the 6th layer of Qi refinement, Mu Changsheng's strength had nearly doubled, each elevation and cultivation representing a significant advancement. Congratulations, the system chimed in. What is there to celebrate? Mu Changsheng retorted, his face clouded with discontent. To break through to the 6th layer, he had expended all the blood essence pills he had painstakingly gathered, leaving him with a sense of regret. Clutching his chest, he displayed an expression of profound discomfort. While the breakthrough was indeed a cause for celebration, the depletion of all his blood essence pills left him feeling acutely distressed. Having accumulated so many pills only to expend them all for a minor breakthrough weighed heavily on Mu Changsheng. The swallowing heaven demon art, one of the supreme techniques of the demonic path, certainly facilitated the journey of an ordinary individual into the realm of cultivation, yet the costs were staggering. In just half a year of practice, Mu Changsheng had advanced from an ordinary person to a cultivator of the 6th layer of Qi refinement, surpassing the progress of many prodigies. However, he had consumed tens of thousands of blood essence pills in the process. Were it not for his cautious nature, he would have likely fallen victim to the righteous cultivators long ago. Though the blood essence pills were depleted, he could find ways to acquire more as long as his cultivation was sufficiently strong. But if my cultivation were low, there would be no hope, the system consoled him. By the way, system, how many blood essence pills have I harvested during my cultivation? Mu Changsheng recalled the great formation operating beneath the Tianshui plain and hastily inquired. The system glanced at the formation and responded, in the 3 days of your cultivation, the array has gathered several thousand blood essence pills. Only several thousand? That seems far too few. Mu Changsheng expressed his dissatisfaction. Given the news of a gold mine in the Tianshui plain, he expected the yield of blood essence pills to have increased significantly by now, not diminished. In the past few days, the barren mountains housing the gold mine had been surrounded by the armies of 4 nations, who, under strict orders from their highest commanders, remained at a standstill. The armies were engaged only in minor skirmishes, resulting in a dwindling supply of blood essence pills. The system had been monitoring the situation closely and promptly relayed this information to Mu Changxing. The four nations have not continued their slaughter? Mu Changxing was taken aback. After the initial clash, the four nations had refrained from further violence. It appeared that their leaders had reached a consensus to collaborate on the development of the gold mine. Indicating a flaw in your plan, the system noted, somewhat helplessly. After witnessing the fierce combat, the leaders likely realized that conquering the other three nations would be no simple task and sought to cooperate to exploit the mine together. Do they think they can mine gold without my consent? Moreover, to extract it without paying a hefty price is mere folly. Mu Changxing chuckled derisively at the notion of the four nations cooperating. Without taking action against mortals, do you have a better plan? The system, observing Mu Changxing and Oppos as confidence, was puzzled, unsure of how he intended to break the stalemate. You will find out soon enough, Mu Changxing replied, a sinister smile spreading across his face. With the prospect of countless lives lost in the Tian Shui plain, Mu Changxing would not stand idly by. It was not in his nature to refrain from provoking a grand conflict among the four nations. Chapter 46, The Avenger That Night. Amid the desolate mountains of the horizon plains, a commanding voice echoed, "Begone! All of you clear out. This gold mine is claimed by me, the Carefree Sword. How dare you, a mere rabble, covet it? Any soul who dares to lay hands on this gold mine shall face my wrath and meet their demise." In a canyon of the barren hills, a well-built man stood defiantly, clutching a long sword that gleamed with a chilling light. The sword seemed almost sentient, exuding a fierce aura with each movement he made. His eyes sparkled with intensity as he surveyed the throng of martial artists surging toward a corner of the mountains, a scornful smirk playing upon his lips. With a flash, he darted forward like a bolt of black lightning, plunging into the masses. Each swing of his sword was accompanied by a spray of blood, swiftly claiming the lives of those who dared approach the gold mine. Heads tumbled like ripe melons, rolling across the ground as blood pooled ominously, creating shocking crimson lakes. The figure of the Carefree Sword flitted through the crowd like a wraith, now resembling an eagle swooping down, now akin to a dragon frolicking in water. He fought his way through, the sword dancing in his hands like the scythe of death, cleaving any who dared to come too close. With each strike, his thunderous shout rang out, "Come, challenge me. Let us see who has the prowess to seize this gold mine from my grasp." His voice reverberated through the canyon, causing the ears of the onlookers to throb and instilling fear in the hearts of those with nefarious intentions. Witnessing the scattered corpses, the crowd hesitated, slowly retreating, fear evident on their faces. "Carefree Sword, others may cower before your reputation, but I, Chang Chunzi, fear you not." A booming voice emerged from the throng. A man wielding a spear, its tip glinting like a silver dragon, strode confidently toward the Carefree Sword. "This gold mine can be shared between us, allowing all to partake, thus avoiding a fight to the death, or we can continue this bloodshed. But do not forget, when the armies of the four nations converge, we shall gain nothing and become prisoners," Chang Chunzi proclaimed, his gaze resolute. "Chang Chunzi? A nameless fool seeking death," the Carefree Sword retorted, surprise and fury flickering in his eyes. With a roar, he lunged at Chang Chunzi, his sword imbued with formidable inner strength, aiming to cleave him in two. Yet, Chang Chunzi was prepared, with a deft motion. He twirled his spear, effortlessly deflecting the Carefree Sword and Oppos' assault. The clash of their weapons rang out, a symphony of metallic resonance, sparks flying in all directions. The Carefree Sword was taken aback, astonished by Chang Chunzi's profound abilities. "Very well, you possess some skill. Let us mine this gold together. First, we shall eliminate these pests that hinder our pursuit of wealth. Once the riffraff are cleared, we can deliberate on how to extract the gold." Recognizing the futility of subduing Chang Chunzi today, he conceded. "As you wish, we shall rely on our own capabilities." Chang Chunzi and Oppos' gaze was fixed intently on the Carefree Sword. After a brief pause, the Carefree Sword agreed, "Very well." They exchanged a glance before turning simultaneously, charging towards those still coveting the gold mine. In an instant, the mountains were alive with the clash of blades and the shouts of battle, a gruesome contest for gold unfolding. Suddenly, a radiant beam of sword light appeared in the sky, illuminating the barren hills of the horizon plains. An oppressive force descended upon the combatants in the distant military camp. With this emergence of power, the fighting warriors collapsed in fear, their faces drained of color as they gazed up at the figure in black. An immortal, Master Immortal. The onlookers gasped, bowing in reverence to the figure hovering above, standing upon a flying sword. Even soldiers in the distant camps bowed their heads in submission. The black-clad man, Mu Changxing, felt immense satisfaction witnessing the mortals below prostrating themselves, but maintained an air of composure. He addressed the kneeling crowd. "I, a humble traveler, have encountered this scene of bloodshed. Why do you wage war here?" Though his words were understated, they resonated like thunder in their ears. "Do you not realize that your slaughter disturbs the balance of heaven?" As Mu Changxing questioned, the weight of his presence intensified, forcing the crowd to prostrate themselves further. "Master Immortal, you must understand, a gold mine has appeared here, and we were blinded by greed and will depart at once." Chang Chunzi replied. Shame etched on his face. Oh, you would spill rivers of blood over mere gold? Such behavior is unjust. Mu Changshan's tone conveyed both astonishment and reproach, clearly displeased by their violent squabbles. Master Immortal, we acknowledge our wrongs. We shall leave immediately and cease this bloodshed. The crowd, kneeling, begged for mercy, their voices laced with guilt. Yet, it was merely a reflection of their submission to Mu Changxing's formidable aura. Once he departed, they would surely resume their fighting. Enough. The heavens show mercy and do not wish to witness your continued slaughter. Since I have encountered this matter, I shall assist you. I will distribute this gold among you to quell your conflict. Mu Changxing's voice was filled with compassion, as if he genuinely sought to prevent further bloodshed. Master Immortal. The crowd looked up in astonishment, thrilled by the prospect of an immortal aiding them, promising to share the gold. Words are unnecessary. You may withdraw. I shall extract this gold and share it among you. Mu Changxing gestured for them to leave. Yes. The crowd hurriedly rose and retreated into the distance. Chapter 47. Manifestation of the Golden Mountain. After everyone had retreated from the desolate mountain, the shepherd swiftly formed a series of hand seals. As these intricate gestures were completed, a powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted from his dantian, flowing forth like an unstoppable torrent. Gradually, a colossal hand of spiritual energy materialized in the sky, immense enough to seemingly obscure the heavens. The potent waves of spiritual energy emanating from this manifestation instilled a sense of overwhelming dread in the distant onlookers, who could not fathom the might of such a celestial being. Is this the power of an immortal? The awe-inspiring presence of the immortal is indeed terrifying. All gazes were drawn upward to the gigantic hand of spiritual energy, filled with a mixture of reverence and fear. The crowd trembled involuntarily, as if the hand might descend at any moment, reducing them to mere pulp. Once the ethereal hand was fully formed, the shepherd waved gently towards the desolate mountain, and the enormous hand plummeted towards it with the velocity of a meteor. A thunderous roar reverberated throughout the realm. Upon impact, a cataclysmic explosion resonated, echoing like the relentless crash of thunder, nearly shattering the eardrums of those nearby. A terrifying shockwave erupted from the point of contact, akin to a frenzied hurricane, sweeping away vast amounts of earth and debris in all directions. The ground split open, fissures tearing through the landscape as clouds of dust ascended into the air, creating a blinding sandstorm that obscured all visibility. The deafening sounds of the explosion gradually faded, and the dust settled down, blanketing the expansive plain. From afar, the onlookers of 4 nations, still brushing off the dirt, eagerly turned their gazes towards the desolate mountain. Well, my goodness! Is that the Golden Mountain? Gasps of astonishment erupted as the crowd was entranced by the spectacle before them. Where once stood a barren mountain, now loomed a towering golden mountain, glimmering resplendently under the night sky. The entire mountain was cloaked in gold, radiating an extraordinary brilliance, captivating even in the darkest of nights. It sparkled like the brightest star in the firmament, drawing all eyes towards it, igniting an irresistible desire to possess its riches. Breathless with excitement, the crowd's expressions morphed into one of avarice, their eyes shimmering with the lust for wealth. Such an abundance of gold, merely a fraction, could grant one untold riches overnight. The thought of claiming the entire Golden Mountain ignited aspirations of founding their own kingdom. As greed surged within them, the crowd felt compelled to suppress their desires. For the formidable immortals still lingered nearby, awaiting the distribution of treasures. Under the overwhelming pressure of sheer power, their innate yearning for wealth was forcibly subdued, a primal instinct of survival, an acknowledgement of the strong preying upon the weak. Is the Golden Mountain truly this vast? It seems my cultivation is still insufficient to oversee the distribution of such wealth. A sigh escaped as the crowd gazed skyward once more, only to discover that the previously fearsome immortal had departed on his flying sword, leaving behind a lingering sigh that echoed with resignation and embarrassment. Is the immortal truly leaving like this? Is the Golden Mountain so immense that even an immortal is rendered helpless? As they pondered the sudden disappearance of the shepherd, murmurs began to circulate among them. With a sudden rush of fervor, the suppressed greed erupted uncontrollably. The Golden Mountain is mine. Anyone who dares approach it shall face my wrath. I will annihilate their entire lineage. This land has belonged to the great Chu dynasty since time immemorial, and anyone who dares encroach upon it shall be met with death. Kill, kill, kill. Those quick to react charged toward the Golden Mountain, each individual eager to seize control. Even if they could not claim dominion over the mountain, a mere fragment of its bounty would suffice for a lifetime of opulence. Chaos erupted across the plains, as the forces of the 4 nations, under the command of their leaders, joined the fray, unwilling to relinquish control over the Golden Mountain. The slaughter became fierce and relentless. With tens of thousands engaging in brutal combat, countless lives extinguished every passing moment. Even in their final moments, the dying cast their gazes longingly toward the Golden Mountain, unable to conceal their insatiable desire. Meanwhile, the shepherd, having vanished from sight, returned to the underground chamber. What a splendid maneuver! In mere minutes, I have amassed thousands of vitality pills. Oh, has the fighting commenced so swiftly? The shepherd's expression brightened. It began the instant you departed. They have been slaughtering each other ever since. With every moment, lives are lost. It appeared he had overestimated their composure. Upon witnessing the Golden Mountain, they had descended into chaos without restraint. A satisfied grin spread across his face as he reveled in their reaction. What is your next course of action? Next, I shall further disseminate news of this place. The more who know, the better. Only when enough perish here will I grow stronger. Clenching his fists, the shepherd's yearning for power was undeniable. The system, observing his demeanor, inquired, "Would you like to watch the live broadcast?" His eyes glimmered with excitement. Yes. How could I miss such a riveting clash? In the next moment, the unfolding events at the Golden Mountain were projected before him. The conflict intensified, becoming increasingly brutal. Any who dared approach the mountain were swiftly slain by the combined forces. Only the most formidable innate warriors could draw near, extracting substantial gold from the mountain before retreating from the plains. As the shepherd watched the live broadcast, he simultaneously crafted puppets, sending each newly created puppet into the realms of the Four Nations. Chapter 48. The Four Nations react to the news. Maple Leaf City Extra. A sensational announcement reverberates. A towering mountain of gold, reaching hundreds of meters, has emerged in the Tianshui Plain. A piercing shout penetrates the bustling crowd, seizing the attention of all. A disheveled middle-aged man struggles to push his way through the throngs, entering the gates of Maple Leaf City. Once inside, he stands amidst the lively streets, taking a deep breath, and bellows with all his might. A gold mine has appeared in the Tianshui Plain. His proclamation sends ripples through the crowd, akin to a boulder splashing into a serene lake, stirring a tempest of excitement. The previously cacophonous crowd falls silent, all eyes fixated on the disheveled man. What? A gold mine in the Tianshui Plain? Where is that? The next moment, a chorus of murmurs erupts, the atmosphere buzzing with astonishment and curiosity. The Tianshui Plain lies adjacent to Tianshui City, at the intersection of the Great Chu Dynasty and the three nations of Zhao, Li, and Fuyu. The man and Appos, S words echo among the crowd, addressing their bewilderment. Yet, at that instant, some individuals familiar with Tianshui City scoff derisively. This must be false information. Tianshui City is over 1,000 miles from Maple Leaf City. How could you possibly know about such distant news? Their skepticism leaves the disheveled man momentarily embarrassed. Yet he stands resolute, asserting, I come from Tianshui City. This news is absolutely true. Is there really a gold mine in the Tianshui Plain? If so, why are you not mining it, but instead running to Maple Leaf City? The crowd's disbelief grows, their gazes laden with suspicion. I. The disheveled man stammers, his embarrassment palpable in the face of their scrutiny. Humph, I told you he is a fraud. Just a con artist. A middle-aged man gestures dismissively to the crowd, declaring, Disperse. There's nothing to see here. Just a fool trying to amuse us. As the crowd begins to disperse with sighs of disappointment, the disheveled man, flustered, stomps his feet and exclaims, I am not deceiving you. A gold mine has truly appeared in the Tianshui Plain. Then why don't you go mine for gold? Exactly. Why venture so far to spread this news instead of seeking your fortune? The crowd's skepticism intensifies, their doubts deepening regarding the man's intentions. I am merely an ordinary person without the qualifications to approach the Tianshui Plain. It is entirely occupied by military forces and warriors. Someone paid me to spread this news. He confesses, his face flushed with embarrassment. Since the Tianshui Plain is occupied by warriors and soldiers, what makes us ordinary folk think we can go there? They lament. Indeed, we insignificant individuals have no right to venture forth. Their spirits dampened, the crowd's enthusiasm for seeking gold diminishes significantly. The warriors have formed an alliance in the Tianshui Plain, continuously recruiting fighters from various regions to share in the spoils and resist the tyrannical military forces. The disheveled man continues to shout, urging the crowd to disseminate this information. Warriors forming an alliance against the military? That is a death wish. How could warriors contend with the armies of all nations? No way. Upon hearing this, those who had felt a flicker of interest suppressed their inclinations. How could mere warriors stand against the might of national armies? If the military could not subdue the various sects and warrior factions, they would not invest vast resources in training troops. Cultivating powerful warriors alone would suffice. The news of the gold mine in the Tianshui Plain has even attracted celestial beings. If even they cannot extract the gold, one can only imagine the mine and Appos' enormity. With such a terrifying reserve of gold, it is improbable that the armies of all nations could seize it all. The Warriors Alliance still holds hope of claiming a share. As the crowd prepares to depart, the disheveled man unleashes a bombshell. What? The gold mine has even attracted powerful celestial beings? You must be joking. How could celestial beings possibly be interested in a gold mine? The crowd, on the verge of leaving, halts upon hearing such significant news. Turning back to interrogate the disheveled man. This is true. He begins to embellish the tale, painting a vivid picture of the scene, igniting the greed of those already intrigued. Since the gold mine in the Tianshui Plain has captured the attention of celestial beings, it seems I must join the fray. Let us go. Many express their eagerness to witness the spectacle for themselves. From the Great Chu Dynasty, Luoxia City, Linen City. From the Great Li Dynasty, Fengyang County, Fengbui County. From the Great Zhao Dynasty, Changzhou, Bingzhou. Increasing numbers from the four nations receive this news. Hastening towards the Tianshui plain, all eager to seize a piece of the gold mountain and transform themselves into affluent individuals. Step aside. This gold brick is mine. A warrior of innate rank sends several approaching competitors flying with a single strike, snatching a massive gold nugget from the ground, intent on fleeing. In the hands of an innate warrior, the hundreds of pounds of gold feel as light as a weed plucked from the roadside. Suddenly, the innate warrior feels his body stiffen, as if being targeted by a ferocious beast, rendered immobile. In that moment of distraction, several other warriors seize the opportunity, attacking him with their weapons. Deprived of inner strength, the innate warrior's physical prowess resembles that of an ordinary person. Tragically, the innate warrior meets his demise at the hands of a group of elite fighters. This gold brick is now mine. An agile elite warrior bursts forth from the crowd, seizing the massive gold brick and making his escape. Chapter 49, Late Stage of Qi Refinement. Mu Changshan gradually retracted the ominous aura he had unleashed, as if it had never existed. His gaze, sharp and focused like that of a hawk, was fixated on the violent clashes occurring over the gold mine, missing not a single detail. Whenever a formidable warrior emerged, attempting to seize the precious gold, Mu Changshan would silently channel his spiritual energy. This energy, akin to a venomous serpent, lay in wait, poised for the opportune moment. As those powerful warriors became engrossed in their fierce competition for gold, Mu Changshan would unleash a sudden assault, striking their minds with a swiftness that left them no time to react. This unexpected strike often left the warriors reeling, their spirits deeply shaken. Many a strong warrior met their demise, caught off guard by Mu Changshan's cunning machinations, falling prey to others. Mu Changshan did not rely solely on this tactic. Rather, he adapted as the situation demanded, targeting those he deemed unsatisfactory. Consequently, even if some began to suspect the peculiar deaths of these warriors, they would struggle to discern the truth, never suspecting Mu Changshan. Others merely attributed these incidents to the overexcitement of those who had claimed gold, leading to careless missteps. The system, a coveted external aid, empowered Mu Changshan even when he could not project his consciousness outward. With the system's assistance, he could achieve feats that would typically require a foundational cultivator and Appo's prowess to strike from a distance. The system provided visibility, while Mu Changshan used his spiritual pressure to disrupt the warriors, causing them to meet their silent demise. Your methods are truly insidious, the system remarked, unable to contain its critique. Yet Mu Changshan dismissed the comment, a sly smile gracing his lips. How can this be deemed insidious? It is merely a fair exchange. He paused, then continued. They yearn for gold and instant wealth. I, in turn, require their vitality and souls. This is simply a mutual benefit, devoid of any excessive claims. His tone was resolute, brimming with confidence and devoid of guilt. You are acting rather despicably. Even I, an unconventional system, find your actions difficult to condone. You lack the dignity expected of a cultivator, and I must express my disapproval, the system chastised. And if you were in my position, what would you do? Mu Changshan inquired. I would share some of your cunning with you, the system retorted. How shameless. Likewise, Mu Changshan responded, and they both erupted into sinister laughter, complicit in one another's schemes. After indulging in this leisurely pastime of deception, Mu Changshan resumed his arduous training journey. Each day, he acquired thousands of vitality pills, sufficient to sustain his long-term cultivation without concern for resources. For the next 6 months, he lived a life defined by a singular focus, cultivating and outmaneuvering others. With a deep breath, Mu Changshan slowly opened his tightly shut eyes, an uncontainable joy radiating from within. He murmured to himself, at last, I have reached the 8th layer of Qi refinement. Over the past 6 months, he had dedicated himself wholeheartedly to his practice, elevating his cultivation from the 6th to the 8th layer, successfully entering the late stage of Qi refinement. The difference between the 8th and 6th layers was substantial, signifying not only a remarkable increase in power, but also that he was but a step away from the foundation establishment stage. Should he transcend this threshold, he would soar like a carp leaping over the dragon gate, free to traverse the vast skies. Congratulations, you are one step closer to the foundation establishment stage. The system's mechanical voice interjected, perfectly timing its praise. However, rather than feeling elated, Mu Changshan sighed deeply. The system, taken aback, asked, what troubles you? A breakthrough in cultivation should be a cause for celebration, yet you seem more burdened. There is a scarcity of vitality pills, and I cannot continue my training. Mu Changshan lamented, shaking a blood coagulation stone in his hand, only to find it devoid of vitality pills. The system fell silent, unsure how to console the disheartened Mu Changshan. Since a month prior, the number of vitality pills he could harvest from the heavenly plains had dwindled drastically, now yielding only a few dozen daily, a stark contrast to the thousands he once collected. This decline was attributable to the staggering number of casualties in the heavenly plains over the past 6 months. A toll so severe that even the royal families of the 4 nations could not bear it. Each day, tens of thousands of young men perished. A devastating blow to all involved. After countless negotiations, the 4 nations reached an agreement to jointly mine the gold. Those factions that resisted were swiftly eradicated by the combined forces of the four nations. As stability returned, the number of vitality pills Mu Changsheng could gather naturally diminished, leading to his current predicament of having none. Now, with all available vitality pills exhausted, he faced an urgent need to devise a strategy to procure more. Otherwise, his cultivation would stagnate. What do you propose? Are you considering returning to your previous methods? Previous methods? Mu Changsheng paused, then shook his head in denial. Such an approach would attract undue attention, especially from late-stage Qi refinement cultivators, and might even draw the attention of Foundation establishment cultivators. The system referred to his previous tactic of ensnaring the unsuspecting with illusions, inciting them to turn against one another, allowing Mu Changsheng to collect their vitality and souls. While this method had proven efficient in the past, it was now compromised, as the Daqing dynasty had become aware of it. Once the chaotic illusion was deployed, it would undoubtedly alert the Daqing dynasty, prompting them to seek out more powerful cultivators to eliminate what they perceived as a significant threat. As for the neighboring nations, their distance was not absolute. They would remain somewhat aware of the happenings within Daqing. Do you have any alternative strategies? Mu Changsheng pondered, contemplating the possibility of a more expedient method to gather vitality pills and souls. Chapter 50. The crafting of puppets. Is there truly a more expedient method? You cannot possibly be driven mad by the blood chi pills. The system's voice pierced the air, sharp and grating, imbued with palpable shock and incredulity. Yet, Mu Changsheng maintained a grave demeanor, his expression devoid of jest, asserting, I am not insane. My words are sincere. The system, though still skeptical, recognized that Mu Changsheng was not one to speak frivolously. Thus, it somewhat tempered its emotions and inquired, then enlighten me, what alternative do you propose? Taking a deep breath, Mu Changsheng spoke eloquently. The celestial laws of this world are extraordinarily peculiar. It is astonishing that cultivators face inner demons and tribulations when they harm mortals. The very rules of this realm seem to actively safeguard the common people, a concept unheard of and unimaginable. The system fell into silence for a moment, seemingly contemplating this notion. Eventually, it responded, indeed, I have traversed countless worlds and have never encountered such a scenario. The system had visited innumerable realms of cultivation, where, although there were indeed customary prohibitions against harming mortals, these were typically mere social conventions among cultivators. Even when a cultivator did strike against a mortal, it was usually those with a strong sense of justice, eager to accumulate merit, who would rise to uphold righteousness and punish evil. The idea of the celestial laws directly punishing a cultivator was dreadfully unsettling, as if the very fabric of these laws had been altered. Otherwise, the celestial doctrine, indifferent to the world, treating all beings as mere fodder, would prevail. Thus, I pondered, if cultivators are prohibited from harming mortals, could I not craft puppets, embedding souls that I do not control within them, and direct these puppets to unleash carnage? Since these puppets are not cultivators, would the celestial laws refrain from imposing punishment upon them? Or, should punishment occur, would it not be directly attributed to me? Mu Changsheng articulated the plan he had contemplated for some time. This all stemmed from his realization that relying solely on himself to gather blood, chi pills, and souls was painfully slow, often failing to meet the demands of his cultivation. He contemplated whether there existed a method to expedite the collection of blood chi pills and souls. While crafting the puppets, he considered the feasibility of this strategy. At that moment, amidst the chaos of countless individuals battling in the heavenly water planes, he found sufficient resources to satisfy his cultivation needs, thus refraining from disclosing this idea to the system. However, as the bloodshed on the heavenly water plains gradually waned, Mu Changsheng felt compelled to devise a means to acquire more blood chi pills and souls. Is this method akin to using illusions to deceive mortals? The system queried, perplexed. Although uncertain of the implications, the system duly noted Mu Changsheng's thoughts, recognizing their invaluable nature. Should this strategy prove effective, it could be employed by future hosts in equally peculiar realms, providing solutions in times of need. The prospect of witnessing the host and Appos' astonishment was indeed delightful. System, I presume you can ascertain whether I have attracted the attention of the celestial laws? Mu Changsheng inquired, sidestepping the system and Appos' earlier question. I can observe, replied the system. Given the number of mortals I have perished, have the celestial laws taken notice? He continued, stroking his chin contemplatively. Not at all. Then I shall rest easy. Mu Changsheng affirmed, nodding in satisfaction, pleased with his own cautiousness. You have yet to elucidate your thoughts, the system pressed, observing Mu Changsheng's self-satisfied demeanor with impatience. What I envision is that if these puppets assist me in collecting blood chi pills and souls without drawing the attention of the celestial laws, I could then mass-produce puppets to expedite this process, be they mortal puppets or chi refinement stage puppets, thereby swiftly enhancing my prowess. You intend for me to assist you in this experiment to see if you will be noticed by the celestial laws, the system remarked, half comprehending. Indeed. Should I attract the attention of the celestial laws, I hope you will help me eliminate that threat. I trust that as long as my actions remain within reasonable bounds, the celestial laws will not scrutinize me too closely. Mu Changsheng's expression turned solemn as he earnestly beseeched the system. Very well. Although the system found itself utilized as a mere tool by Mu Changsheng, it bore no grievances. During the ensuing period, Mu Changsheng relentlessly crafted puppet after puppet, their strengths varying from innate martial artists to formidable qi refinement stage cultivators. Among these, the most crucial items were the blood-condensing stones and soul-absorbing stones. Without these, his aspirations to gather blood qi pills and souls were but a futile dream. Only those puppets equipped with blood-condensing stones and soul-absorbing stones could present the harvested souls and blood qi to Mu Changsheng for his cultivation. You are now granted an opportunity for rebirth. Your task is to assist me in the relentless collection of blood qi pills and souls. Mu Changsheng gazed calmly upon the 100 puppets before him, his demeanor resolute as he issued his command. I refuse. I do not wish to take lives. One puppet, trembling with fear, cast its blood-condensing stone and soul-absorbing stone to the ground, retreating in an attempt to blend into the crowd of puppets. These puppets inherently understood how to gather blood qi pills and souls, yet only this particular puppet displayed extreme reluctance. Do you dare defy my command? Or is your suffering insufficient? Would you like to experience my methods further? Mu Changsheng's previously tranquil expression shifted, his gaze turning fierce as he fixed it upon the dissenting puppet. I cannot be as cruel as you, taking lives at will. Even if you continue to torment me, I will not comply. The puppet, filled with dread, resolved against becoming an instrument of murder. Observing the puppet and Appos, as persistent refusal, Mu Changsheng swiftly formed a seal with his hands. As he did so, invisible spikes pierced the puppet's soul. The puppet writhed in agony, crying out in despair as it suffered excruciating torment. The other puppets, witnessing this harrowing scene, trembled in fear, averting their gaze from Mu Changsheng's expression, overwhelmed by the cacophony of pitiful wails that filled the air. After subjecting the puppet to a relentless cycle of suffering, Mu Changsheng ceased his incantation, his voice icy as he inquired, "Will you comply?" Despite the brutal torture, the puppet gritted its teeth and resolutely declared, "I will not go." "Very well, then perish." Mu Changsheng retrieved the human sovereign banner from his spatial ring, gently waving it in his hand. Chapter 51. A warning through sacrifice. As Mu Changsheng gently waved the human emperor and Appos' banner, streams of black light shot forth from the banner, streaking across the night sky like meteors. Emerging from the banner were heart-eroding cursed spirits, exuding a sinister black aura, their forms twisted in grotesque shapes, as if contorted by a malevolent force. These spirits emitted chilling sounds, some resembling the cries of infants, others the sinister laughter of demons, and some sharp, piercing shrieks. When over 100 heart-eroding cursed spirits surged forth from the human emperor's banner, the underground hall was engulfed by their terrifying cacophony. The sounds intertwined, creating a symphony of death that sent shivers through the very souls of those present. The black aura emanating from the spirits enveloped the hall in an impenetrable darkness, rendering even the puppets unable to discern their own fingers. Amidst the wailing cries, the hall transformed into a sinister realm of terror. The puppets, once paralyzed by fear, now collapsed to the ground, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, as if they had lost all control. Had it not been for the rigorous crafting of their forms by Mu Changsheng, these individuals would have surely succumbed to utter terror at the sight of the multitude of heart-eroding cursed spirits, perhaps even losing control of their bodily functions. The puppets gazed at the floating spirits with faces contorted in dread, their eyes filled with despair and helplessness. The spirits shifted between phantoms and ghastly apparitions, their forms ever-changing, eluding comprehension. With their fiery red eyes ablaze, the spirits focused their attention on the puppets, instilling a profound sense of oppression. Under this immense pressure, the very souls of the puppets seemed on the verge of being torn apart by the terrifying aura. Despite their horrifying appearance, the heart-eroding cursed spirits refrained from acting recklessly. Awaiting Mu Changsheng's command, their greedy gazes fixated upon the souls of the puppets, eager to pounce. "That soul on the ground, you may consume it." Mu Changsheng commanded with a subtle wave of his sleeve, pointing at the disobedient puppet. With a clear directive, the spirits erupted into excitement, howling as they charged towards the fallen puppet. One spirit, swift as lightning, darted past the puppet's body, yanking a dim soul from within, exposing it to the horrified eyes of all. The soul emitted a shrill, terrified wail, a sound that echoed from the abyss of hell, sending chills down spines. Yet this was merely the beginning. A second spirit, resembling a wraith, flitted alongside and cruelly tore a large fragment from the dim soul. The fragment writhed in agony, yet could not escape its grim fate, devoured mercilessly by the second spirit. The remaining spirits, like ravenous wolves, descended upon the battered soul, viciously ripping away shreds of its essence. Each fragment torn away was accompanied by a chorus of anguished cries that reverberated through the air, too harrowing to bear. In the midst of the soul and Appos' wailing, its form gradually disintegrated, ultimately consumed by the horde of over 100 heart-eroding cursed spirits. This gruesome and brutal spectacle instilled a profound dread, as if one were ensnared in the depths of hell, leaving the other puppets in a state of shock. Mu Changsheng observed with an impassive gaze, waiting until the spirits had thoroughly tormented the disobedient puppet before gently waving the human emperor's banner once more. "Collect." As his voice fell, The spirits, still swirling and cackling ominously in the air, returned to the banner like seabirds returning to their nest. Once Mu Changxing stored the banner away, he turned his attention to the remaining puppets, his tone devoid of emotion. Who among you remains unwilling to assist me in gathering chi blood pills and souls? Speak now, and I shall grant you a swift end. His calm words echoed ominously throughout the hall, akin to a chilling wind whispering in their ears. Master, I am willing to serve you. No matter how difficult the task, I shall accomplish it flawlessly. Master, I too shall comply. Upon hearing this, the puppets trembled, hurriedly rising from the ground. They knelt before Mu Changxing, repeatedly bowing their heads in submission, vowing to fulfill any command he bestowed upon them. Excellent. You have 2 months. Each of you must gather at least 20,000 chi blood pills. You may employ any means necessary, otherwise. Yes, yes. The 99 puppets bobbed their heads fervently, eager to comply. Although Mu Changsheng's last words remained unspoken, they understood the gravity of his unvoiced implications. A previous puppet had already been sacrificed before them, and they knew that failure to complete the task would lead to a dire fate. Go now. Remember to return here on time in 2 months. Should anyone fail to do so, the bodies you now inhabit will serve as a lesson for you. Mu Changsheng waved his hand lightly, exuding an air of nonchalance. Yes, yes, master, I will complete the task on time. The puppets, like docile lambs, nodded repeatedly, offering their assurances. Only when they sensed Mu Changxing's growing displeasure did they hastily depart the underground hall, rushing towards the passage designated for them. You have cast restrictions upon them, yet you still indulge in this charade of a warning? The system chuckled softly, perceiving Mu Changxing's actions as superfluous. Better safe than sorry. Are you aware that there are 2 things in this world one must never gaze upon directly? Mu Changxing's eyes flickered as he withdrew the soulless puppet into his spatial ring, then solemnly inquired, what are those things? Human hearts and the sun. Human hearts and the sun? Indeed, human hearts and the sun. Chapter 52. Xiao Chunlin, what method can I employ to gather 20,000 chi blood pills within a mere 2 months? Xiao Chunlin caressed the cold skin of his chest, feeling the 2 magical artifacts within him, the blood-condensing stone and the soul-absorbing stone, murmuring to himself. After being refined by Mu Changsheng, these stones could absorb souls and chi blood within a radius of 100 meters, significantly reducing the time required for these puppets to collect chi blood pills and souls. Once a powerful innate realm martial artist, Xiao Chunlin had fallen victim to a treacherous scheme by Mu Changxing during a struggle for gold in the Tianzi Plains, resulting in his death at the hands of others. After his demise, his soul was captured by Mu Changxing, and he was now reduced to a mere pawn under his command. Though he had faced death once, the profound fear of it still lingered within him, and he was determined never to experience it again. Despite being a puppet in another's hands, Xiao Chunlin yearned to continue living, as long as he could survive. He cared little for his status as a mere tool of another. However, the challenge lay in how to collect 20,000 chi blood pills within 2 months. Although 2 months seemed ample time, the journey to and from would consume at least 10 days, leaving him with only 50 days to meet his goal. He would need to eliminate at least 400 individuals each day, a daunting task even with his current body, which possessed the strength of a second-level chi cultivator, infinitely more powerful than his previous innate realm self. Yet, accomplishing this within 50 days was no simple feat. Should he act too brazenly, he risked attracting the wrath of the Fuyu dynasty's forces. Should he waste too much time during an assault, he would surely fail his mission, leading to dire consequences. Lost in thought, Xiao Chunlin observed the bustling and ceaseless crowd in the streets. He found himself in Chafeng Town, governed under the Fuyu dynasty and Apos, jurisdiction in Xinglua County. This town was not small, with a population of tens of thousands, including around 10,000 residents within its bounds, while the rest resided in nearby villages. Given that humanity in the vast world of Huangtian still lived in a feudal era, coupled with the expansive, untamed forests inhabited by fearsome beasts and demon creatures, the distribution of people across villages and towns was relatively concentrated, resulting in an exceptionally high population density. Nevertheless, this world was rich in resources. The abundance of natural resources provided ample food and necessities, ensuring that, barring the extremely lazy, starvation was a rare plight. What method could I possibly devise to swiftly and effortlessly gather the chi blood pills my master requires? Xiao Chunlin idly twirled the teacup in his hand, his pupils dilating as his thoughts drifted into the depths of memory and contemplation. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a distant building, the Guofulian Medical Clinic. A clinic? The word sparked memories deep within his mind, and his thoughts began to clear. Indeed, the realization struck him like a bolt of lightning. He smacked his forehead as clarity washed over him. He conceived a method to rapidly collect chi blood pills and felt a pang of regret for his earlier oversight. As a martial artist, Xiao Chunlin was well versed in the properties of various medicinal herbs. To become a formidable innate realm martial artist, one must master not only martial skills but also the intricate knowledge of herbs and meridians. Throughout their training, martial artists inevitably encounter injuries, and only those who understand how to apply medicinal remedies can ensure their health and enhance their strength. Almost every powerful martial artist is not merely a fighter. They are often skilled physicians as well. This duality enables them to navigate complex situations with ease. The clinic housed an abundance of medicinal herbs, and concocting a few poisons should prove to be a trivial task. Xiao Chunlin stroked his chin thoughtfully. His mind raced as he pondered how to cleverly utilize these poisons to eliminate the entire populace of the town. If successful, he could swiftly gather the chi blood pills his master sought, while effortlessly completing his task. However, achieving this was no small feat. After all, taking lives is a grave matter that could incite chaos, particularly in the case of mass slaughter. Xiao Chunlin needed to contemplate his actions carefully, ensuring absolute precision. After 3 days of preparation, Xiao Chunlin successfully gathered the rare herbs he required. Each herb was meticulously selected, possessing unique toxic and medicinal properties. Once he had assembled the necessary ingredients, he commenced the crafting of his poison. A day later, Xiao Chunlin stood in a dimly lit room filled with an array of jars and a large iron pot. He cautiously added the final liquid into a sizable porcelain jar, sealing it tightly and shaking it vigorously. With this concoction, poisoning the entire town will be but a trivial endeavor, he chuckled, a glint of madness sparkling in his eyes. He held the jar up, inspecting it as if it were a priceless treasure. The poison exhibited an eerie, deep green hue, emanating a faint, foul odor. The potion was potent enough that a single drop could dispatch dozens of individuals. 3 midnight, he murmured, his joy intensifying. This poison was alarmingly effective. It could be seamlessly blended into any water source, rendering it colorless and tasteless, undetectable to the unsuspecting. Once ingested, those who drank the tainted water would succumb to a gruesome fate within 3 hours, bleeding from their orifices until death claimed them. 3 midnight, as the name implies. The king of hell claims you at that hour. You shall not see the dawn, Xiao Chunlin sneered, brimming with confidence in his creation. He opened the door and glanced skyward, noting that the evening was still distant. He would distribute the poison tonight, but for now, he would take a brief respite. Chapter 53. Midnight in the stillness of the night. Xiao Chunlin, clad in dark attire, seamlessly blended into the shadows as he stealthily exited his chamber. Upon leaving his room, he first made his way toward the well situated in the inn's courtyard, a source of water serving the multitude of patrons, an ideal locale for his nefarious intentions. With the grace of a shadow, Xiao Chunlin approached the well, his footsteps as silent as a whisper, undetectable to any observer. Once he arrived, he cautiously surveyed his surroundings, ensuring he was alone before allowing himself a moment of relief. Delicately, he retrieved a transparent glass vial from his bosom, its contents gleaming faintly with a deep green luminescence under the moonlight. Gazing into the vial, a tumult of emotions surged within him as he murmured, "Do not blame me. If blame is to be assigned, let it fall upon my master. Otherwise, why would I harm you without cause, when we share no grievances?" This lamentation served as both an explanation to the soon-to-be victims and a means of self-justification. Regardless of his attempts at rationalization, he was bound to fulfill the task assigned by Mu Zhongsheng. Failure to do so would seal his own fate. Having transformed into another's puppet to prolong his existence, he was unwilling to squander this fleeting opportunity. Should he falter in seizing this moment, true death would ensue, leaving no chance for revival. For Xiao Chunlin, the mantra "the death of a friend does not preclude the survival of a practitioner" was a natural law. He tilted the vial slightly, allowing a few drops of the virulent liquid to descend into the well. Upon contact, a violent reaction ensued. The deep green substance rapidly diffused, transforming the well into a terrifying sea of emerald. Yet, just as swiftly, the color receded, and the water regained its original appearance. As if the poison had been swallowed by the depths. It was akin to pouring a small bottle of ink into a stream. The ink would quickly be diluted, dissolved, and ultimately integrated into the water's flow. The few drops of this midnight poison, lost in the vastness of the well, vanished without a trace. Although the water resumed its clear form, it was now laced with a horrific toxin. Any mortal who sampled it would succumb to a gruesome demise within 3 hours. Their lifeblood seeping from every orifice, a fate beyond the reach of divine intervention. Having completed this grim task, Xiao Chunlin did not linger, but swiftly darted from the inn, traversing the town's wells with the agility of a nimble monkey, silently administering the midnight poison into each water source. After an hour of relentless effort, he had successfully tainted every well in the town. Now, he needed only to wait for the dawn, when the townsfolk would awaken from their slumber, unwittingly consuming the poisoned water. Atop the tallest building in Changfeng town, Xiao Chunlin surveyed the landscape below, a sinister and bloodthirsty grin etched upon his face. All preparations were complete. He awaited the opportune moment. The following midday arrived swiftly. The once bustling streets of Changfeng town were abruptly shattered by a cacophony of anguished screams, piercing the tranquility. A merchant, selling his wares, suddenly turned ashen, as if beset by an insufferable torment. Clutching his abdomen, he crumpled to the ground, writhing in agony. "Ah, it hurts. So painful." His cries echoed through the streets, chilling the bones of those nearby. A woman, intending to purchase goods, happened upon the scene, and her expression paled with concern as she rushed forward, asking, "What is wrong? Do you need assistance? Yet, the merchant seemed oblivious to her inquiry. Entirely consumed by his unbearable pain, he writhed upon the ground, seeking relief from the torment, though it proved futile. The commotion drew the attention of others, but soon, a terrifying chain reaction unfolded, akin to a line of dominoes falling. One by one, individuals began to clutch their stomachs, their faces drained of color, collapsing in anguish. Their cries mingling in a ghastly chorus. Father, what is happening to you? Mother, please, don't frighten me. The onlookers, previously unscathed, watched in horror as their loved ones writhed in despair before them. The sudden calamity left them in utter disarray, as if the very fabric of their world had unraveled. They rushed to their kin, collapsing beside them, gripping their shoulders tightly and shaking them in desperation, striving to awaken them and comprehend the unfolding horror. Yet, no matter how fervently they shook, the afflicted remained unresponsive, lost in their own agony. Before long, a ghastly sight emerged, dark. Viscous blood began to seep from the orifices of those lying on the ground, an unspeakable fluid that emanated a foul stench reminiscent of the infernal depths. This macabre tableau rendered all witnesses speechless, unable to fathom the reality before them. Yet, these individuals did not succumb to death immediately. They remained sprawled on the ground, their wails reverberating through the air, instilling a sense of dread in all who heard. Amidst the chaos gripping Changfeng town, a solitary figure glided through the streets like a specter, weaving between the panicked masses. Now is the time to reap the fruits of victory. With each life extinguished by the poison, Xiao Chunlin appeared nearby, gathering the vital essences of the fallen. He need not approach closely. As long as the deceased lay within 100 meters, the blood-condensing stone and soul-absorbing stone within him would activate, siphoning their souls and life force into his possession. Since your loved ones have departed, your continued existence here is but a torment. Allow me to assist you to the end. In his pursuit of gathering vitality and souls, Xiao Chunlin did not hesitate to eliminate those untouched by the poison, seizing their essence as well. Chapter 54. The Mark of Heaven. A month and a half later, within an underground cavern thousands of meters beneath the Tianshui plain, a vibrant illumination filled the space. Countless candles adorned the walls, their flames intertwining to cast a glow as bright as day, rendering the thought of being buried deep underground utterly inconceivable. In the corridors of the cavern, not far from the hall where Mu Changxing resided, Xiao Chunlin greeted a returning individual with a beaming smile. The joy on Xiao Chunlin's face was palpable as he addressed the newcomer. You have returned. However, the expression of the individual was unusually grave, resembling an immovable block of ice. Despite Xiao Chunlin's warm welcome, the newcomer could only muster a smile more sorrowful than tears. Replying, I have returned. Unfazed by the other's rigid demeanor, Xiao Chunlin continued with enthusiasm. What did you bring back from your journey? The man's countenance darkened, his steps faltering momentarily as if reluctant to divulge his findings. After much hesitation, he finally responded in a subdued tone, I did not complete it. With that, he hastened his pace towards the hall, seemingly eager to put an end to the conversation. Another individual who had failed to fulfill their mission. It seemed an intriguing spectacle was about to unfold. Xiao Chunlin watched the retreating figure, murmuring to himself. This marked the third person he had encountered here. And out of the three, he was the only one who, like Xiao Chunlin, had successfully completed the task assigned by their master. The others had faltered. Xiao Chunlin felt an immense sense of pride. He had accomplished the master's directive in merely half a month, while others had taken 2 months without success. This comparison illuminated his capabilities and piqued his curiosity about the eventual fate of those who had failed. As the time bestowed by Mu Changxing upon the puppets reached its conclusion, within the cavern's hall, all the puppets stood in a row, their heads bowed in fear, unwilling to meet the gaze of Mu Changxing, who sat in a position of authority. Mu Changxing's eye swept over the puppets. Initially, there had been 99 sent to complete the task. Now, only 36 remained standing before him, while 63 had not returned. Mu Changxing had anticipated this outcome. Those who had not returned had likely been slain by righteous mortals and cultivators during their mission. After all, they had been dispatched to carry out a massacre at Mu Changxing and Appo's behest. It was remarkable that anyone had returned at all. Losses were to be expected. System. Do these individuals bear any marks? Mu Changxing chose to inquire within his mind rather than addressing the trembling puppets before him. Among them, only one soul was entwined with strands of dark energy, its fortune having plummeted to dire depths, yet it would likely survive for the time being. The others bore faint traces of similar energy, indicating that the heavenly Tao paid them little heed. After examining the puppets, the system blandly responded to Mu Changxing's inquiry, projecting the nearly invisible dark energy onto Mu Changxing's consciousness, granting him insight into their conditions. In his mind, he observed the souls of these puppets ensnared by wisps of faint dark energy, a haunting sight indeed. Upon perceiving this dark energy, Mu Changxing felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, as if this energy possessed an indescribable power that rendered it difficult to face. This sensation instilled a sense of dread within him, as if the dark energy concealed profound secrets and terrors, the revelation of which could lead to catastrophic consequences. Nevertheless, Mu Changxing steeled himself against the discomfort and continued to scrutinize the dark energy. He noted that it inflicted no harm upon the souls of the puppets, merely leaving an imprint upon them. System, could this be the mark of the heavenly Tao? Mu Changxing queried, perplexed. After all, the surviving puppets possessed strengths ranging from the first to the third layer of qi refinement, while the others were merely a collection of martial artists of varying prowess. In this world, only the slaughter of mortals by cultivators would invoke the heavenly tribulation. Conflicts among mortals held no such significance. The system confirmed Mu Changxing's supposition, affirming, "Indeed, this is the mark of the heavenly Tao. Do I bear this mark?" Mu Changxing inquired, given that these individuals acted under his directives to slay mortals. "You do not. Ah, that is a relief." Upon hearing the system's affirmative response, Mu Changxing's worries dissipated. He then directed his gaze towards the assembled puppets, beckoning them forth. "Present to me the blood condensation stones and soul-gathering stones you possess." "Yes," at once, the puppets responded, snapping out of their daze after a lengthy wait. "Master, I did not fulfill the task you assigned." A trembling puppet stepped forward, inserting its hand into its chest to retrieve the soul-gathering stone and blood condensation stone. It raised the trembling objects, but dared not meet Mu Changxing's gaze. Without uttering a word, Mu Changxing conjured a hand of spiritual energy to accept the stones from the puppet's grasp, examining them closely. As he took possession of the stones, he sensed the quantity contained within through the tenuous connection he shared with his creations. 3,000 blood vitality pills, 3,000 souls. Foolishness. Mu Changxing fumed, delivering a swift strike to the puppet before him. The puppet, caught off guard and paralyzed by fear, could not react in time. It was sent flying by the ethereal hand, crashing against the cavern wall with enough force to cause a tremor in the solid structure. Coughing, the puppet tumbled to the ground, its essence feeling as though it had been shattered by Mu Changxing's blow, racked by retching sounds. Fortunately, Mu Changxing had not exerted his full strength, otherwise, the puppet's soul and body would have been obliterated under such might, leaving no opportunity for it to lie in agony on the ground. Chapter 55. Rewards and Punishments. After Mu Changxing sent the first puppet flying, he did not attend to the one lying on the ground but turned his gaze towards the second puppet. "It is your turn." "Why yes," the second puppet stammered, its soul trembling violently with fear at the sight of its predecessor's dire state. Yet, it dared not defy Mu Changxing's command, hastily approaching him to present the blood condensation stone and the soul-gathering stone with utmost reverence. Upon receiving the stones, Mu Changxing merely glanced inside before delivering another slap. "Useless." Boom. Cough, cough, cough. Mu Changxing had already sent 5 puppets flying, none of whom had accomplished their tasks. The best among them had merely procured 10,000 blood chi pills, while the worst had only managed a little over 1,000. Although Mu Changxing had harbored certain expectations for his initial haul, he felt an overwhelming disappointment upon witnessing their meager returns. Next, he wearily regarded the 6th puppet, having lost hope in the results of these individuals. A master, Xiao Chunlin approached Mu Changxing with trepidation, respectfully offering the blood condensation stone and the soul-gathering stone in his hands. Despite having completed the task assigned to him, the sight of those who had failed still instilled fear within him, as he dreaded that his performance might not suffice and lead to punishment. Upon receiving the stones from Xiao Chunlin, Mu Changxing's eyes brightened. He had not anticipated that this puppet had successfully fulfilled his assignment. "Well done. Over 25,000 blood chi pills and souls. You have performed admirably." Upon hearing Mu Changxing's praise, Xiao Chunlin's previous anxiety vanished in an instant, replaced by an expression of eager compliance. Like a loyal hound, he lowered his head in obsequiousness, cautiously responding, "Master, fulfilling your orders is merely my duty." "Indeed, well said," Mu Changxing remarked, a rare smile gracing his face as he looked down at the individual before him. "Since you have completed my task, do you desire any reward?" "Master, I merely endeavored to complete your commands. How could I dare to covet a reward? I feel unworthy." Xiao Chunlin directly prostrated himself before Mu Changxing, carefully casting his gaze towards the ground, exhausting his efforts to ingratiate himself. Observing the puppet that continually sought his favor, alongside the 5 others who lay groaning on the ground, Mu Changxing felt a flicker of inspiration. He retrieved a jade slip from his spatial ring and tossed it before Xiao Chunlin. "This is a technique for cultivating the soul. It will allow you to devour other souls for your own advancement. Once perfected, you can snatch lives from 1,000 miles away." What? Xiao Chunlin exclaimed, astonished as he lifted his gaze to Mu Changxing, momentarily forgetting his fear. "What? Is it not to your liking?" Mu Changxing observed with a smirk. Pleased with Xiao Chunlin's reaction, he was unfazed by the impolite manner in which the puppet gazed at him, astonishment evident in its eyes. "And no, as long as it is bestowed by you, master, I could not be happier. How could I possibly look down upon it?" Xiao Chunlin hastily shook his head in explanation, snapping back to reality. "Master, see, can I also cultivate?" he stuttered, glancing at the jade slip with trepidation. "What is there that you cannot cultivate? Since you have perfectly fulfilled my orders, a reward is deserved." Mu Changxing gestured for Xiao Chunlin to take the jade slip. "Thank you for your generous gift, master." Xiao Chunlin hastily cradled the jade slip in his hands, expressing his gratitude repeatedly. Now go wait aside. I must first inspect the completion of the others and Appo's tasks. I will teach you how to cultivate afterward. Mu Changxing waved dismissively at Xiao Chunlin, as if shooing away a fly. Why yes. Xiao Chunlin quickly rose from the ground and respectfully moved to the side, yet his gaze remained fixed on the jade slip, unmoving. The other puppets, once filled with trepidation, now harbored a glimmer of hope upon witnessing Xiao Chunlin receive a reward from their master. Some of the successful puppets exchanged fervent glances, secretly speculating that if Xiao Chunlin had been rewarded for completing his task, perhaps they too would be granted a reward for their efforts. Only those who had failed to accomplish their tasks were engulfed in envy and dread. Envy for the rewards bestowed upon others and dread for their own uncertain fates. As Mu Changsheng continued to assess the puppets one by one, all their returns were laid before him. This time, the puppets had brought back nearly 500,000 blood chi pills and souls, a result that greatly satisfied Mu Changsheng. Yet, among the 36 puppets, only 10 had completed their tasks, while the remaining 26 had not. The successful puppets stood aside, holding their jade slips, their faces glowing with joy, while the 26 who had failed lay on the ground, moaning in agony. The joys and sorrows of individuals do not resonate with one another. Mu Changxing slowly rose from his seat, his movements elegant and measured. He strolled toward the group of prostrate figures, each step heavy with purpose, as though his presence reverberated throughout the hall. When he halted before them, his gaze was as frigid as ice, sweeping over the suffering puppets one by one. His voice was cold and devoid of emotion, echoing like a judgment from the depths of hell. You worthless lot, how could you fail to complete your tasks? His words struck like a hammer upon their hearts, leaving them breathless. Master, please spare us. The puppets trembled at Mu Changxing's reprimand. In that moment, forsaking their physical and spiritual torment, they scrambled to rise, kneeling with their heads bowed like garlic being crushed, pleading for Mu Changxing to spare their lives. Mu Changxing's gaze remained icy, his expression impassive as he regarded the supplicating puppets, devoid of any compassion. Spare you? You have failed your tasks. How could I let you go so easily? If I were to forgive you without consequence, who would heed my words in the future? Though his voice was soft, it carried an undeniable authority that sent shivers through all present. Master, we acknowledge our mistakes. Please grant us another chance. Master, I beseech you, show mercy and grant us another opportunity. In an instant, the room was filled with the pleas of the puppets, who knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing their heads, hoping to sway Mu Changxing's decision. Chapter 56. Rewards and Punishments 2. Do you truly wish for me to spare your lives? A cruel smile suddenly appeared on Mu Changxing's face, yet it was so subtle that no one noticed. At that moment, no one dared to meet his gaze. Even those puppets who had completed their tasks bowed their heads in silence. Their breaths were nearly imperceptible, fearing that drawing his attention would ignite their own demise. Master, please show mercy and spare us this time. We promise to fulfill the tasks you assign us punctually in the future, and we shall never err again. Though these puppets were perplexed by his intentions, they understood all too well that without their master's forgiveness, their lives were in grave peril. One by one, they prostrated themselves, their heads knocking against the ground, their voices pleading incessantly. It was only after this mission that they truly comprehended the magnitude of the power they wielded. This power not only allowed them to easily act against mortals, but also bestowed upon them an unprecedented thrill, the exhilaration of taking life and seizing possessions. No one was willing to relinquish such dominion and pleasure, nor did anyone desire to perish in such a manner, especially when they observed that those who succeeded in their tasks were rewarded by their master and granted the opportunity to cultivate into formidable immortals. Their yearning for survival intensified immensely. Very well. Mu Changxing observed the fervent desire for survival etched on their faces, and a faint smile crept across his lips once more. As a consequence of your punishment, henceforth, the number of tasks you are to undertake will double. His expression remained impassive, his voice cold and merciless, sending chills down their spines. Upon hearing this proclamation, the countenance of the crowd turned ashen, their hearts filled with dread and despair. They knew that such a punishment was undoubtedly a nightmare for them. If any one of you fails to complete any of these 3 tasks, then you shall proceed directly to my human sovereign banner for cultivation. Mu Changxing's tone grew increasingly severe, his gaze sharp as a hawk's, scanning each individual as though he could see through their very souls. The group trembled involuntarily, the terror of the human sovereign banner ingrained deep within their essence. The horrifying image of a comrade devoured alive by the heart-eroding cursed spirit lingered hauntingly in their minds. What Mu Changxing implied by entering the human sovereign banner for cultivation was not to become the heart-eroding cursed spirit, but rather to become its prey. Faced with such a brutal punishment, the crowd found themselves utterly powerless. To continue living, they could only grit their teeth and respond, no. No. Mu Changxing observed the relief on the faces of those kneeling before him and allowed a slight, almost imperceptible smile to grace his lips. Just as they believed this nightmare was finally coming to an end, his words struck them anew like a clap of thunder, plunging them back into despair. Although death may be averted, the punishment for your current task remains. Therefore, The individual who submits the least amount of blood chi pills shall also enter my human sovereign banner for cultivation. Mu Changxing's voice turned chillingly cruel, as if it emanated from the depths of hell. The moment his words fell, the face of the individual who had been fortunate enough to escape calamity transformed into a mask of terror, as if he had witnessed the apocalypse. His eyes widened in horror as he gazed at Mu Changxing, a desperate scream escaping his lips. Master, spare me. It is too late. Mu Changxing snorted coldly and gestured dismissively at the man. The man's soul was wrenched from his puppet form by Mu Changxing, howling in agony as it hung in the air. Since all present were in a spiritual state, they could witness the excruciating spectacle of the man's tortured soul. The crowd was gripped by terror, their bodies quaking in fear. They watched as the man's soul was cast into the human sovereign banner, where it was engulfed by a swirling malevolence, torn apart and consumed. After this grim display, Mu Changxing turned his attention to the two who had successfully completed their tasks, beckoning them forth. Introduce yourselves. I am not yet acquainted with your names. The two individuals, singled out by Mu Changxing, displayed expressions of excitement. For their master had taken the initiative to inquire about their identities, signaling his satisfaction with their task completion. Master, I am Suimo. Master, I am Shou Chunlin. Mu Changxing contemplated for a moment before issuing his orders. Suimo, you shall henceforth be the supervisor of this base, and Shou Chunlin, you shall be the deputy supervisor. From now on, all individuals within this base shall be under your command. Should anyone dare defy your orders, you shall possess the authority to decide their fate. The least successful individuals in task completion shall become your spoils, including any souls, blood chi pills, or their very beings. These two were the most outstanding performers in this mission. Su Imo submitted 30,000 blood chi pills, while Shou Chunlin submitted 25,000, falling short by nearly 5,000. This arrangement was a spontaneous decision by Mu Changxing, as he recognized that relying solely on himself to acquire more blood chi pills would be insufficient. Since these two had flawlessly executed their tasks, it was only fitting to reward them, for to motivate a horse to run, one must ensure it is well fed. This not only provided them with greater incentive to gather blood chi pills for him, but also encouraged others to strive for advancement. As for whether this arrangement would incite them to sabotage one another or engage in mutual destruction, such considerations were inconsequential to Mu Changxing. He merely required the blood chi pills and souls they submitted. The lives of these two held no significance for him. Those lacking capability would naturally be supplanted by those with greater skill, rendering it a profitable venture for him regardless. Thank you, Master. Upon hearing Mu Changxing's decree, the two were overwhelmed with excitement, their faces flushing crimson as they prostrated themselves before him, displaying utmost humility. The remaining 8 gazed upon them enviously, astonished that exceeding task expectations would yield such rewards. Had they known, they would have slain more individuals, hoping to attain supervisory positions as well, thus gaining the authority to take life and possessions. Though all were dogs under Mu Changxing, there existed a hierarchy among them. A slight elevation in status could create a chasm of disparity. Very well, you few follow me. I shall instruct you in the art of cultivation. Mu Changxing gestured for the 10 individuals to follow him, leading the way to the training room. Yes, Master. The 10 responded eagerly, their faces alight with excitement as they hurried to keep pace with Mu Changxing. Chapter 57. The turmoil of the 4 kingdoms. After imparting the cultivation methods to the 10 disciples, Mu Changxing unceremoniously expelled them from the training chamber, instructing them to seek a secluded space for their practice. They were allocated a month for cultivation, with 2 months dedicated to gathering blood essence pills and souls, allowing them to undertake 4 missions within a year. This may seem somewhat harsh, yet Mu Changxing remained indifferent, as his sole interest lay in the collection of blood essence pills. Had he not been motivated by the desire to amass a greater supply of these increasingly demanded pills, he would have been disinclined to teach these individuals at all. As the puppets set forth to fulfill their tasks, Mu Changxing chose not to idle away the time. Instead, he fully immersed himself in the expansion of the underground cavern. After more than half a month of diligent effort, he successfully enlarged the underground space, which now extended thousands of meters below ground and could accommodate tens of thousands of inhabitants. The interior was remarkably spacious, resembling a vast castle hidden beneath the earth. This place was exceedingly secretive, making it difficult for the outside world to detect its existence, thus serving as a long-term secret stronghold for Mu Changxing. Once all the puppets had departed, the system could no longer suppress its curiosity and posed a question to Mu Changxing, having taught the soul-devouring technique to these puppets. Do you believe they have a chance to reach the nascent soul stage? This inquiry had evidently troubled the system for some time, as it struggled to comprehend Mu Changxing's decision. The soul cultivation method he imparted was an exceptionally insidious and rapidly advancing technique, focused on the mastery of soul secrets. Once a practitioner attained the nascent soul stage, they would be nearly unmatched within that realm. It could be said that this was an immensely powerful soul cultivation technique. Yet it required a substantial quantity of souls to facilitate progress. Otherwise, advancement would be arduous. Miracles do exist in this world, And even if some of these individuals were to perish due to the influence of demonic thoughts and tribulations during their breakthroughs, it would not affect Mu Changxing. If any among them were to reach the nascent soul stage, would that not be a commendable gain? Mu Changxing explained with a smile. The system pondered. So you were saying, whether or not there are unexpected gains is inconsequential. If there are, all the better? Precisely so, Mu Changxing replied with a sly grin. In the following period, Mu Changxing devoted himself to the crafting of puppets, blood-condensing stones, and soul-gathering stones. Merely having puppets without these two essential items would hinder the collection of additional blood essence pills and souls. Only with an ample supply of blood-condensing stones and soul-gathering stones could he store these resources effectively. He successfully forged 3,000 puppets, all at the first level of chi refinement. The strength of the puppets could not be too low, or they would struggle to gather sufficient blood essence pills. Conversely, if their strength were too high, it would waste resources. Thus, only through competition among the puppets, through rounds of elimination, could he select a sufficient number of qualified candidates, ensuring an ample supply of blood essence pills for his cultivation. Upon completion of the puppets, Mu Changxing promptly entrusted them to Su Mo and Xiao Chunlin, tasking these two with overseeing their assignments and establishing their authority among the puppets. The considerable number of puppets Mu Changxing had produced posed an unprecedented threat to the stability of the Four Kingdoms. These puppets rampaged throughout the territories, ruthlessly slaughtering cities and annihilating villages, leaving rivers of blood and mountains of corpses in their wake. The populace was gripped by terror, living in the shadow of fear, unaware of when these dreadful puppets might descend upon their homes to claim their lives and possessions. Ordinary citizens hastily barred their doors and windows, attempting to keep the menace at bay. Some astute individuals led their families in migration, striving to escape the ominous cloud that loomed over the Four Kingdoms, which now lay shrouded in an atmosphere of deathly silence and dread. Send for aid. Contact every celestial being we can reach. We must annihilate these damned mysterious figures, roared the Emperor of Dechu in a fit of fury. Deploy the entire army. We must track down the whereabouts of these cursed beings and ensure they cannot continue their slaughter. With a sweeping gesture, the Emperor of Fuyu dispatched his entire military force to the locations where the mysterious figures had appeared, determined to uncover the trail of the puppet army. In the face of such dire circumstances, the royal families of the Four Kingdoms were consumed by madness and panic. They understood that if these enigmatic entities were not swiftly eradicated, the social order of the Four Kingdoms would collapse entirely, jeopardizing their very reign. Consequently, the royal families issued orders, pledging to spare no expense and to mobilize all available resources and strength to eliminate these mysterious foes. They urgently assembled their armies to scour the land for traces of the puppets, resolved to capture these marauding villains in one fell swoop. Simultaneously, they dispatched envoys to various regions, reaching out to every celestial being they could contact, imploring their assistance. These celestial beings, possessing extraordinary prowess and abilities, might be capable of effortlessly vanquishing the mysterious figures stirring chaos within the Four Kingdoms. As time flowed swiftly, 3 months passed in Mu Changxing's cultivation. One day, while engrossed in his practice, a gentle knock echoed at the door of his secluded chamber. The sound was faint, as if the visitor feared disturbing Mu Changxing and Apos' meditation. Yet, faced with an urgent situation, the visitor mustered the courage to report. Upon hearing the knock, Mu Changxing had already emerged from his meditative state. He opened his eyes and directed his gaze toward the heavy stone door, attempting to discern the identity of the person beyond. However, at that moment, his spiritual sense could not extend outward, nor could his eyes penetrate the stone barrier. Yet, he knew well that within this space, the only individuals qualified and daring enough to report to him were Su Mo and Xiao Chunlin. With a wave of his hand, the stone door effortlessly lifted before the manifestation of spiritual energy, revealing the figures outside. Upon seeing the door open of its own accord, Su Mo and Xiao Chunlin immediately knelt respectfully, their heads bowed deeply to the ground. Master, we have urgent matters to report. We apologize for disturbing your cultivation, they said. Speak, Mu Changxing replied, his expression remaining calm as he regarded the two. Chapter 58, Loss and Gain, my lord. Of the more than 3,000 puppets sent on this mission, only a little over 1,000 have returned. The rest have been slain, Su Mo reported, his voice trembling with fear and anxiety. He bowed his head deeply, almost burying it in his chest, as if trying to evade the wrath of Mu Changxing. Upon hearing this news, a look of astonishment suddenly crossed Mu Changxing's previously calm visage. His eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Su Mo, struggling to comprehend the words he had just heard. How could nearly 2,000 puppets, crafted to rival the first layer of chi refining practitioners, have been so easily vanquished? Had he truly created a legion of inept puppets? Mu Changxing's voice held a hint of incredulity. The sheer number of casualties among his formidable creations was unsettling. Had his extensive investment of time and effort in crafting these puppets been misguided? Originally intended to aid him in collecting blood essence pills, this mission had instead resulted in grievous losses. He promptly closed his eyes, concentrating intently, seeking to sense the status of his puppets. As each puppet bore his personal imprint on their souls, he was able to faintly detect their existence. Seconds ticked by, and soon beads of sweat began to form on his brow, his furrowed brow betraying his mounting distress. After a thorough probe, Mu Changxing opened his eyes, murmuring softly. Nearly 2,000 soul imprints had indeed vanished, confirming that they had been killed. His gaze shifted to Su Mo and Xiao Chunlin, who knelt before him, and he inquired solemnly about the cause of such significant losses. My lord, the sheer number of puppets deployed for this mission instigated widespread slaughter across the four nations. Consequently, the royal families were plunged into panic and sought assistance, leading to a multitude of immortals joining the fray against us. This is why so many puppets perished in this endeavor, Su Mo reported, his voice laden with trepidation. Striving to clarify the situation and absolve himself of blame for this failure, one he could hardly bear. The royal families of the four nations sought aid from rogue cultivators, who then participated in the onslaught against the puppets. Mu Changxing fell into silence. It appeared he had been overly complacent, creating too much commotion. Were all the puppets accounted for? Were any still unreturned, potentially compromising their base's location? He rapidly questioned Su Mo, his urgency evident. All puppets have returned, my lord. Those that did not have likely perished, so our base's location should remain undisclosed, Su Mo replied thoughtfully. In that case, all operations must cease for the time being. We shall observe for a while, Mu Changxing commanded solemnly after hearing Su Mo's report. Yes, my lord. Both Su Mo and Xiao Chunlin exhaled in relief upon receiving Mu Changxing's orders, the weight of dread lifting from their hearts. They had feared that Mu Changxing might insist on sending the remaining puppets to continue gathering blood essence pills, which could have resulted in their demise. By the way, how many blood essence pills did you manage to collect this time? Mu Changxing inquired, shifting the subject to what truly concerned him. My lord, we collected nearly 2 million blood essence pills, though many did not complete their tasks, Su Mo admitted, a hint of shame evident in his voice. 2 million pills? That is ample for me to break through to the foundation establishment stage. Mu Changxing rejoiced internally upon receiving this news. His current strength had already reached the 9th layer of qi refining, and now possessing nearly 2 million blood essence pills was pivotal for his advancement. Achieving the foundation establishment stage would not only elevate his power significantly, but would also enable him to implement many plans that had been brewing in his mind. Most crucially, he would acquire the ability to set up a teleportation array. Though a first-tier teleportation array could only function within a 100-mile radius, it would be more than sufficient for Mu Changxing. With this array, his puppets could traverse the realm like phantoms, swiftly reaching various locations to assist him in gathering the necessary blood essence pills for cultivation. Moreover, the existence of the teleportation array would greatly diminish the risk of exposing their base while the puppets conducted their activities. After all, they could vanish in an instant, making it exceedingly difficult for others to trace their whereabouts. Unless faced with a formidable nascent soul practitioner, capturing these puppets would prove a daunting task. Yet, it would be a rare occurrence for a nascent soul leader to expend their efforts against a mere horde of puppets, for such an action would be beneath their dignity. Should any nascent soul practitioner truly engage in battle against these puppets, Mu Changxing could accept the loss of a few. Bring all the blood essence pills to me at once, he commanded. Yes, my lord, Su Mo and Xiao Chunlin replied respectfully. My lord, what shall be done about those who failed to complete their tasks? Xiao Chunlin hesitated before voicing his concern. This responsibility does not lie with you. It is I who failed to consider all aspects, Mu Changxing replied. My lord, this is not your fault. It is we, your subordinates, who failed to fulfill our duties. Resulting in such immense losses, Xiao Chunlin insisted, eager to shoulder the blame. Mu Changxing regarded Xiao Chunlin with surprise, not expecting him to possess such a talent for sycophancy. If he were to serve in the emperor's court, he would undoubtedly be a cunning minister. My faults are my own. I am not one to shy away from failure. The losses incurred this time serve as a significant lesson for me, Mu Changxing stated, his tone neutral, devoid of praise or reproach towards either of them. Teach the first layer of the soul-devouring technique to those who still live, he ordered. Yes, my lord. Chapter 59. Breaking through to the foundation establishment realm in the exclusive training chamber of Mu Changxing. A multitude of qi blood pills floated in the air like a dense cluster of stars, perpetually revolving around him. With each rotation, their size diminished dramatically, as the pure spiritual energy within was voraciously devoured by Mu Changxing. He resembled an insatiable beast, greedily consuming the essence contained within these pills, as if they were the very elixir of life, never sufficient to satiate his hunger. In mere moments, the qi blood pills surrounding him were completely exhausted, absorbed into his being. Yet, this was not the culmination. An unceasing stream of additional pills emerged from his spatial ring, continuing to orbit him. These newly manifested pills similarly shrank at a terrifying pace, transforming into the most refined spiritual power upon being ingested by Mu Changxing. The spiritual energy derived from the qi blood pills surged through his meridians like a roaring river, eventually converging in his dantian. Upon entering the dantian, the spiritual power was swiftly assimilated by the already immense clouds of spiritual energy therein. This augmentation caused the clouds to swell even larger, resembling a towering mountain within his dantian. As the 9 clouds reached their maximum capacity, they teetered on the brink of explosion. As if a mere whisper of pressure would cause them to burst like a punctured balloon, scattering throughout Mu Changshan's Dantian. Faced with this breathtaking spectacle, Mu Changshan's focus sharpened. He concentrated all his attention on the 9 clouds, daring not to waver. As he meticulously guided them, he sensed their initial distance begin to close, albeit at an agonizingly slow pace, stretching time to an almost unbearable length. Despite his fervent desire to expedite the process, he recognized the inherent risks involved, compelling him to proceed with utmost caution. Before attempting to break through to the foundation establishment stage, the system had issued him a solemn warning. The crux of this transition lay in the gradual merging of the 9 clouds of spiritual energy. This delicate process demanded immense patience and precision, as haste could lead to disastrous consequences, including the potential backlash of spiritual energy that could inflict grave harm upon him. Should the clouds spiral out of control, Mu Changxing faced 2 potential fates: the trivial loss of his cultivation or the catastrophic outcome of being obliterated by the very energy he sought to harness. This perilous juncture is one of the greatest tribulations faced by cultivators, a true test of their mental fortitude. Success in this endeavor would see him ascend like a dragon into the sea, while failure would result in the utter annihilation of his aspirations. Thus, Mu Changxing proceeded with painstaking care, guiding the clouds to converge slowly and harmoniously. Only upon their complete amalgamation into a singular, colossal cloud could he forge his foundation and genuinely step into the realm of foundation establishment. Time seemed to warp under the weight of his concentration, each second stretching into eternity as he remained vigilant over the 9 clouds within his dantian. Sweat beaded upon his brow, his hands trembled slightly, yet his gaze remained unwavering, fixed on the unfolding transformation within. At last, through his relentless perseverance, the 9 originally independent clouds began to draw closer, as if an invisible force compelled them to unite. As their distance diminished, they merged into a single, significantly larger cloud of spiritual energy, radiating an intense and heart-stirring energy. However, this was merely the beginning. Following the successful fusion of the clouds, Mu Changxing did not relent. Instead, he commenced the shaping of this vast cloud. With the clouds now coalesced, the risk of volatility dissipated, allowing him to mold the foundation at his discretion. He summoned all his spiritual power, cautiously guiding the immense cloud as though it were being sculpted by an unseen hand, gradually compressing it toward the center. This process resembled a bomb poised for detonation, where time seemed suspended, rendering everything painfully slow. As Mu Changxing exerted pressure, the cloud's form began to constrict, while its density and potency surged to astonishing heights, akin to a metamorphosis on the cusp of realization. After what felt like an eternity, the once massive cloud had shrunk over 100-fold under Mu Changxing's meticulous compression. Yet, the energy radiating from this diminutive cloud was overwhelmingly formidable, exuding an oppressive aura reminiscent of an ancient beast. Despite the substantial reduction in size, Mu Changxing remained undeterred, continuing to compress the cloud further. Though he could have commenced the construction of his foundation and achieved true foundation establishment, he refrained, understanding that the cloud had yet to be compressed to its utmost potential. Only by achieving this pinnacle of compression could he ensure the resultant foundation would be profoundly powerful. Chapter 60. Breakthrough in Foundation Establishment. If Mu Changxing were to break through to the foundation establishment realm at this moment, his foundation would merely reflect the level of an ordinary practitioner within that realm. When spiritual energy undergoes a qualitative change, the enhancement of his own strength would not be substantial. It is only by compressing the spiritual energy to its utmost limit and completing the forging of his foundation that Mu Changxing's power would experience a tremendous surge, potentially leading to a revolutionary transformation. Under Mu Changxing's relentless compression, the once massive cloud of spiritual energy began to gradually diminish in size. Simultaneously, the oppressive aura emanating from him grew increasingly formidable. Within a 10-meter radius of his body, even the hardest rocks struggled to withstand this terrifying pressure, sinking and cracking as if they might shatter at any moment. The unyielding stones of the secret chamber appeared incapable of enduring such overwhelming force, indicating that Mu Changxing's power was undergoing a remarkable metamorphosis, on the verge of becoming a formidable practitioner of the foundation establishment realm. The disparity between practitioners of the foundation establishment realm and those in the Qi refinement stage extends beyond mere longevity. The greater divide lies in the quality of their spiritual energy. The combined force of 100 peak Qi refinement practitioners is no match for a casual strike from a foundation establishment practitioner. The difference between them as vast as the chasm between heaven and earth. Furthermore, while Qi refinement practitioners require flying swords to traverse the skies, foundation establishment practitioners possess the innate ability to soar through the air, albeit at a slower pace than with the aid of a sword. In the heat of combat, the advantage of inherent flight cannot be overstated. As the spiritual energy cloud reached its utmost compression, Mu Changxing felt a powerful intuition surge within him. He recognized that this was the optimal moment to forge his foundation. Taking a deep breath to steady his mind, he concentrated all his attention on the cloud of spiritual energy, now perfectly compressed. Mu Changxing shaped his consciousness into a carving knife, deftly manipulating the spiritual energy cloud with gentle strokes to mold it. Under his control, the cloud appeared to lose its weight, becoming remarkably light. It resembled a soft cotton ball, pliable to Mu Changxing's every tug and need, offering no resistance whatsoever. His technique was both skilled and ingenious, each movement precise, neither excessive in force nor insufficient to maintain the cloud's original form. As he meticulously shaped it, the spherical cloud of spiritual energy began to transform. Its once rounded shape elongated, resembling the base of an ancient structure. Mu Changxing carefully etched 9 divine dragons onto the base, each dragon vivid and lifelike, as if ready to soar into the sky. The dragons coiled around the base, their bodies sinuous, each scale distinctly visible, with heads held high and tails arched. They exuded an imposing presence that was awe-inspiring. With the final stroke of his hand, the entire base's form was revealed in its entirety. It was not only grand and majestic, but also exuded an ancient and mysterious aura, reminiscent of a treasure passed down from a bygone era. Once Mu Changxing completed the etching of his foundation, he relinquished control over it. Instead of reverting to his simple spherical cloud of spiritual energy, the foundation began to voraciously absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, growing even more magnificent and vast. However, due to the inadequacy of his spiritual roots, Mu Changxing was unable to draw sufficient energy from the external environment to fill his foundation. Foreseeing this, Mu Changxing had prepared in advance. As the foundation commenced its ravenous absorption of spiritual energy, he promptly retrieved all the blood essence pills stored within his spatial ring to satisfy the immense demand of the foundation. With countless blood essence pills being continuously transformed into spiritual energy, this energy surged towards the foundation like an unrelenting torrent. The foundation resembled an insatiable, greedy beast, eagerly sucking in this flow of spiritual energy to replenish its void. As more and more energy flooded into the foundation, its size expanded at an astonishing rate. What was already a massive foundation now grew to the scale of a mountain, emanating a disquieting oppressive force. As the owner of the foundation, Mu Changxing's own aura of spiritual energy intensified in tandem with the foundation's expansion. With a resonant hum, the foundation emitted a deep, thunderous sound, akin to the roar of a giant beast awakening. Following this, an even greater torrent of spiritual energy erupted from the foundation, surging forth like a volcano on the brink of eruption. This energy, akin to tumultuous waves, crashed towards Mu Changxing's physical form, threatening to engulf him completely. Confronted with this overwhelming onslaught of spiritual energy, Mu Changxing and Daoist's body stood defenseless, subjected to the relentless torrent. The boundless energy tore at his flesh and bones like a pack of ferocious beasts. Under the impact of this terrifying force, his body began to undergo horrific changes. His flesh and bones seemed to be torn apart, producing spine-chilling cracking sounds, each inch fracturing under the strain. A trickle of crimson blood seeped from his shattered skin, as if the energy was actively rending his body apart, just as his form seemed on the brink of collapse. The boundless spiritual energy was abruptly drawn in by a mysterious force, flooding into his cracked bones and flesh. This influx of energy served as a life-giving source, nourishing his broken body and allowing his bones and flesh to slowly begin reconstituting. The process was agonizingly lengthy, with every inch of his being undergoing a torturous transformation. His body felt as though it were being reshaped, gradually revitalized under the nurturing embrace of the spiritual energy. As Mu Changxing's physique was remolded by the deluge of spiritual energy, he became increasingly perfect. The impurities within him were expelled by the newly formed skin and flesh, accumulating into a thick layer of grime on his body. This foul residue emitted a putrid stench, filling the confined chamber with an unbearable odor. Yet, despite the tumultuous changes around him, Mu Changxing remained oblivious, immersed in the transformation within. The moment his body completed the remolding, he sensed his consciousness breaking free from the once impenetrable barriers. Previously, his awareness could not extend beyond himself, but now it could perceive the shifts in the external world. Chapter 61. Projection of consciousness. With a faint hum, Mu Changxing's tightly shut eyes suddenly snapped open, and his body trembled as a powerful shockwave radiated outward from him. The layer of grime clinging to his skin was instantly dispersed by this formidable force, scattering throughout the chamber. In that fleeting moment, Mu Changxing's vision expanded dramatically, as if an immense scroll unfurled within his mind. Images from all 6 directions, up, down, left, right, forward, and backward, flashed through his consciousness like scenes from a film. Yet, what astonished him most was the vivid apparition of Su Mo, who was several chambers away, diligently cultivating. Su Mo appeared as if he were right before Mu Changxing, allowing him to discern the closed eyelids and the slightly quivering eyelashes. Moreover, the texture of Su Mo's skin and flesh was vividly rendered in Mu Changxing's mind. He could even manipulate Su Mo and Daoist's image, rotating it to view from every angle, akin to adjusting a 3D model on a computer. More astonishingly, Mu Changxing could sense the fluctuations of Su Mo's soul during his cultivation. It was a subtle yet intense energy wave, indicative of Su Mo absorbing spiritual energy and engaging with other souls in his practice, all of which was now vividly presented in Mu Changxing's consciousness. Is this the standard feature of a foundational cultivator, projection of consciousness? Mu Changxing found himself whispering in awe, like a child who has just received a cherished toy. He continuously adapted to the novel experiences brought about by this newfound ability. Through experimentation, he discovered that the range of his consciousness projection extended to 100 meters, which marked the current limit of his capability. However, during his trials, Mu Changxing encountered an issue. In this underground cavern, as he projected his consciousness, an overwhelming wave of turbid energy continuously assailed his mind, inflicting considerable damage. System, is this the turbid energy? Mu Changxing inquired. Indeed, this is the turbid energy of the earth. It poses a significant threat to the consciousness of cultivators. It is advisable not to release your consciousness carelessly underground. The system replied. Understood, Mu Changxing mused thoughtfully. Although he was aware that the earth continuously exuded turbid energy, he had been unable to project his consciousness previously, thus unable to perceive its effects on cultivators. Now that his consciousness could extend beyond him, he instinctively grasped the dangers posed by such energy. This was why cultivators preferred to soar through the skies, where the absence of turbid energy ensured their safety. The projection of consciousness not only enhanced vision, but also allowed for tangible influence on reality. Mu Changxing's eyes widened in disbelief as he observed a teacup floating in the distance, an indescribable excitement surging within him. Just moments ago, he had conducted a small experiment. When his consciousness inadvertently swept over the teacup, a thought flashed through his mind. Could he lift this cup using his consciousness? Miraculously, in that instant, the teacup, which had been quietly resting on the table, seemed to levitate as if lifted by an invisible force, hovering in midair. Mu Changxing stared in astonishment, his heartbeat quickening as if it would leap from his throat. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to calm himself and tentatively beckoned towards the teacup. To his astonishment, the teacup appeared to respond to his summons, wobbling slightly as it drifted towards him under the influence of his consciousness. With a mix of anxiety and anticipation, Mu Changxing extended his hand and successfully caught the floating teacup. Feeling its weight, he sighed inwardly, lamenting, "What a pity, I have only just begun to master consciousness projection. I cannot yet deftly manipulate it to grasp objects. After a period of adaptation, I should be able to lift heavier items." Once he had savored the wonders of his consciousness, Mu Changxing shifted his focus back to his body. During his breakthrough to the foundational level, he had undergone a baptism of spiritual energy, resulting not only in a remarkable transformation of his dantian but also significant changes to his physique. Mu Changxing now stood at an impressive height of 180 centimeters. Compared to his previous stature of 160 centimeters, this was a dramatic change. An increase of 20 centimeters. His physique had also undergone a remarkable transformation, becoming more proportionate and robust, with muscle lines flowing naturally and exuding strength. Despite his formidable build, he did not emanate an air of ferocity. His skin had become exceptionally smooth, resembling fine jade, delicate and radiant. Such skin accentuated his already handsome features, lending him an air of elegance, like a refined scholar, a striking contrast to his identity as a rogue cultivator. In the realm of cultivation, it is rare for a cultivator to possess an unattractive appearance. Only those practicing particularly esoteric arts may be exceptions. Each breakthrough in cultivation signifies a metamorphosis, a comprehensive transformation from within to without. Mu Changxing regarded these changes in his body with casual observation, seemingly unconcerned. Instead, his attention was drawn more to the dantian. Within his dantian, the foundational essence resembled a colossal sun, dominating the center. It radiated a dazzling light, illuminating the space like the blazing sun. Following its formation, the foundational essence had received ample spiritual energy, expanding its size dramatically by several times. This not only enhanced Mu Changxing and Apos' total spiritual energy, but also improved its quality significantly. As he concentrated, a sphere of brown spiritual energy materialized in his palm, pulsating with terrifying waves of power. Under his control, the energy orb began to rotate slowly, generating an overwhelming pressure that caused ripples in the surrounding air. Is this the might of a foundational cultivator? The quality of my spiritual energy has increased over 100-fold compared to my chi refining days. I could effortlessly vanquish my former self now, with not a hint of resistance. Mu Changxing gazed at the orb in his hand, murmuring softly to himself. Chapter 62. Foundation Establishment in the Present Day. Mu Changxing's prowess has undergone a remarkable transformation. When confronted by peak chi refinement practitioners, he can effortlessly fend off assaults from hundreds of adversaries, emerging unscathed. Imagine 100 peak chi refinement cultivators launching a concerted strike. The force resembles a colossal tree with a diameter of 100 meters, undeniably formidable. Yet, when this force is directed against an iron pillar of the same width, the impact scarcely inflicts any substantial damage upon the pillar, unless the pillar is a counterfeit. This is because the united assault of chi refinement practitioners, no matter how seamlessly coordinated, remains akin to a heap of loose sand. In contrast, Mu Changxing's own spiritual energy, having undergone a transformative evolution, far surpasses the standards of the Qi refinement stage in both quality and quantity. In this moment, Mu Changsheng stands at a pinnacle of cultivation. His spiritual energy is denser and more substantial than in his Qi refinement days, having undergone a complete metamorphosis. Against such a formidable presence, the attacks from Qi refinement practitioners resemble an ant attempting to shake a tree, incapable of inflicting even the slightest harm. As Mu Changsheng immerses himself in the contemplation of his transformations, the system's jubilant congratulatory voice suddenly resonates in his mind. Congratulations! You have now become a foundation establishment practitioner, truly stepping into the threshold of immortality cultivation. Those who pursue the path of cultivation are only deemed to have genuinely entered the realm after reaching the foundation establishment stage. The Qi refinement phase merely serves as a filtering process. Without fortune or a formidable background, it is exceedingly challenging to transition into foundation establishment, thus becoming a cultivator capable of traversing the heavens and the earth. In response to the system's accolades, Mu Changsheng sincerely expresses his gratitude, attributing his success to the guidance provided, for without it, achieving the status of a foundation establishment practitioner would be a formidable task. For a solitary cultivator without mentorship, breaking through to foundation establishment is nearly impossible. The leap from peak Qi refinement to foundation establishment may appear minimal. Yet this barrier prevents over 90% of cultivators in this world from advancing. There are numerous considerations to heed when attempting to break through to foundation establishment. A single misstep could result in the complete ruin of one's cultivation, or worse, death by explosion. This is also a testament to your own efforts. Merely relying on my guidance without your diligence would not suffice to attain the status of a foundation establishment practitioner, the system remarks. Despite Mu Changsheng's gratitude, the system remains indifferent, quickly shifting the conversation. How many foundations do you believe you can forge? Upon hearing this, a bittersweet smile crosses Mu Changsheng's face. I believe I can only forge 3 to 5 foundations. That is the extent of my innate talent. His spiritual roots are exceedingly weak. And without relying on the consumption of others' blood essence to substitute for the natural spiritual energy, cultivating would be an impossibility. The system offers consolation, stating, in truth, 3 to 5 foundations are sufficient. If you utilize them wisely, they will empower you greatly in this world. The foundation establishment stage is a critical juncture in the path of cultivation, where practitioners must solidify their foundations. The quality of these foundations directly impacts future cultivation progress. Generally, a foundation establishment practitioner can refine up to 9 foundations. Once their strength reaches its zenith, they may have the opportunity to break into the golden core stage. At this pivotal moment, practitioners must merge their 9 foundations into a singular entity, forming a 9-turn golden core. This core encapsulates the entirety of the practitioner's cultivation and possesses immense power and potential. Upon successfully ascending to the golden core stage, practitioners can inscribe 9 innate spells upon their core. These innate spells differ from ordinary spells. They are intricately connected to the practitioner's core, boasting far greater might and unique attributes and effects. As the golden core evolves into a nascent soul, the 9 innate spells further transform into innate supernatural abilities. These abilities represent the pinnacle of a practitioner's skills. Their power is astounding, often determining the outcome of battles, and form the very foundation of a cultivator's strength. Although innate spells are advanced from ordinary spells, the selection process is tailored to a practitioner's characteristics and cultivation direction, resulting in significant disparities in power. Some innate spells may merely be upgraded versions of common spells, while others may possess astonishing effects that leave observers in awe. Alas, if only there were treasures in this world capable of enhancing spiritual roots, I would no longer have to rely on the essence of living beings, Mu Changsheng sighs. Aware that the system's assertion holds merit, yet the sense of disappointment lingers. Treasures that could enhance spiritual roots surely exist. However, your current cultivation level is too weak. Even if you were to learn of such treasures, obtaining them would be impossible. The system coldly douses Mu Changsheng with a dose of reality, pulling him back from his fantasies. Indeed, regardless of the world, strength remains paramount. Only by possessing formidable power can one attain their desires, he mutters softly. Mu Changsheng contemplates the system's words regarding those extraordinary individuals capable of refining 9 foundations, whose talent and strength far exceed his own. Nevertheless, he does not succumb to discouragement. Taking a deep breath, he adjusts his mindset and assures the system, I understand, and I will strive forward. While I may not attain 9 foundations, I will endeavor to excel in other areas and strengthen myself. The system responds with encouragement. That is the right attitude. As long as you possess confidence and determination, success will surely follow. Furthermore, having only 3 to 5 foundations is not without merit. With proper utilization, they can wield tremendous power. Even if my foundations are few, it matters not. As long as I cultivate life-preserving techniques, I can always flee if I cannot defeat my adversaries. Once my enemies have perished, I can still dance atop their graves. The mere thought of such a scene elicits laughter from Mu Changsheng. Though his innate talent may not be exceptional, he remains undeterred, embracing a more optimistic outlook. Having limited innate talent does not come without advantages. While the number of foundations may be few, he need not grapple with the dilemma of choosing spells. By selecting all his innate spells as life-preserving techniques, even those intent on his demise would find it challenging to succeed. Must you not aspire to more than mere survival techniques? The system chastises, frustrated. In this world of cultivation, longevity is the true path. Mu Changxing is not disheartened by the system's words. Rather, he feels reassured in his convictions. After all, among the numerous hosts the system has guided, only a handful truly survive until the end. Chapter 63. The medium-grade human emperor banner in the following period. Mu Changxing devoted himself wholeheartedly to familiarizing himself with the changes within. He was acutely aware that as a competent cultivator, possessing complete mastery over his current strength was essential for progressing further along the path of cultivation, ensuring a smoother journey. Unlike protagonists in novels, Mu Changxing was not inclined to seek revenge or flaunt his newfound powers after a breakthrough. While such actions might offer temporary gratification in certain tales, they did not align with his character. Instead, he preferred to operate in the shadows, quietly reaping all benefits without drawing unnecessary attention. He believed this approach minimized potential troubles while maximizing his safety and interests. Unless absolutely necessary, Mu Changxing would never engage in reckless confrontations. After all, fighting not only drained considerable spiritual energy but could also lead to unforeseen consequences. For him, maintaining a low profile and avoiding conflict was the key to survival. He would rather be a cunning strategist, meticulously planning and laying the groundwork to achieve the greatest gains at the least cost. Only through this method could he barely sustain himself in a world rife with competition and peril. After nearly half a month of diligent effort, Mu Changxing finally mastered the strength that came with his recent breakthrough. He could now wield his newfound power with ease, no longer needing to exert himself fully even when facing a Qi refinement stage cultivator. This newfound ability not only allowed him to better protect himself, but also to utilize his limited spiritual energy more effectively. As all the spiritual energy within his dantian was derived from his vital essence, each expenditure of energy was a painful reminder for him. Unless he could discover a rare treasure capable of enhancing his spiritual roots, allowing him to draw spiritual energy directly from the cosmos during battles, he would not wish to rely on consuming vitality pills to replenish his energy, a practice he deemed too extravagant. Having fully grasped his current strength, Mu Changxing embarked on a new endeavor. He had gathered sufficient materials, including bones and skins from numerous individuals, along with various auxiliary components, to begin the reforging of the human emperor banner. In the confines of his secret chamber, he laid out the materials retrieved from his spatial ring before him. After a meticulous examination, he commenced the ritual to refine the human emperor banner. One by one, he cast the materials into the formation, allowing the spiritual fire to continuously forge them, facilitating a better fusion with the banner. With his cultivation now at the foundation establishment stage, the previously low-tier artifact could no longer meet Mu Changxing's needs. Only through reforging the banner could it enhance his power effectively. A cultivator's ability to fully unleash their strength necessitated artifacts suited to their capabilities. However, stronger artifacts were not always better. For Mu Changxing, a medium-grade artifact was sufficient to bolster his prowess. Even if a superior-grade artifact were placed before him, he would be unable to harness its full might, only risking the depletion of his already limited spiritual reserves. Congeal. With a soft command, the human emperor banner within the spiritual fire formation took shape. As though molded by an invisible hand, the moment its form solidified, Mu Changxing swiftly executed a series of hand seals, chanting incantations with remarkable speed. His movements akin to a flash of lightning, dazzling to behold. Simultaneously, torrents of spiritual energy surged from within him, continuously flowing into the banner to maintain its shape. While sustaining the form of the banner, Mu Changxing did not hesitate to extract a droplet of blood from his heart. As the blood hovered in the air, it radiated a formidable life force, embodying the essence of his being, vividly crimson and exuding an intoxicating fragrance that could enthrall mortals. Should a gravely ill mortal consume this drop of blood, their severe injuries would heal remarkably within a short time, or it could extend the life of a dying individual by several years. This was the extraordinary ability possessed by a cultivator after reaching the foundation establishment stage, powers beyond the imagination of ordinary beings. Wrapping the droplet of blood in his spiritual energy, Mu Changxing propelled it toward the human emperor banner, the blood soaring through the air like an arrow, directly penetrating the banner. Upon contact, the blood was absorbed instantaneously, vanishing without a trace as if it had encountered a sponge. In that fleeting moment, Mu Changxing felt a profound connection with the banner, as though it had become an integral part of his being. Success. A wave of joy surged within him as he sensed the deepening bond, signifying that his mastery over the human emperor banner had reached a new pinnacle. He retrieved a compass from the formation, and as it was removed, the once blazing spiritual flames extinguished as if deprived of fuel. After 2 full hours of ritual, the human emperor banner had undergone its transformation. Though its outward appearance remained unchanged, its grade had successfully ascended from a low-tier artifact to a medium-grade one. This signified a significant enhancement in its capabilities, both in terms of offensive and defensive power. Moreover, The number of heart-eating cursed spirits it could accommodate had dramatically increased, rendering it even more vital in battles. Previously, the banner could only house 100 such spirits, whereas now it could contain 1,000. Not only had the capacity for the spirits expanded, but their strength had also reached the peak of the Foundation establishment stage, an achievement beyond the capabilities of the former banner. Holding the medium-grade Human Emperor banner, Mu Changxing contemplated his next steps. He needed to cultivate more heart-eating cursed spirits to maximize the banner's potential. Currently, the 100 spirits he possessed had nearly reached the 6th level of the Qi refinement stage, but training them all to the Foundation establishment stage would prove challenging. It was impossible to elevate all 100 spirits to that level, as the resource expenditure would be staggering. Although these spirits did not require the perfection and breakthroughs that Mu Changxing sought, it was imperative to elevate them to the standard of an ordinary Foundation establishment cultivator. Chapter 64. Choices of full 100 heart-eating cursed spirits. This is no insignificant number, even with the millions of souls at Mu Changxing's disposal. It would likely be far from sufficient to invest in them all. Mu Changxing couldn't help but murmur softly, "It seems that I am left with only 3 choices. The first option is to elevate the strength of these 100 heart-eating cursed spirits to the peak of Qi refinement. Although there is merely a one-tier difference between the peak of Qi refinement and the Foundation establishment stage, the disparity in power is astronomical. Should I succeed in enhancing these 100 spirits to the pinnacle of Qi refinement, coupled with the amplification of the Emperor's banner, their combined might would undoubtedly rival that of a novice Foundation establishment cultivator. The second option involves selecting a few exceptionally gifted spirits from this 100 and prioritizing the allocation of resources to elevate their strength to the Foundation establishment stage. This would afford Mu Changxing several competent allies at the Foundation establishment level. The remaining spirits would then be nurtured gradually, awaiting their eventual maturation. The final choice is to fill the capacity of heart-eating cursed spirits that the Emperor's banner can contain. However, while this may appear simple and straightforward, it yields the least benefit and is the least aligned with Mu Changxing's character. It seems that among these options, only the second is fitting for me and would maximize my gains. Now that I have broken through to the Foundation establishment stage, I can set up teleportation arrays. And with the assistance of so many puppets, I can acquire mortal souls at an accelerated pace. Furthermore, I am prepared to truly enter the realm of cultivation, reserving the spots within the Emperor's banner for the souls of cultivators, thus significantly reducing soul consumption. The souls of cultivators are exponentially more powerful than those of mortals, and the cost of their cultivation is considerably lower. Having made up my mind, Mu Changxing promptly retrieved a soul-absorbing stone from his spatial ring. This stone contained nearly 1,000,000 souls, huddled together like a flock of lambs awaiting slaughter, utterly despairing of their future. Without hesitation, Mu Changxing unsealed the soul-absorbing stone, allowing the souls within to cascade forth like a torrential river, flowing directly into the Emperor's banner under his command. As these souls entered the Emperor's banner, they were instantly detected by the heart-eating cursed spirits. Previously meditating quietly in the banner, the spirits suddenly sensed the overwhelming presence of souls. Their eyes turned a vivid crimson, revealing an intense craving for these souls. Like famished hounds, once they caught the scent of food, they could no longer restrain their inner impulses. With astonishing speed, they surged toward the throng of souls, as if eager to devour them whole. The mortal souls, upon witnessing these terrifying heart-eating cursed spirits, erupted into panicked screams. The appearance of these spirits was utterly horrifying, a shocking revelation for mortals who had never ventured beyond 100 miles from their homes. Yet, the spirits paid no heed to their cries, driven solely by their insatiable greed for souls. The eerie laughter of the heart-eating cursed spirits echoed throughout the Emperor's banner, sending chills down one's spine. Amidst the screams of the mortal souls and the sinister cackles of the spirits, a bloody feast was unfolding. Over 100 heart-eating cursed spirits pounced upon the souls like ravenous wolves, their gaping maws voraciously consuming them. One by one, mortal souls were swiftly drawn into the spirits and Appos bodies. Within the spirits, these souls suffered under the onslaught of ghostly energy, their essence gradually eroding in agony, ultimately transforming into the purest essence of soul. This essence flowed ceaselessly into the spirits, nourishing their strength and rendering them even more formidable. Mu Changxing observed the gruesome scene within his Emperor's banner for a brief moment before redirecting his focus elsewhere. As I prepare to enter the realm of cultivation, I must equip myself with some defensive artifacts. I cannot rely solely on the Emperor's banner, or I will find myself hindered at every turn. Contemplating what to prepare for integration into the cultivation realm, Mu Changxing realized he could not constantly wield his life-bound artifact, the Emperor's banner. Its fearsome appearance would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention. Should it be revealed in battle, he would swiftly become a target for various factions. Only in conditions of absolute certainty would he dare to employ the Emperor's banner, lest he make enemies unnecessarily. It seems I must forge a few flying swords. Resolving this, Mu Changxing immediately extracted a plethora of materials for crafting artifacts from his spatial ring. These materials represented almost all that the system had provided. The remainder had already been consumed in the creation of various artifacts, and future crafting would necessitate his own resource gathering. He placed the compass back into the spirit fire array, and as it was reinserted, a fierce blaze erupted within the array once more. Taking a deep breath, Mu Changsheng methodically added the materials for crafting flying swords into the formation. Under the refining heat of the spirit fire, these materials gradually melted into bubbling liquid. Mu Changsheng fixated on this molten substance, wary of any distraction. He utilized his spiritual power to carefully ritualize and meld the materials. As time passed, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead, but his motions remained unyielding. Once all the base materials coalesced into a vast pool of liquid, Mu Changsheng swiftly formed a hand seal and exclaimed, "Condense." As his voice reverberated, the massive liquid began to merge rapidly, as if imbued with life under his manipulation. Within the spirit fire array, the silhouettes of 3 swords gradually materialized. 1 long sword and 2 flying swords shimmered with radiant brilliance, eager to unveil their sharpness. The moment the 3 swords fully formed, Mu Changsheng did not hesitate to bite his tongue, releasing a stream of blood. The blood, like a crimson blade, sliced through the air toward the 3 swords. Upon contact, it swiftly integrated into them, causing their brilliance to become even more dazzling. Chapter 65, Hold On. Let me speak. With a gentle wave of his hand, Mu Changsheng summoned 3 long swords, which swiftly cleaved through the air like shooting stars, before coming to a steady halt before him, hovering in anticipation of their master's command. Each of these swords possessed distinct characteristics. One of them measured 3 feet in length, its blade a pristine white, radiating a chilling light, and adorned with a translucent blue gemstone at the crossguard. Clearly designed as a one-handed sword, it was perfectly suited for Mu Changsheng's grasp. The other 2 swords were relatively shorter, each only a foot long, their blades exhibiting a subtle lavender hue, with golden threads intricately wrapped around their hilts, giving them an exquisite appearance. Mu Changsheng intended to refine these 2 shorter swords into flying swords. Capable of being wielded with spiritual power in combat, they might undoubtedly formidable. What shall I name these 3 swords? Mu Changsheng mused, gazing thoughtfully at the suspended blades. In this world, artifacts, much like humans, require a name of their own to stand out and reflect the significance bestowed upon them by their master. How about Radiant Blade? It sounds so cool. The system interjected, seemingly pleased with its suggestion. However, Mu Changsheng shook his head, outright rejecting the notion. Then what name do you propose? It wouldn't be another completely mismatched title like 10,000 Souls Banner, would it? The system asked, a hint of exasperation in its tone. Mu Changsheng fell into contemplation, suddenly recalling a phrase from his past life. I have found a good name. What is it? The system inquired with curiosity. The long sword shall be called Tongyu, while the 2 flying swords will be named Halt and Hear Me. Mu Changsheng's words echoed in the chamber, accompanied by a sly smile. As his words settled, a radiant glow enveloped the 3 swords, their names flowing forth like a crystalline stream from their blades, gradually manifesting. The inscriptions were ancient and grand, as if imbued with the essence of time and boundless wisdom. What peculiar names! The system clearly expressed its dissatisfaction, unable to suppress a quiet scoff. Yet, Mu Changsheng held a unique interpretation of these names. He gently grasped the Tongyu sword, feeling its weight and texture, and whispered, Tongyu can slay gods and demons. His gaze shifted to the other 2 flying swords, a glint of cunning sparkling in his eyes. Although Halt and Hear Me may sound odd in the heat of battle, a sudden shout would certainly catch the opponent off guard, providing an excellent opportunity for a surprise attack. The more he spoke, the more exhilarated he became, his eyes shimmering with excitement, and a mischievous grin forming at the corners of his mouth. Truly, you are worthy. To ambush is preferable to direct confrontation. The system sighed in resignation, seemingly accustomed to Mu Changsheng and Appo's stratagems. Why engage in a protracted struggle when one can outsmart the opponent with an ambush? Mu Changsheng chuckled lightly. Having settled upon names for the 3 swords, Mu Changsheng took a deep breath and began meticulously inscribing array patterns onto them. His fingers danced upon the blades like nimble butterflies, each stroke embodying his profound understanding of the swordsmanship and exquisite craftsmanship. As his fingers glided over the sword's surface, the spiritual energy from his dantian and the ambient spiritual essence were summoned, forcefully etched into the blades. The inscription of the array patterns demanded utmost concentration and precision. A moment's lapse could render the entire formation ineffective. Time passed, and Mu Changsheng became entirely absorbed in his world, oblivious to everything around him. After an arduous and extended period of inscribing, he successfully etched intricate and enigmatic patterns onto all 3 swords. Upon completing the final stroke, Mu Changsheng slowly opened his eyes, gazing with satisfaction at his masterpiece. With the enhancement of the array patterns, the swords emanated a chilling brilliance, transforming them from mere mid-grade artifacts into exceptional mid-grade treasures. Their power had surged severalfold, and Mu Changsheng could distinctly sense the formidable strength they now contained. He caressed the Tongyu sword, feeling its cold yet potent aura, a wave of indescribable joy swelling within him. With the inscriptions complete, Mu Changsheng placed the 3 swords into his dantian, allowing them to gradually nurture under the foundation of his cultivation. After breaking through to the foundation establishment stage, Mu Changsheng discovered he had acquired a new ability, to store his innate artifacts within his dantian for further nurturing. This ability was immensely valuable for cultivators, as it meant their innate artifacts could receive superior nourishment and enhancement. Under the nurturing of his cultivation foundation, the innate artifacts would gradually absorb the cultivator's spiritual energy, their powers steadily increasing, a distinct advantage unmatched by mere qi condensation stage cultivators. In the following period, Mu Changxing refined each of the artifacts he had created during his qi condensation stage, elevating them to the power level of mid-grade treasures. As for insufficient materials, he disassembled some less critical artifacts to repurpose their components, thereby enhancing the more significant ones, ultimately boosting his prowess. After accomplishing all this, Mu Changsheng discovered that the heart-eating cursed spirits within the human sovereign banner were undergoing transformation as well. Oh, to his astonishment, 9 of the heart-eating cursed spirits had reached the pinnacle of the qi condensation stage. Observing the scene within the human sovereign banner, Mu Changxing could not help but exclaim softly, overwhelmed with astonishment. Now, only 100 heart-eating cursed spirits remained in the banner, as the souls of the remaining mortals had been entirely devoured. Through this mass consumption of souls, 40 of the cursed spirits had achieved the 9th layer of qi condensation, while 9 had reached the peak of the qi condensation stage. The remaining 60 spirits had also attained the pinnacle of the 8th layer, merely a step away from entering the 9th layer. Since 9 of the heart-eating cursed spirits had achieved peak qi condensation, Mu Changxing decided to prioritize the remaining souls for these 9 spirits, aiming to elevate their powers to the foundation establishment stage, thus maximizing their assistance to him. With a thought, the 9 peak qi condensation cursed spirits were separated from the others, rendering the remaining spirits unable to perceive their status. After isolating those with the potential to advance, Mu Changxing retrieved the last soul-containing stone from his spatial ring and tossed it into the human sovereign banner, allowing the 9 cursed spirits to indulge in their feast. Chapter 66. The words before departure within the subterranean hall, Mu Changxing sat regally upon his chair, while Su Mo and Xiao Chunlin knelt before him, their postures accentuating his formidable presence. Mu Changxing cast a discerning gaze upon the two, his voice resonating with authority as he spoke. I have established numerous teleportation arrays throughout the 4 kingdoms, and I hope you will gather for me an abundance of blood essence pills and souls henceforth. During this period, Mu Changxing had been diligently preparing for his entrance into the realm of cultivation, not only refining magical artifacts, but also setting up several teleportation arrays across the 4 kingdoms. Though he intended to seek trouble with cultivators to acquire their blood essence and souls, he had no desire to forfeit the blood essence and souls of mortals. Although the vitality of mortals paled in comparison to that of cultivators, their sheer numbers were vast. With a sufficient quantity of mortal blood essence, Mu Changxing could swiftly enhance his own power. He could not forsake the blood essence and souls of so many mortals. The utility of these puppets became evident. Mu Changxing would personally procure higher quality blood essence and souls, while the puppets would be tasked with collecting those of mortals. Master, we understand and shall do our utmost to collect more blood essence pills and souls, never to disappoint your expectations. Su Mo and Xiao Chunlin responded in unison, lowering their heads even further. I will return periodically, both to retrieve the blood essence pills you collect and to set up more teleportation arrays, allowing you to venture further in your quest for blood essence. Yes, Master. We will not let you down and will exert ourselves to fulfill the tasks you assign. Excellent. Rest assured, as long as you both endeavor diligently, I shall not withhold my rewards. Yes, Master. The two rejoiced at his words. Having served Mu Changxing for an extended period, they were well aware of his character. Though cold-hearted, he was a man of his word. Not only had he imparted cultivation techniques to them, but he also granted them some low-level magical artifacts for self-defense, allowing them to establish their own authority among the puppets. This circumstance prompted them to reflect on the whims of fate. Had they not encountered their demise at Mu Changxing's hands, they would never have had the opportunity to delve into the world of cultivation. Now, their singular focus was to accomplish the tasks assigned by Mu Changxing, earn his favor, and acquire greater resources for their cultivation. Despite the fact that the blood essence pills and souls collected by the puppets would be entrusted to them for the foreseeable future, they dared not entertain any ill intentions beyond what Mu Changxing permitted. The two were unwilling to perish so swiftly, having yet to witness the true world of cultivation. It would be a lamentable fate. Depart now. Mu Changxing waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing away a fly. Yes, Master. The two hastily rose from the ground and retreated, bowing as they exited. Watching their departing figures, Mu Changxing chuckled softly. System. Do you recall that rogue cultivator who pursued me to kill? Indeed, that rogue was trapped in a small town under the jurisdiction of Luoxia City, was he not? The system responded without needing to recollect, fully aware of the individual Mu Changxing referred to. After all, that person was the only one to have caused Mu Changxing distress in recent years, a fact the system remembered vividly. Are you only now preparing for revenge? I thought you had forgotten about him. The system teased. How could I forget? The reason I did not deal with him while arranging the teleportation arrays was to keep him for later, when I am ready to enter the cultivation realm. I intend to use him as a flag to herald good fortune. Mentioning this rogue caused Mu Changxing to grit his teeth in anger. This individual had pursued him relentlessly for months during his weaker days, making it impossible for Mu Changxing to forget him easily. I'm off to avenge myself, to claim his soul and blood essence, and then to the rogue cultivator market in the Changyuan Mountains. Before his words faded, Mu Changxing's figure vanished from the subterranean hall, leaving only his echoing voice behind. Beneath the inky night sky, a brilliant streak of sword light swiftly sliced through the heavens. In the blink of an eye, the light had vanished beyond the horizon. Is this the reason why cultivators enjoy flying through the air? It is simply magnificent. Mu Changxing stood nonchalantly atop his sword, gazing down at the rapidly receding landscape, a sense of exuberance swelling within him. In mere moments, he traversed several miles, a sensation far more exhilarating than any flight he had experienced in his previous life. I am truly soaring through the heavens. This is incomparable to being encased in steel. Luoxiao City has arrived. Before long, Mu Changxing spotted the silhouette of Luoxiao City from high above. The Tongyu sword halted at his command, hovering gracefully in midair. Within Luoxiao City, numerous glimmers could still be seen, each representing a lantern or bonfire, guiding Mu Changxing through the night sky. The small town should be in that direction. Utilizing the formidable vision of a cultivator, Mu Changxing meticulously discerned the location of the town where he had previously ensnared the rogue cultivator. After a thorough comparison, he pinpointed the location of the town where he had once trapped the rogue. Fellow Daoist, I have come to exact my vengeance. I hope you still possess the audacity to pursue me as before. With a swift motion, the Tongyu sword, under Mu Changxing's control, left a long trail of fiery light in the sky, vanishing into the horizon. Cough, cough. The last of the fasting pills had been consumed, and the rogue cultivator pondered how much longer he could endure in this great array. In the dimly lit underground cave, the rogue cultivator who had once hunted Mu Changxing lay in a wretched state, his eyes devoid of life as he stared blankly at the cave's ceiling. A visage of utter despair etched on his face. Since Mu Changxing and Apos' departure, the old man had relied solely on fasting pills to sustain his existence. Had it not been for the hundreds of fasting pills in his storage bag, he would have succumbed to starvation long ago in this dismal cave. A Qi refinement period cultivator had yet to reach the realm of true fasting. They could rely on various pills to maintain their vitality, minimizing their intake of grains. However, a Qi refinement cultivator still required external nourishment to replenish their energy, drawing from low-level spiritual food, spirit rice, beast meat, and fasting pills. Without the sustenance derived from the spiritual energies of the world, they would have perished long ago, unable to continue their cultivation. If I had known that this rat would master formations, I would never have accepted this task. Not only did I fail to claim the bounty offered by the great Chu dynasty, but I also became trapped in this wretched place, devoid of resources and unable to cultivate further. The old man lamented bitterly, regretting his decision to undertake this task in the first place. Chapter 67. Revenge. Regrettably, time cannot be altered by human will, and neither you nor I possess the ability to change its course. We can only passively accept the consequences of its passage and calmly embrace our fate. The elder, who had been lost in his thoughts while lying on the ground, was suddenly jolted awake as if struck by lightning upon hearing these words. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared in the direction of the voice, struggling to comprehend what he had just heard. Who? The elder's voice trembled, clearly startled by the abrupt intrusion. After years of silence, he found his reactions slightly delayed. Yet, he swiftly regained his composure, nimbly rising from the ground with remarkable agility. With deft movements, the elder formed intricate hand seals, murmuring incantations as a powerful surge of spiritual energy enveloped him. His life-bound flying sword hovered beside him, poised like a venomous serpent ready to strike. The elder's expression grew grave, his gaze piercing as he focused on the source of the voice. As he turned, a figure gradually emerged from the luminous veil that shrouded the cavern. It was an androgynous man of unremarkable stature and appearance, holding a pitch-black banner emanating dark energy. Slowly stepping forth from the glow. He simply walked through the veil? The elder and Apos' astonishment deepened as he realized the manner of the man and Apos' entrance. This veil had ensnared him for years, possessing formidable defensive and restraining powers, making it nearly impossible for anyone to breach. Yet, this effeminate man had entered with such ease, leaving the elder incredulous. The elder and Apos' complexion darkened further as he fixated on the stranger, a hint of wariness flickering in his eyes. Who is this man? How could he so effortlessly penetrate this formation? Do you not remember me? A few years ago, you were hunting me down. The effeminate man observed the elder's bewildered expression, a faint smile gracing his lips. His voice was calm, yet it carried a chilling undertone. It's you. The elder suddenly grasped the situation. The only individuals capable of breaching this formation with such ease were either immensely powerful cultivators or the one who had crafted it. Indeed, it is I. After years apart, my friend, why do you appear so disheveled? Mu Changxing scrutinized the elder as if appraising an object, which made the elder profoundly uncomfortable. Mu Changxing's current guise was a preparation for his foray into the world of cultivation, To survive longer, one must adopt a suitable persona. Not only did he have a disguise, but he also possessed the aid of a system that concealed his true identity and cultivation level from cultivators not exceeding 3 realms beneath his own. However, Mu Changsheng could not recklessly wield the imperial banner, lest he be mistaken for a righteous cultivator. His confidence in using it before the elder stemmed from his absolute assurance that the elder would not leave this place alive. Ha! To think this little mouse would dare to appear before me. Truly, the heavens are assisting me. The elder suddenly erupted into a raucous laugh, which was filled with disdain for Mu Changsheng and pride in his own fortune. Having been trapped in this formation for years and suffering greatly, the prospect of finally having Mu Changsheng delivered to him was exhilarating. If he could eliminate Mu Changsheng, the formation would lose its power, granting him freedom from this tormenting prison. As for the disparity in their strengths, it was beyond the elder and Appo's comprehension. He recalled that Mu Changsheng had once been a fugitive from him, and now, his mere presence suggested that he believed himself capable of confronting the elder. Prepare to meet your end. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in the elder's eyes as he swiftly formed a hand seal, chanting incantations. Fleeting light. With a low, furious shout, the flying sword that had hovered beside him suddenly sliced through the air, emitting a deafening shriek as it shot toward Mu Changsheng like a bolt of lightning. However, Mu Changsheng merely sighed in resignation. Why bother? In his perception, the seemingly swift sword moved as if it were a sluggish old man, inching toward him. With a flick of his thought, a thin layer of earthy yellow spiritual energy materialized around his left hand, encasing it securely. Clink. Nonchalantly, Mu Changsheng extended 2 fingers, effortlessly pinching the incoming sword between them. The sword trembled in vain, attempting to escape his grasp. An unruly artifact is of no use to anyone. It is better off being reforged. Glancing at the sword in his hand, Mu Changsheng exerted his fingers with sudden force, snapping it cleanly in half with a resounding crack. Poof! As his life-bound artifact was destroyed, the elder coughed up a mouthful of blood, his expression turning haggard as he looked at Mu Changsheng in shock. How is it possible for you to be this strong? To destroy my life-bound sword with such ease? The elder's world began to unravel as he grappled with the reality that his cherished artifact had been so effortlessly obliterated. Mu Changsheng observed the elder's stunned demeanor and chuckled softly. My friend, even a brief separation of 3 days warrants a fresh perspective. We have been apart for years. This cannot be. The elder staggered backward, despair etched across his face as he gazed at Mu Changsheng in terror. My friend, the passage of time has rendered your hopes of attaining the Foundation establishment realm futile. Join me within my imperial banner, and let us conspire for longevity together. Mu Changsheng earnestly extended an invitation to the elder. Go to hell. Despite the discomfort from the destruction of his life-bound artifact, the elder gritted his teeth against the pain and summoned his remaining spiritual energy. With a primal roar, a massive fireball materialized before him. Go. The elder unleashed all his strength, hurling the fireball toward Mu Changsheng with fervor. As the ferocious fireball surged toward him, Mu Changsheng's lips curled into a contemptuous smile. Unhurried, he raised his hand as if merely to give a gentle pat. Instantly, the once mighty fireball exploded like a punctured balloon, scattering into countless sparks of flame, akin to a fireworks display. Yet, these embers did not simply dissipate. Upon witnessing the destruction of his full-force attack, the elder continued to manipulate the scattered flames, striving to recombine them for another assault on Mu Changsheng. Chapter 68, Li Xianwei and Appo's stubbornness. Seeing this scene, Mu Changsheng let out a contemptuous snort. Though his voice was not loud, it carried an undeniable authority. Over time, as he commanded thousands of puppets to act on his behalf, he had gradually cultivated a semblance of dignity, albeit one still too feeble to intimidate the elder before him. With a swift flick of his wrist, a powerful suction force manifested in his palm, resembling an insatiable black hole that drew back the scattered sparks of fire. The fireball, still under the elder's control and not fully reformed, fell directly into Mu Changsheng's hand. He squeezed it with force, causing it to burst apart, dissipating into ethereal energy. No longer subject to the elder's command. Come to me. Mu Changsheng commanded sharply, his wrist twisting as he reached toward the elder. The formidable pull acted like an invisible hand, grasping firmly at the elder from a distance. In that instant, the elder felt an overwhelming power seize him, the surrounding space warping as if under immense strain. The potent spiritual energy acted like an unseen wall, binding him tightly and drawing him closer to Mu Changsheng. Ah, ah, ah. The elder screamed in terror, desperately attempting to break free from the relentless grip, only to find his efforts utterly futile. As he drew nearer to Mu Changsheng, despair filled his heart. Refusing to yield, the elder channeled his cultivated powers, launching a fierce assault against the invisible wall that ensnared him. His attacks struck the unseen barrier, producing a sound akin to grating teeth, yet they failed to leave a mark. The elder could only watch in desperation as he was pulled closer to Mu Changsheng. With a sudden motion, Mu Changsheng's hand shot out like lightning, seizing the elder's head with a grip as firm as iron. The speed of his action left the elder no time to react. He was hoisted aloft, akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter. Let me go, you damned rat. The elder roared, thrashing violently in Mu Changxing's grasp, yet no matter how fiercely he struggled, he could not budge Mu Changxing in the slightest. Attempts to unleash his spiritual energy against the proximity of Mu Changxing were in vain, for his dantian had been sealed. The elder was rendered as helpless as an ordinary person, writhing madly in Mu Changxing's hold, while curses spilled forth from the elder's lips. His body thrashing as he hurled insults at Mu Changxing, seemingly seeking solace in his rage and frustration. You have already fallen into my hands. Yet you still possess such spirit. Mu Changxing watched the elder's defiance with surprise. He had expected that, faced with death, the elder would beg for mercy or at least display fear and trepidation. Yet this elder defied all expectations, showing neither fear nor weakness. Damn you, practitioner of the demonic path. You shall not have a good end. The elder's curses intensified, his eyes wide with hatred and fury. Enough. Mu Changxing interrupted impatiently, finding further engagement with such a dying man to be futile. Without further ado, he invoked his devouring magic, and a swirl of dense black spiritual energy manifested in his right hand, reminiscent of thick ink. This dark force spiraled and coiled, forming a vortex that exuded an unsettling aura. With a swift motion, Mu Changxing reached out to the elder, the swirling energy resembling a ferocious beast with its maw wide open, lunging toward him. Upon contact, the black energy surged into the elder's body, ensnaring his very soul. With a tug of his arm, Mu Changxing pulled the elder's soul outward. Ah, ah, ah. The elder's screams echoed as his soul was forcibly extracted, emitting a more pitiful wail upon separation from his corporeal form. The elder's body, now devoid of its soul, stared blankly at Mu Changxing, resembling a soulless husk. Yet, it remained alive, a faint heartbeat still echoing, transforming into a mere shell of its former self. Gently, Mu Changxing addressed the elder's soul. Enter my emperor's banner and find solace. With that, he forcibly inserted the elder's soul into the banner. As the soul entered, a powerful wave of dark, ghostly energy surged forth under Mu Changxing's command, sweeping over the elder like a torrential tide. This energy rapidly ensnared the elder's soul, leaving him no chance to struggle or resist. In an instant, the elder and Daoist's soul felt as though it had been struck by a heavy blow, his consciousness fracturing and his once clear thoughts becoming muddled. After securing the elder and Daoist's soul within the emperor and Daoist's banner, Mu Changxing extended his consciousness into it, meticulously sifting through the elder's past. Memories flashed before him like slides in a projector. Upon completing his retrieval of the elder's memories, Mu Changxing opened his eyes and murmured, "What a delightful surprise." This elder was named Li Xianwei, a rogue cultivator who had pursued Mu Changxing on behalf of the Great Chu dynasty. To claim the rewards offered by the dynasty, he needed to deliver Mu Changxing's head to the capital, which had been his primary motive for the relentless pursuit. However, Mu Changxing was not particularly interested in Li Xianwei's employment by the Great Chu dynasty. After all, his puppets were already creating troubles for the dynasty, and he saw no need to further complicate matters. It was a waste of time. What truly piqued Mu Changxing and Daoist's interest was another revelation. Li Xianwei was a member of the Spirit Light Alliance. This alliance consisted of rogue cultivators from several neighboring countries, with its headquarters located in the territory of the Fuyu dynasty. The alliance was quite loose-knit, with the strongest member being merely a 9th-level Qi practitioner among hundreds of rogues. Every 5 years, the Spirit Light Alliance convened, and the next gathering was set to occur in half a month's time, igniting Mu Changxing's intrigue. Chapter 69. Mu'ani. The absence of foundation-building cultivators within the Spiritual Light Alliance undoubtedly comes as a piece of favorable news for Mu Changxing. Should he choose to strike decisively during the Alliance Assembly, he could acquire the souls and vital essence of hundreds of Qi-refining cultivators, a truly remarkable gain. As for the market within the Changyuan mountain range, it can wait until Mu Changxing has successfully dealt with this loose cultivator alliance. After all, the market is guarded by foundation-building cultivators, making it nearly impossible to seize control without careful planning. Mu Changxing is uncertain about the level of the opponent's cultivation. If they are merely at the early stage of foundation building, he could easily take over the market. However, if the individual is at the late stage, he would need to devise a strategy. Any cultivator who has transcended the Qi-refining stage is no simple adversary, especially one of loose cultivation background. A single misstep could lead to a disastrous outcome. Having made up his mind, Mu Changxing gently waved the Emperor and Daoist's banner in his hand. Arise. With a whoosh, a spirit of the heart-eating curse, exuding a dark, ghostly aura, swiftly emerged from the Emperor's banner. It hovered silently before Mu Changxing, its expression respectful as it awaited commands. Mu Changxing kicked the body of Li Xianwei and instructed the heart-eating curse spirit, Mu'ani. You shall first seize this body and maintain the identity of this individual for a while. Yes, master, Mu'ani responded gravely, its voice raspy, akin to the sound of 2 pieces of glass rubbing against each other, causing discomfort. Mu'ani is one of the 9 heart-eating curse spirits within the Emperor's banner. skilled in swordsmanship, which is why Mu Changxing chose it to take over Li Xianwei and Apos' body. Now, any spells learned by the heart-eating cursed spirits can also be wielded by Mu Changxing with the assistance of the Emperor's banner, which was the very reason the system suggested that he forge it. Whoosh! The heart-eating cursed spirit transformed into a shadow, and in the blink of an eye, it had entered Li Xianwei's body. The instant Mu and Yi entered, Li Xianwei's previously motionless form convulsed violently, as if jolted by electricity. This reaction stemmed from Li Xianwei's instinctive rejection of the foreign soul, as they were not of the same origin, resulting in a fierce bodily response. Despite Li Xianwei's desperate resistance, his soul had already been taken by Mu Changxing. Coupled with Mu and Yi's own strength at the foundation building stage, this resistance ultimately proved futile. Within mere moments, Mu and Yi successfully subdued Li Xianwei and Apos' body, gaining complete control over it. Having succeeded in the possession, Mu and Yi sprang into action, moving with fluidity and grace, as though this body were its own, devoid of any sense of hesitation. After landing, Mu and Yi excitedly turned to Mu Changxing, eyes gleaming with uncontainable joy. Master, I can fully control this body now. With the control of Li Xianwei's physique, Mu and Yi spoke in a voice identical to Li Xianwei's, making it nearly impossible for anyone unfamiliar with him to detect the transformation. Excellent. Mu Changxing regarded Mu and Yi with satisfaction. To what extent can you exert your power using this body? Upon hearing Mu Changxing's inquiry, Mu and Yi took a moment to reflect on the strength it could wield without resorting to ghostly energy. Master, without utilizing ghostly energy, I can only manifest the strength of the 8th layer of Qi refinement. It admitted, a hint of shame evident. The 8th layer of Qi refinement? That is sufficient. Mu Changxing replied, pleased with Mu and Yi's response, showing no concern for its embarrassment. With a gentle wave of the Emperor and Apos' banner, a surge of dark, ghostly energy erupted from it, directly entering Mu and Yi's body. This is the memory inherent to this body. Examine it closely and do not reveal any signs of tampering. Understood. After detailing the various matters Mu and Yi needed to be mindful of, Mu Changxing retrieved Li Xianwei's storage bag, eager to inspect its contents. With the foe vanquished, it was indeed the opportune moment to claim the spoils of victory. Holding Li Xianwei's storage bag, Mu Changxing's gaze fell upon the seemingly ordinary item, yet his heart brimmed with anticipation. After all, one could never know what treasures lay hidden within the storage bags of these individuals, some of which might be beyond the recognition of their owners, merely waiting for a fortunate soul like Mu Changxing to discover them. Focusing intently, Mu Changxing extended his consciousness into the storage bag. Just as his awareness brushed against the bag, a faint yet palpable barrier of resistance abruptly emerged, as if an invisible shield were forcefully blocking his inquiry. Mu Changxing paused, surprised as he gazed at the storage bag in his hand. Even after the owner's demise, it still seeks to obstruct my exploration? He had not anticipated that such a trivial storage bag could manifest any form of resistance, yet he remained unfazed. A smirk of disdain crossed his face. A mere inanimate object dares to hinder my scrutiny? With a sudden surge, Mu Changxing's consciousness erupted forth like a tidal wave, crashing against the barrier. In an instant, a subtle tearing sound echoed, and the previously tenuous barrier was obliterated under the force of his formidable awareness, collapsing as easily as paper. As the resistance dissipated, the interior of the storage bag lay bare before Mu Changxing's consciousness. After scanning the contents, disappointment and disdain flickered across his features. Is this all? He scoffed, clearly dissatisfied with the items contained within. He extracted the items from the storage bag, revealing a collection of miscellaneous objects before him. Among them were small stones resembling white jade, each emanating an exceedingly faint pulse of spiritual energy. However, the stones bore numerous earthy yellow specks, detracting from their quality. Are these spirit stones? Why is the spiritual energy so weak? Mu Changxing pondered, examining one of the white stones, feeling the almost imperceptible spiritual fluctuations within. These are inferior-grade spirit stones, containing an extremely low concentration of spiritual energy, the system clarified, addressing Mu Changxing's confusion. Inferior-grade spirit stones? I am astounded. I never anticipated such a classification existed, Mu Changxing exclaimed, baffled. RN and Apos, T spirit stones typically categorized into 5 grades: inferior, medium, superior, exquisite, and celestial? How then can there be a mention of inferior grade spirit stones?